1P Super Convenience Store. Chapter 1 to 20. Chapter 1 Novice Gift Pack. Amazon, Lily Island. Zhongshan looked at the women around her who were staring at her curiously, with a smile on the corner of her mouth. Please give me a dress to wear and stare down at me. I'll be embarrassed. Zhongshan felt shy when the blonde beautiful girl Magritte handed him the lace-edged clothes. I think I am a dignified old man who wears this kind of clothes, but who made me come to the world of 1P, king of pirates inexplicably, and floated directly from the windless belt to this daughter country. Zhongshan looked at the beauties in front of her who were in explosive shape, with a strange smile on her face. The women onlookers made curious voices. What kind of creature are you? Why is Hungarian flat? A mushroom is growing under you. Did you eat a poisonous mushroom by mistake? Do you need me to pull it out for you? You can float from the windless belt without being eaten by the Sea King. Your life is really big. Facing the chaotic voices, Zhongshan pressed her hands with grace. Quiet everyone. Allow me to introduce myself next. Those women were completely attracted by Zhongshan, their eyes glowing with peach blossom. He is so beautiful. Like my lady empress. I am completely fascinated by him. Zhongshan almost fell to the ground after hearing this. Sorry, I have to interrupt. You can't describe me as beautiful, only handsome. Because I'm a man. When he finished saying this, all the women fell silent instantly. The next moment, the snake wrapped around them instantly turned into bows and arrows. All their shoulders pointed at Zhongshan, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze in an instant. Lily Island never allows men to enter. Once a man invades, it must be wiped out. While the empress has not returned, solve the problem completely. The island's guards shouted and looked at Zhongshan, causing sweat to ooze from his forehead. Women's heart. The needle at the bottom of the sea. It was fine one moment, but the next moment it turned upside down. It turned upside down. Everyone has something to say. I just came here accidentally, not to offend your country. But the women of the island still do not believe it. Men are the best at rhetoric. Don't believe it. Yes, shoot him. Shoot him. I don't know who shoots the first arrow first. And the next moment, the rain of arrows will all fall on Zhongshan. Zhongshan could only sigh helplessly. Everyone can speak well, so why do you want to take action? When he finished speaking, all the arrows were still 3 feet away from him, imprisoned in midair, and all fell to the ground after no breath. All the women were silent for a moment. Are men so powerful? Can we beat him? For the safety of the village, he must be killed. The guards in the crowd shouted again, waving their weapons and rushing towards Zhongshan. As for Zhongshan, Vivi turned the ring, and a light curtain interface appeared immediately. Welcome to Super Convenience Store. Please choose what you want to buy. Get an energy shield. Will it cost 10 membership points to pay? Yes, Zhongshan paid without hesitation. Afterward, a light blue energy shield appeared around his body. No matter how the women around him attacked, Zhongshan still stood there with a graceful demeanor, like an immortal. After a few minutes of fighting, these people were also tired, and they stopped when they knew that Zhongshan could not be solved. Zhongshan also wiped the sweat from her forehead. This energy shield can only last for 5 minutes. If they continue to attack, I am afraid that they will spend more member points. And I just got 50 points when I got the Super Convenience Store program at the beginning. You can't kill me, so maybe we can have a good talk. I just want to find a place to open a convenience store quietly and be a businessman. Zhongshan speaks of ideal. Before he came to the world of pirate, he was a businessman. After coming to this world, the first task of the Super Convenience Store was to build a convenience store. If he couldn't do it within 3 days, he would be ruthlessly obliterated. In this world, although it was unrealistic for him to build a convenience store in his daughter's country by a man, this is a windless zone, and even if there is a boat, it is impossible to go to another place in 3 days. Simply, he can only break the jar here. But the women looked at each other. Businessmen. This is the world of pirates and marine. Ordinary businessmen will only be killed by pirates and take away their goods. Men's brains should be sick. And what is that convenience store? How come I've never heard of it? Since we can't kill him, why don't we arrest him and wait for her Lady Empress? Yes, Lady Empress is Shichibukai, the most powerful female pirate in the world. She will definitely gain a lot of wealth from this businessman. Before these chattering women could finish speaking, a large net fell from the sky, completely covering Zhongshan. Naturally, this net couldn't tie Zhongshan, but thinking about being able to meet the Empress of this country, she simply waited for 2 days. If it really doesn't work, just grab a place and open a convenience store. Anyway, in this world, robbery is too normal. Just, alas, grab it as soon as you catch it. Don't touch it. Little girl, where did your hand go? If I touch it again, I'll be really angry. I'm going to let you know what a man's fear is. Chapter 2 Johnnyang Tea for Flower for Collection. In the Lily Island prison, Zhongshan was served with delicious food, and there were always curious women watching him outside. It's a pity that most of them don't look very good, but there are also a few beautiful ones that are outrageous. They stare at him with big watery eyes, and his whole person is almost crisp, especially here because of the hot weather. Everyone wears so little. Zhongshan, as a normal man, can't help but fantasize. But after thinking about it for a long time, it was inevitable that he was a little bored, so he directly opened the Super Convenience Store system. This is a light blue ring, and the light curtain formed after it is triggered can only be seen by himself. Super convenience store. Here you can buy everything in the world. This is the title of the super convenience store. Amazing. After careful search, Zhang Feng found that there were not only devil fruit but also the battleship pirate ship, as well as all kinds of strange props and some time limit cards. If you want to buy things in a super convenience store, you need membership point, but if you want to get membership point, you can only get the corresponding membership points for each transaction after the convenience store opened. However, now that Empress hasn't come back, she can't start a business. Zhang Shan thought in a boring way. Wait, what is this? When he opened the warehouse, he found a novice gift bag. I came too quickly to find this thing. Turn it on. Following Zhang Shan's order, the red novice gift bag was quickly opened, and 2 prizes appeared soon. Ding! Congratulations to the host or growing ship girl. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the rubber fruit experience card, the ability to take rubber fruit within 3 minutes. Zhang Shan was dumbfounded when she saw the first one. This system is too awesome. Not only will you send me a boat, but this boat can also become a cute girl. Also, it's too awesome for a 2-dimensional creature like Johnnyang to appear here. But the next moment he thought that the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, was also a 2-dimensional world, and he was relieved. The ghost knows what other messes will appear in addition to the ship's mother. Extract the ship girl. Zhang Shan gave the order again, and a little girl who looked 17 or 18 appeared in front of him, with her ponytail blinking, black clothes and black trousers. She didn't look good. The big black eyes and the straight face are so cute that they explode. The height of 160 is much shorter than Zhang Shan, who is 182. In front of him, he is like a doll. Johnnyang Xiaocha has seen the owner of the store. Hearing the crisp and moving voice, Zhang Shan's whole body froze. Okay, let me check your body. Zhang Shan looked at Xiaocha with a smile, and kept frustrating. This is the ship girl. In this pirate world dominated by sailboat, this is simply an artifact. Driving such a warship is enough to traverse the entire sea. It's just that when he saw all the attributes of Xiaocha, he couldn't laugh anymore. Gah! It turned out to be a wooden sampan boat, and it's the size of a normal house. It's so small, it can't be any smaller. In addition, what if there are only 2 old-fashioned artillery guns? Resources, fuel, ammunition, steel, and aluminum are all empty. How do you ask Lousy to fight? Xiaocha lowered her head, saw through Zhang Shan's thought, and said, Sir, you can upgrade Xiaocha by purchasing materials from the convenience store. Xiaocha is very strong. Yes, I can buy it through the convenience store. But when he opened the convenience store and saw the huge cost of upgrading the small T, the whole person was done. It's special. If you want to simply upgrade to a normal battleship, you need more than 300,000 member points. This is not to mention the cost of future maintenance supply. I only have 50 member points so far. Why don't I let me die? With a hot head, Zhang Shan directly spent 10 membership points to change a Tang Knight. Judging from the exquisite blade, it is at least 1,000 for deal. Absolutely great knight. In a convenience store, there is always nothing too bad. Just thinking about killing himself with this knife, Zhang Shan didn't have the courage yet, so he could only throw it to Xiaocha in the end. This knife is a gift for you. You can play with it. Xiaocha took the Tang Dao and waved a sword light, and the prison railings in front of him were all cut off. Good weapon. Xiaocha stared at Tang Dao with an eager expression. Zhang Shan's face turned red. The ship weapon was ammunition, but he actually gave a cold weapon. This is really unreasonable. When I have money in the future, I will let you eat the best fuel, use the best steel and ammunition. However, your Tang knife is quite powerful. Those women outside seem to be afraid of you. Zhang Shan looked at the women outside who were bending bows and arrows again, and felt a little worried. It seems that he accidentally cut off the prison railing. These people thought he was going to escape. My own membership points are not many, but Xiao Cha stood in front of him with a serious look. Don't worry, my lord, I am here. No one can hurt you. But Zhang Feng's brain was hot, and he directly stood in front of Xiaocha. I'm a man. How can I use you to protect me? In his hand, he had already squeezed the rubber fruit experience card. But at this moment, a very excited shout suddenly came from a distance. The Empress is back. Third chapter, Threatened Empress begged. In the deadlock, Zhang Shan finally looked forward to the return of the Queen of the Daughter Country. Fortunately, I didn't wait too long, and it was less than a day. On the contrary, the female bodyguards in front of them went crazy, and every time they mentioned Lady Empress, their faces were filled with adoring eyes. Let her Lady Empress decide the life and death of this man. Magritte finally made a decision. She envied Xiaocha standing behind Zhang Shan, and she also wanted someone to stand in front of her when facing danger. Zhang Shan is also glad that she didn't fight with these women, otherwise it would cost her membership points. Soon, he and Xiaocha were tied up to meet the Emperor of the Daughter Country, the female Emperor Boa Hancock. She is the head of the 9 snake pirates and is considered to be the world's #1 peerless beauty. Before I could see her face, I heard the crazy screams of the girls around. My Lady Empress. Ah, Lady Empress. My Lady Empress. You are finally back. Some women even fainted with excitement. Soon Zhang Shan saw Empress Boa sitting on the high snake seat, looking down at Zhang Shan casually. You are the man who dared to to invade my 9 snake. No, I'm just a businessman who drifted here just looking for a place to open a convenience store. Huh, merchant, faced with such a beautiful concubine, don't you want to contribute all your wealth? All the women went crazy when they saw the empress. For the empress, we are willing to give everything, even our lives. The female emperor Boa has the ability to fascinate all beings, but her beauty has no effect on Zhongshan, who has seen too many beautiful women. As the empress, you are my inalienable property. What the concubine does is right, because the concubine is too beautiful. You will be punished for ignoring the beauty of your concubine. Marrow mellow. Women will never be reasonable. For an extremely beautiful woman like the empress, everything she does is reasonable. Sweat oozes from Zhongshan's forehead. It's really a fight without a word. He instinctively protected his hand, but saw that the light of love passed directly through his and Xiaocha's body. But in the end, nothing happened to their body. Empress Boa was done. It doesn't work. Come again. Marrow mellow. Another ray of love fell upon them. Come back. Zhongshan couldn't help but defend himself again, but found that the light had passed through again and never petrified him and Xiaocha. It is rumored that everyone the empress encounters will be petrified. It seems that it is nothing more than that. Zhongshan was completely relieved. He knew that Xiaocha was a ship girl. It was made of wood and steel. How could it be petrified? Why am I not petrified? Xiaocha stood behind her and said with a look of admiration, Your Excellency is a man favored by God. How can you be afraid of this kind of trick? The person who heard this sentence almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. That Boa, the empress of the famous Shichibukai. How could the means being used be a trick? The queen's forehead was already oozing with wet. It was the first time she was immune to petrification. This made her extremely embarrassed. You're very good. Let Pachaula come and play with you. An incomparably huge black panther appeared directly on the scene, staring at Zhongshan fiercely and coldly, dripping a lot of saliva from its huge mouth. The women onlookers were already exclaiming, the empress actually used Bachula. This is the ferocious black panther raised by the emperors of our 9 snake from generation to generation, a carnivorous beast specially used for execution. Any prisoner who is executed by Pachula will not leave a bone behind. This businessman is dead. It's a pity the wealth he has. The members of the 9 snake pirates said a little reluctantly. Jianyang Xiaocha had already held the Tang saber in front of Zhongshan. Lord, be careful. Such beasts, even with artillery, are extremely difficult to kill. But Zhongshan calmly patted his shoulder. This daughter country worship strong people. If you help me block it, they will despise me even more. Today, let you see my strength. At this moment, all the light between heaven and earth seemed to converge on Zhongshan, making him extremely dazzling. At the moment when the Black Panther Bachula rushed, he directly activated the rubber fruit experience card in his hand. Rubber pistol. Zhongshan's arm stretched out and smashed directly on Bachula's chin. The huge black figure was directly knocked into the air and fell heavily into the auditorium. One punch go. Zhongshan clapped her hands in satisfaction. All the women became dead silent at this moment, and then there was an uproar. The man is so powerful. That's Pachaula. My God, it's horrible. How on earth is he going to win? At this moment, the worldview of the women of the daughter country began to collapse, and even the members of the 9 snake pirates were silent at this moment. We have never faced such a formidable opponent. Can the empress be defeated? After Zhongshan heard their words, she clapped her hands in satisfaction. This is what he wants. My lady empress, I'm a businessman. I just want to find a very convenient store. Don't force me to talk to you about this matter in the way you pirate. You must know that I have the ability to destroy this country. Chapter 4 Sun Dog System Bag. In the deadlock, Zhongshan finally looked forward to the return of the queen of the daughter country. Fortunately, I didn't wait too long, and it was less than a day. On the contrary, the female bodyguards in front of them went crazy, and every time they mentioned Lady Empress, their faces were filled with adoring eyes. Let her Lady Empress decide the life and death of this man. Magritte finally made a decision. She envied Xiaocha standing behind Zhongshan, and she also wanted someone to stand in front of her when facing danger. Zhongshan is also glad that she didn't fight with these women, otherwise it would cost her membership points. Soon, he and Xiaocha were tied up to meet the emperor of the daughter country, the female emperor Boa Hancock. She is the head of the 9 snake pirates and is considered to be the world's #1 peerless beauty. Before I could see her face, I heard the crazy screams of the girls around. My lady empress. Ah, lady empress. My lady empress. You are finally back. Some women even fainted with excitement. Soon Zhongshan saw Empress Boa sitting on the high snake seat, looking down at Zhongshan casually. You are the man who dared to invade my 9 snake. No, I'm just a businessman who drifted here just looking for a place to open a convenience store. Huh, merchant, faced with such a beautiful concubine, don't you want to contribute all your wealth? All the women went crazy when they saw the empress. For the empress, we are willing to give everything, even our lives. The female emperor Boa has the ability to fascinate all beings, but her beauty has no effect on Zhongshan, who has seen too many beautiful women. As the empress, you are my inalienable property. What the concubine does is right, because the concubine is too beautiful. You will be punished for ignoring the beauty of your concubine. Marrow mellow. Women will never be reasonable. For an extremely beautiful woman like the Empress, everything she does is reasonable. Sweat oozes from Zhang Shan's forehead. It's really a fight without a word. He instinctively protected his hand, but saw that the light of love passed directly through his and Xiaocha's body. But in the end, nothing happened to their body. Empress Boa was done. It doesn't work. Come again. Marrow mellow. Another ray of love fell upon them. Come back. Zhang Shan couldn't help but defend himself again, but found that the light had passed through again and never petrified him and Xiaocha. It is rumored that everyone the Empress encounters will be petrified. It seems that it is nothing more than that. Zhang Shan was completely relieved. He knew that Xiaocha was a ship girl. It was made of wood and steel. How could it be petrified? Why am I not petrified? Xiaocha stood behind her and said with a look of admiration, Your Excellency is a man favored by God. How can you be afraid of this kind of trick? The person who heard this sentence almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. That Boa, the Empress of the famous Shichibukai. How could the means being used be a trick? The queen's forehead was already oozing with sweat. It was the first time she was immune to petrification. This made her extremely embarrassed. You're very good. Let Pachola come and play with you. An incomparably huge black panther appeared directly on the scene, staring at Zhang Shan fiercely and coldly, dripping a lot of saliva from its huge mouth. The women onlookers were already acclaiming. The Empress actually used Bachula. This is the ferocious black panther raised by the emperors of R9 Snake from generation to generation, a carnivorous beast specially used for execution. Any prisoner who is executed by Pachula will not leave a bone behind. This businessman is dead. It's a pity the wealth he has. The members of the 9 Snake Pirates said a little reluctantly. Johnny and Xiaocha had already held the Tang saber in front of Zhang Shan. Lord, be careful. Such beasts, even with artillery, are extremely difficult to kill. But Zhang Shan calmly patted his shoulder. This daughter country worships strong people. If you help me block it, they will despise me even more. Today, let you see my strength. At this moment, all the light between heaven and earth seemed to converge on Zhang Shan, making him extremely dazzling. At the moment when the Black Panther Bachula rushed, he directly activated the rubber fruit experience card in his hand. Rubber pistol. Zhang Shan's arm stretched out and smashed directly on Bachula's chin. The huge black figure was directly knocked into the air and fell heavily into the auditorium. One punch KO. Zhang Shan clapped her hands in satisfaction. All the women became dead silent at this moment, and then there was an uproar. The man is so powerful. That Pachola. My God. It's horrible. How on earth is he going to win? At this moment, the worldview of the women of the daughter country began to collapse, and even the members of the 9 Snake Pirates were silent at this moment. We have never faced such a formidable opponent. Can the Empress be defeated? After Zhang Shan heard their words, she clapped her hands in satisfaction. This is what he wants. My Lady Empress, I'm a businessman. I just want to find a very convenient store. Don't force me to talk to you about this matter in the way you pirate. You must know that I have the ability to destroy this country. Chapter 4. The female emperor looked down at Zhang Shan, and she finally realized that she could not understand this man. His body seemed to contain a mysterious halo, which made her addicted and unable to extricate herself, and fell into his fantasy. After a long time, she blushed slightly and said, Okay, your concubine allows you to walk freely in this country and become a businessman. Zhang Shan finally waited for these words, bowed her hands and thanked her, then turned and left. Little T, let's open a shop. The women around consciously gave way, and developed a strong interest in the man in front of him. He actually allowed her Lady Empress to open a privilege. The man is really amazing. It's even more amazing that he can still maintain his demeanor in Lady Empress. The Empress of the high platform looked at Zhang Shan who was leaving, and her face turned red. Why is his image in the concubine's mind? Does the concubine really like him? Zhang Shan and Xiaocha did not know what the Empress was thinking, but were choosing a location for their convenience store. Where exactly should the convenience store be chosen to ensure enough membership points? He began to grow. Xiaocha obediently followed behind him. Sir, this is the daughter country of the Windless Belt. Men can't come here. If you want to open a convenience store here, no one can buy the goods in it except women. You're right. I don't want to end up selling sex fun stuff, so let's go to the beach now. In the end, Zhang Shan and Xiaocha came to the seaside, looking for a place with beautiful scenery, not too far from the daughter country. This Lily Island is vast, and it would be good for me to be a neighbor with them here. He finally clicked on the convenience store system and received the free store presented by the system. Start building. Zhang Shan gave an order, and countless wood and stones appeared out of thin air, paved the foundation, and built the house. It didn't take a while to build an antique 3-story Chinese-style attic. At the same time, the surrounding site has also undergone great changes. The vegetation, flowers, bamboo, and bluestone paths have become a beautiful and harmonious holy land in an instant. Every grass and every tree is a scenery. This is really a good thing. After entering the convenience store, I found that there are many wooden shelves on the first floor with some slightly precious things such as sea stone. Sea stone is the crystallization of the sea. Once the devil fruit ability touches it, it will enter a weak state. Of course there are some rare treasures treasures, but compared to the second floor, the things here are simply garbage. The first floor is the treasures owned in the pirate world, and the second floor is the goods that have never been owned. All come from the system. The Devil Fruit experience card is like a big row. It's divided into 3 minute, 10 minute, 1 hour and so on. There is also the realization of buyer wishes and the sale of intelligence, which is also considered a transaction. As for the third floor, it's where I live. The kitchen and bathroom are fully stocked with modern equipment. It's really cool. Zhongshan never thought that she would be able to get such enjoyment after coming to Pirate World, but since he is a businessman, of course businessmen are here to enjoy life. Just as he was lying on the soft big bed, the system sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully establishing a convenience store and qualifying for the lottery. Do you want to start the lottery? Yes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a copy of Longway. The release of Longway can convince all beasts. Even the Sea Kings without wind belts will be afraid of Longway. Zhongshan's mouth went. System, can we take dim sum? There is a lottery turntable or something in the lottery. You actually gave the reward directly. The system sees no need to go through this process to waste time. I'm going to tell you this. The lottery is a very exciting process. With that waiting time, it can become more fun. You don't surprise me at all. System. Zhongshan did not stop, but said, are you saying what I said is right? Just treat it as my complaint, and you can optimize it next time. Even if it's not a turntable, let flip through the Jugonj assembly. Can't open the box again. In short, we need to add some fun so that we can catch the appetite of others. Only by understanding this can we become a successful businessman. The system may have been annoyed by Zhongshan's words, saying, play if you like it, and leave if you don't. The system will close the lottery function. Zhongshan was about to break out in a cold sweat. Don't, I'm just joking with you. Don't be angry. He never thought that this system even had such an IQ. It was a husky. Just when Zhongshan was thinking this way, a husky option suddenly appeared in the system commodity bar, which actually only required 1 member point. Ding! The system has been optimized according to the host memory, and the suggestions made by the host are effective for the system. Reward a husky. Let the host be happy in the future. Then, a husky really appeared beside Zhongshan, looking at him shaking his head. Seeing this, Zhongshan burst into tears. Fuck, this is the world of pirates. You give me a husky. It's useful. P.S. It's really unkind to read books and not collect them. Chapter 5. The first business for flower for collection. It's the first time I've seen such two wolves. Margaret, who came here, looked at Erha, who was chasing after her tail, with a solemn expression. Zhongshan is very worried that Erha will dismantle his convenience store in 2 days, but since the system has given it away, it can only be accepted. Leave him alone. You came to me, but what do you need? Margaret said. No, I just wanted to ask, why are you not afraid of Marrow Mellow of Lady Empress? Zhongshan listened to this with a solemn expression. After he came to this world, he was between reality and virtuality. In other words, his body can be digitized and virtualized. Of course, the Queen's move can't make the virtual body petrify. Of course, his avatar is immune to not only the Queen's move, but also more things, even physical attack. As long as you think this is one of my abilities, since you are here, you can't go back empty-handed. Come and buy something, so that my shop can be open. Zhongshan rubbed her hands together and looked at Margaret earnestly, with the face of a profiteer. Simple Margaret nodded. She had never seen such a novel convenience store, so she naturally had to take a good look around. It's just that when she saw the price of the product, her whole face turned green. It's so expensive. Why don't you go grab it? How is it possible that the prices of all the items in the store are so innocent? The cheapest one needs 100,000 Bailey. That too much. And it's not what I need. Zhang Shandao. All members of the Nine Snake want to be a member of the Nine Snake Pirate. Although you are a guardian of the country, you are still a long way from becoming a member of the Nine Snake Pirate. In that case, how about I help you fulfill your dream? Margaret's eyes straightened. Is what you said true? The women here are simply unable to resist this temptation. Of course it's true. There is a genetic optimization solution in my convenience store that can triple your physical fitness. With your strength, it is enough to become a member of the pirate. He directly took out the genetic optimization solution in the convenience store. The surface showed that the origin was unknown. It was worth 30 member points and could only be used for sale. If the host used it by himself, 30 member points would be deducted. How much? I bought it. 50 W Bailey. The exchange ratio between member points and Bailey is 1/10,000, and the extra 20 W Bailey is the handling fee. Margaret fell silent for a moment. I don't have that much money. How much do you have? It's only about 18 W, and it took me many years to save it. Zhongshan thought about it and said, well then, I'll pay you in installment. You pay 30% first, and then pay off the remaining 35 W within 5 years, and you have to pay 10 W interest. In order to sell something, Zhongshan also worked hard, and even took out the installment payment. Of course, this is also allowed by the system. Margaret hesitated. Think about how much your salary is as a guardian of the country, and how generously you get paid for being a pirate. Maybe you can pay off all your loans in less than a year. Margaret thought for a while, and finally nodded heavily. Okay, I like your happiness. Come on, this is an installment contract. I owe it. If you can't do it, you will work for me in your next life until it's over. Without thinking, Margaret signed the agreement. The temptation to become a member of the Nine Snake Pirates is a huge temptation for any nine snake. After the agreement is signed, it is finally turned into a light blue light and stored in the system. If the contracting party dares to go back on it, then the price is not intended to be huge. After paying the money, Margaret couldn't wait to drink the genetic optimization solution. In just a few breaths, she felt a rapid breakthrough in her physical fitness. Every muscle in her body was shaking, tripled, and is still growing slowly. You didn't lie to me. You were really kind. The simple Margaret gave Zhongshan a big hug, and the two majestic rabbits pressed him to the point where he was about to lose his temper. Okay, hurry up and go back to work and try to pay back the money as soon as possible. Zhongshan lightly patted her elastic little butt, which made Margaret blush, but she, who had never touched a man, didn't care about it, and disappeared happily in his eye. At this moment, the sound of the system interrupted Zhongshan's thoughts again. Congratulations to the host for completing the first half, and successfully completing a deal and getting a chance to draw a lottery. After Zhongshan heard the system's voice, she was in a good mood. After completing a transaction, you can still get a lottery, which is obviously a better thing. It's just that when the sound of the system sounded again, his whole face went black. Ding! The emphasis is on participation. Unfortunately, the host did not win any prizes. What the hell? What the hell is participation? At this time, the system sound is ringing again. Ding! Friendly reminder. The host is unlucky today. Be careful when doing things. I'm unlucky. UMLGEB. Believe it or not, I'll kill you. He yelled at the system, and then heard a whistling from the sky, and then a small black bot smashed towards the convenience store at a high speed. If it hits a convenience store, this hard-built door will probably collapse. Chapter 6. Fallen Straw Hat Boy. Boom! Johnny Yang Xiaocha waved her tang saber and flew into the air, slapped the person who fell and flew out, and fell obliquely into the sea. Fortunately, I didn't hit the convenience store, otherwise I'd kill someone. Zhongshan feels that her luck is not that bad, but soon, he discovered that the person who flew down from the air actually sank into the sea and couldn't emerge. Even, he has seen several huge sea kings swim to the position of the man. Damn it. In front of me, dare to do it. You're lucky today, boy, you met me, otherwise you wouldn't know how to die. Zhongshan jumped directly into the sea and lifted the people out of the water. The sea kings have already swam towards this lake, but when they saw Zhongshan's cold, ruthless and noble eyes, they quietly fled into the distance. This is Longwei. Longwei is invisible, but in the eyes of these sea kings, it is the most terrifying existence in the world, and they dare not provoke. Zhongshan took the drowning person out of the water, only to realize that he was so familiar with this Straw Hat Boy that he could no longer be familiar with it. Luffy. Zhang Shengxia looked at the Straw Hat Boy, as if he had got some kind of treasure. Luffy at this time should have been photographed in the daughter country by the tyrant Bartholomew Shang, and he was completely separated from his friend. Zhongshan tried her best to recall the plot of One Piece King of Pirates. According to the following plot, it should be Luffy who met the Empress and finally helped him go to the deep sea prison and participated in the top war. However, who brought me into this world? After all, things changed because of me. Zhongshan smiled and shook Luffy away. This will definitely be a big customer of his convenience store in the future. Soon, Luffy was awakened by Zhongshan. Where is this? Where is my buddy? Luffy couldn't help asking. This is Lily Island, the country of my daughter. I'm Zhongshan. I just saved you. Zhongshan introduced casually. At this time, Luffy was a little sad, but when he saw that the note in his hand had left the meeting place, he finally turned into a hippie smile. Thank you. Do you have a boat? I want to find my partner. Having said this, his stomach suddenly growled. I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat here? No, I'm afraid we need to hunt some game. There is sea here. We can fish for sea kings to eat. Luffy collapsed directly. Okay, that's it. But when he got to the beach, he frowned. I'm afraid of the sea. This is a side effect of taking devil fruit and cannot swim at all. Zhongshan laughed. I was there. His body changed at this moment, between the virtual and the real. He was light and weightless, and he stepped directly on the sea water and walked to the deck. Luffy's eyes almost popped out. Zhongshan, it's really amazing that you can walk on water. The Straw Hat Boy made no secret of his admiration for Zhongshan. Small idea. A smile appeared on the corner of Zhongshan's mouth, but she was depressed when she saw the surrounding sea kings fled after encountering him. This Longwei is so powerful. After going into the sea, not only did the sea kings run away, but not even a single crab was seen. Sure enough, as the system said, today is going to be bad luck. At this moment, Luffy grabbed Erha and shouted happily, Zhongshan, I caught a wolf. We ate some of it. Zhongshan was shocked when she saw Erha being rubbed constantly by him, and hurriedly rescued Erha. This is my pet, and it can't eat yet. I am afraid that this world is the only one. Although he always commit to, he is also a very funny dog. Luffy is very sorry. I've never seen this, otherwise I'd have a taste of what it tastes like. Erha, who was hiding behind behind Zhongshan was ruthless, sneaking a bite into Luffy's hand, but Luffy was a rubber man, so he couldn't bite no matter how hard he bit, but he pulled Luffy's arm far away. Luffy flicked his arm lightly, and Erha was directly smashed into the tree. What a stupid dog. Nonsense, he's not stupid. Can he be called Erha? In the end, the food problem was solved by Johnnyang Xiaocha. The two ate and drank, and burped with satisfaction before Zhang Feng really went to talk business with Luffy. I know that you need a boat to find friend. It just so happens that in my convenience store, there are many boats, even warship. You can pay for them. After Zhang Feng finished speaking, he handed Luffy the already printed photo of the ship to watch. Luffy looked at the huge battleship, and saliva almost came out. The ship you have here is so big. It's bigger than the marine battleship. You're only looking at destroyers. I have bigger cruisers and more battleship here. It's all made of iron. It must be made of iron. Whoever is not pleasing to the eye, as long as you hit it lightly, it is guaranteed to sink in an instant. This boat is so handsome. I want how much? Zhongshan looked at the straw hat boy who was drooling at the photo, with a sly smile on the corner of his mouth. Small children are so deceiving. Chapter 7 Straw Hat Girl, for collection. For flower. No pirate in this world, even the mighty marine, can resist the temptation of the ships in the convenience store. As for the price, this lowest level Murasama class destroyer is twice as large as the marine warship, and I won't charge you more, only 2 billion Bailey. As for this most advanced cruiser, it is 20 times larger than the marine warship. It is a fortress wandering in the sea, and the price is only 200 billion Bailey. Zhongshan reported the prices one by one. Although it is a bit premium based on the price of the system, who made this world without such a. Now he is a complete monopoly. In the monopoly state, he only received 20% of the commission, which is already very conscientious. But Luffy was about to faint. So expensive. The Wanli Sunshine only used 200 million Bailey. A smile appeared on Zhongshan's mouth. I know that your Wanli Sunshine has just finished coding and is ready to go to the new world, but wouldn't it be more hockey to drive any ship here? Let's do it. You can use your Wanli Sunshine to replace any ship here, and I'll give you 200 million Baileys for your Wanli Sunshine. Luffy was heartbroken. As a pirate, who doesn't want to own a big pirate ship? Besides, even if the Wanliang was compared with the lowest Murasama class, it was slag in second. Murasama class destroyer does not need sail. The speed is at least 5 times that of the Going Wan, and the ship firepower is sufficient to kill 3 marine warships in second. You need to discuss with my partner. Can you send me to find my partner? In Zhongshan's mind, the first reaction is that this trip will cost a lot of money, but if you think about it again, if you make a business, you will get all the money back. I can indeed take you there, but I think you should have more important things right now, Zhongshan said. Her expression became obviously serious. Luffy wondered, is there anything more important than finding my partner? As far as I know, Fire 5th Portgas D8 has been defeated by Blackbeard and is now in the marine prison, impelled down. The Whitebeard pirates have assembled all the pirates and are ready to fight Marine Rescue Fire Fist 8. Although Zhongshan has not seen any newspapers about Ace being imprisoned, he knows that the biggest role of Luffy's coming to the daughter country is to go to Impel Down with the help of the Empress to rescue Ace. Luffy's eyes instantly turned red. What you say is true. Nature is true. Ace, he's my brother. Luffy growled frantically. Can you lend me a boat? I'm heading to Impel Down. But Zhongshan suddenly fell silent. After he found out that he came to the world of pirate, the time has changed. Originally, the Empress did not come back until a few days after Luffy came to the daughter country. But now, after the Empress came back, Luffy was photographed here. I do have time to send you to Impel Down, but I don't know when Ace will be executed. Luffy grabbed Zhongshan's arm and said eagerly, can't we go now? If the time is not right, accidents are likely to occur. Now the newspaper that records the execution time should be in Granny New's hand. We should hurry to find her, Zhongshan suggested, and at this time Luffy took out a corner of paper that was about to burn out from his straw hat, and his expression was extremely solemn. This is your brother's life paper. It seems that things are really urgent. Let's hurry. Luffy pulled Zhongshan's arm and was about to run out, but was stopped by Zhongshan. Wait, this is the daughter country. If you go, they will kill you. You need to become a woman. What? Become a woman? I don't want to. Just fool around. It won't take too long, but you need to pay me 120,000 Bailey. I don't have that much. Only 40,000. Sign an installment agreement with me and pay me back. Zhongshan did not hesitate to resort to the ultimate move of installment payment again. He knew that Luffy was never short of money, and the wealth left to him by others was already counting in billions. Luffy signed without thinking. Zhongshan directly exchanged 10 membership points from the convenience store for the sexy seduction experience card. Naruto created his own ninjutsu, which can transform into a stunning beauty or a handsome man. It lasts for 6 hours. When he took out the experience card, he realized that his membership point had risen by 6 points. System, why has my membership point increased? If the host does not sell a product, the system will give the host 1/10 of the rebate. When Zhongshan heard this, her heart was about to fly. If she really sold a battleship, how much much would she get back? Of course, the most important thing at the moment is Luffy. He suddenly slapped the appearance card on Luffy's body. Before Luffy could react, his body changed dramatically. The Straw Hat Boy has become a Straw Hat Girl. Front and Back War. Chapter 8 Luffy's Request. Luffy touched his hungry and was shocked when he saw Eggy that had disappeared. What have you done to me? Don't worry, it only takes 6 hours to transform, and then you will recover. Jongshan instinctively patted Luffy's shoulder, only to find that his skin was slippery. No, I can't watch it anymore. Xiaocha quickly find something to wear for him. It's not a problem to be naked like this. When Luffy got dressed, his whole face turned green. Blade, can you change it for me? Jongshan patted his shoulder enthusiastically. It's okay, I wore this when I first came here. In his hand, Luffy had no right to struggle at all. At this time, Luffy has automatically classified Jongshan as the most dangerous person. Even if you offend the King Shichibukai, even if you offend the 4 Emperors, you must not provoke Jongshan. Who knows when he will suddenly turn you into a woman? In that case, it better to die. For some enthusiastic Luffy, it is still difficult to accept the matter of becoming a Straw Hat Girl, especially after entering the city. The girls in the daughter country looked at her obsessed eye, and even wanted him to find a hole to drill down. God, are they trying to eat me? The beauty transformed by seduction is indeed very attractive to anyone. Jongshan said, let go. You are going to be the man of One Piece, king of pirates. How can you be afraid of the sight of these people? But I'm a woman now. Besides, how can you walk here in a dignified manner without letting men come? I am privileged in this country. In fact, originally Luffy should have this privilege, but now it has become Jongshan. It didn't take long for the two to come to Granny Nu and see Granny Nu reading the newspaper there. Mr. Nu, I want to know how long it will be until Ace's execution. When Granny Nu saw Jongshan, there was more respect in her eye. Lord Jongshan, I didn't expect you to know about this too. Ace will be publicly executed at Marineford, the main port of Marine, in about 6 more days. Luffy hurriedly asked, how long does it take to get to Sabayati Archipelago from here? About over a week. How about going to Impel Down? It will also take a week, but if it is a marine warship, 4 days will be enough. Why is the marine so fast? With a smile on the corner of Jongshan's mouth, she explained to Luffy that the ocean current that marine controls the exclusive use of the world government. Enies Lobby, Impel Down, and marine headquarters are connected by a huge vortex. These 3 institutions are connected by becoming the Gate of Justice, the huge gate, and you can enter it. Quote, if the door is not open, it can only circulate in the whirlpool, and the pirate ship can't get in, so naturally it can only take a detour. Granny Nu looked at Jongshan with more respect. Mr. Jongshan is very knowledgeable. She wants to go to Impel Down, and I'm afraid she needs the help of Lord Snake. Right now, Marine is summoning Shichibukai, and there is a marine warship waiting for Lord Snake. Jongshan shook her head and said, it's a pity that Lord Sheji is not willing to go. Besides, even if it is my boat, even if it takes a detour, it will only take 3 days to reach Impel Down. Granny Nu was completely shocked. How can there be such a fast boat? Jongshan smiled. His boat was indeed so fast. You must know that even the ship's hull is still made of wood, but she is a battleship with a steam turbine after all. This is more than twice as fast as those pirate ships that go by sail. This is the technical advantage. Luffy looked excited and knelt down directly at Jongshan. Please help me. Jongshan touched her chin and said, I can indeed help you, but we need to wait here for a day before setting off. He did this because he had his own plan. He knew very well that Ace ended up dead in the end, and he felt that saving Ace might be a good business, but he doesn't have enough membership points right now. If you go to participate in that war, you can only guarantee that you will not die. After waiting for a day, I just want to get a membership point from my daughter's country, and then go there. In the daughter country, the richest person is undoubtedly the female Emperor Boa. But at this point Luffy interrupted his thought. I beg you, set off as soon as possible. You help me, I will definitely thank you well. Jongshan helped Luffy up and said seriously, before we save your brother, we should make some preparation. Besides, the best way is to take a warship. Only in this way can we deceive Marine and open the door of justice. Anyway, we need to find the Empress Boa first. Chapter 9 Made a Fortune, for flower, for collection. Luffy was eventually left in the convenience store by Jongshan. I want to go with you to see the Empress. He will kill you when he sees you. I'm a woman now. You are too beautiful now, and because of her jealousy, she will still kill you. Although the female Emperor Boa is considered to be the #1 beauty, Naruto's seduction technique is also unusually hot. Of course, the most important thing is that Jongshan doesn't want Luffy to meet the Empress. After all, the Empress fell in love with Luffy in the end, but right now, the Empress should focus more on herself. A smile appeared at the corner of Jongshan's mouth. Just as he was about to meet the Empress, the entire 9 Snake went crazy in an instant. Margaret passed the strength test of the 9 Snake Pirates and became a member of the 9 Snake Pirates. From now on, we'll call her Lord Magritte. And Margaret, who was surrounded at this time, looked shy. Mr. Jongshan's convenience store is really good. I only bought a bottle of genetic optimization liquid, and my strength has tripled, and I feel that the power of the medicine has not stopped, and my strength will continue to grow." When she finished saying this, all the women in the daughter country went crazy. Becoming a member of the 9 Snake Pirates is the dream of all of them. For a time, they swarmed to the convenience store outside the city. Before Zhang Shan could go out, she was surrounded by a large number of women. "Sir Zhang Shan, we need that potion from Margaret. We want to become members of the 9 Snake Pirates. Hurry up and sell it to me, Mr. Zhang Shan." These women are crazy at this time. Zhang Shan looked at the blocked door, full of helplessness. "It seems that we will see the Empress later. He is a businessman. Of course the most important thing is to make money. Moreover, if he earns enough membership points, he can exchange for more useful things." Women, sure enough, go crazy for shopping. In just 3 hours, Zhang Shan was returned to more than 800 membership points by the system. Until the genetic optimization liquid in the convenience store was sold out for the time being, his member store had accumulated 866 points. Best of all, these women paid all in cash. Women are indeed the richest creatures. Zhang Shan was extremely satisfied with this business, and with the extra money he earned, he also accumulated a lot of wealth in his hand. Roughly cooked, there are more than 30 million Bailey. Although it is still much worse than the pirate plunder, it is also quite an amazing wealth. These more than 30 million are enough for me to exchange more than 3,000 membership points. I hope they will not call me a profiteer. After dealing with the convenience store, he went to the palace where Snake Ji was alone. At this time, it was the dead of night, but the Empress Boa still chose to summon her. "You've got personal attention by selling a lot of junk in my country. I just want to help Lady Empress increase the strength of the 9 snakes. Having a concubine in the 9 snakes is enough. The strength of the team is more important." Empress Boa leaned down and stared at Zhang Shan seriously. "The concubine means that you should pay 10% of the tax." A sneer appeared on the corner of Zhang Shan's mouth. "Even Tenryubito will never take a copper from me." Empress Boa's pupils tightened suddenly, as if recalling some kind of terrifying event. "Arrogant. Tenryubito is a noble of the world. No one can go against Tenryubito's will." Zhang Shan revealed a light smile. "In my eyes, they are just a group of self-proclaimed greatness, but in fact they are the biggest garbage in the world. If they dare to stop me from making a fortune, I don't mind sweeping away the rubbish." Empress Boa's expression became solemn. She knew even more how powerful Tenryubito was, and she only thought that Zhang Shan had no idea how powerful the sky was. "If you're here just to brag with your concubine, leave as soon as possible." Zhang Shan suddenly took a step forward. "I'm here to do business with Lady Empress and help her to get rid of her." Lady Empress pupils shrank and her expression was sharp. "What do you know?" Her eyes were already burning with anger. She would rather die than let others know what her back is, and they have always called it a curse to the people. Whoever sees it will be petrified. But in fact, the back is the shameful mark they will remember for a lifetime. Zhang Shan took another step forward. "It may be difficult for anyone to remove Tenryubito's slave mark, the hoof of the serpent, but for me, there is no problem at all. P.S. Guaranteed 3 shifts every day." Chapter 10. Do business with Snakebag. "I can help Lady Empress to solve the mark behind you, so that you can completely get rid of Tenryubito's shadow." Zhang Shan told the truth calmly, but her face changed greatly when she welcomed the Empress Boa. "Shut up. I don't need you to take care of the concubine's affair. Besides, why should my concubine believe you?" Zhang Shan knew that he was stinging the Empress wound, but so what? Fact will come. I can guarantee that no one will know about it after you remove the mark. His eyes were sincere, and he stared into the eyes of the Empress Boa. Even though she was full of anger, he still stubbornly refused to retreat. Empress Boa finally loosened up and sighed, her expression decadent. "Do you want to use the sun imprint to completely cover this heavenly serpent's hoof like the sun pirate did?" Zhang Shan said directly. "My convenience store sells super strong skin repairing liquid. Even if the scar is large inside, it can be restored to its original state after use. My concubine travels all over the world. Why have I never heard of this kind of thing? In the convenience store I run, there are countless rare treasures, and most of the empresses do not know them. For example, the gene optimizer. I am afraid that the empresses have never heard of it." When Zhang Shan said this, she also thought to herself, "Don't say you don't know the things in the convenience store. I don't even know where they came from." Empress Boa thought of Margaret Chain, and finally believed Zhang Shan's word. "Okay, the concubine believes you won." Zhang Shan directly took out the super skin repairing liquid from the convenience store system. "This super strength skin repair liquid is enough for Lady Empress to repair, but Lady Empress, you need to pay me 3 million Bailey." Empress Boa was furious. "You are actually talking about money with your concubine. I also ask the Empress to forgive me. I am a businessman after all. If it really has the effect you said, you will naturally be indispensable. Sorry, I never take credit here. This bottle of gene repair solution requires a full 200 membership points. This is not a small amount for him now." Empress Boa recognized her with gritted teeth and ordered someone to hand over the money to Zhang Shan, only to find that with a wave of Zhang Shan's hand, the pile of Baileys disappeared instantly. But this hand made the Empress Boa face. "You took all that money money. It's natural. I'm a businessman, and naturally I have a way to carry money with me, not to mention the 3 million. Even if you give me 30 billion, I will accept. Listening to Zhongshan's boast, the Empress waved her hand impatiently. Hurry up and repair your concubine body. If you don't achieve the effect you said, concubine body will not spare you. When Empress Boa said this, she gently undid her belt and took off her clothes. Her skin is more delicate and beautiful than white porcelain, and her arrogant double, he, were even more attractive and criminal. It's not bad that she is the #1 beauty in the pirate world. At this close distance, I can't help this temptation. Zhongshan was inevitably a little distracted, but in the end she gritted her teeth and lifted the hair on the back of the Empress. It told me who takes medicine for her Lady Empress. The effect is the best. Empress Boa gritted her teeth and finally nodded. She never allowed other men to touch her, but facing Zhongshan behind her, she always had an inexplicable feeling. Maybe it's a good feeling. She had never seen a man who dared to despise Tenryubito, nor had she ever seen a man who could continue to maintain his demeanor in front of her. Zhongshan's palm smeared with the skin-repairing liquid finally landed on the mark of the Tianxianglong's hoof. Different from the tender touch around it, the scars of the imprint are extremely rough and uneven. What kind of humiliation did you suffer when you were a child? The palm of the hand that has been applied with the repair fluid is gently smeared on the mark, as if stroking it, causing the body of the Empress Boa to tremble slightly. A strange feeling flowed from the bottom of her heart to her whole body, making her skin a little hot, and she knew if it was because of the real effect of the skin-repairing liquid, the skin there was even warmer. When Zhongshan took her hand away, she felt a crisp, numb feeling from her back, which made her feel comfortable, and she couldn't help groaning, but in the end she bowed her head in a coquettish shy way. At this time, the two imperial sisters who were also standing behind her had already completely acclaimed, "Sister, that mark actually disappeared." Both Andersonia and Marigold were so frightened that their jaws dropped. Chapter 11 set off. Go to Impel Down for fresh. The three sisters of the Empress all became Tenryubito's slave toys when they were young. Tenryubito even gave them sweet fruit and snake fruit for the joy of playing. But even if they were capable, they still couldn't get rid of the nightmare from Tenryubito, and the slave mark on their backs made them unable to let go of them for the rest of their life. But now, Zhongshan has helped her to erase the mark, which is equivalent to helping her to erase the bloody scar in her heart. Really good, really good. The excited Snake G couldn't help giving Zhongshan a big hug, and she even forgot that she had not put on clothes. Zhongshan, concubine, I like you. Zhongshan can no longer maintain her restraint. The beauty of Lady Empress is of course too great. He lightly patted the Empress on the shoulder. The touch without the imprint is naturally incomparable, but fortunately he still kept his composure. Apart from helping the three sisters to remove the imprint, he still had important things to do here. Lord Empress, if your two younger sisters want to remove the mark, they only need to continue to buy 2 copies from me, but right now I have something I want to ask Mrs. Empress. If you have any need, just say. The concubine will definitely satisfy you. Having said this, the Empress lowered her head blushing. I think Lady Empress will take me on the marine warship to Impel Down. What? My sister will never go to the marine war. No, it's still dangerous there. Before Hancock could be, her two younger sisters, Andersonia and Marigold, denied it. But Boa Hancock's eyes glowed with spring. Mr. Zhongshan wants to do it, and the concubine will naturally give her all to help. So first we'll inform Marine. Sister, you. Her two younger sisters wanted to stop, but were interrupted directly by the Empress Hancock. I'm willing to do everything for the sake of Lord Zhongshan. Zhongshan knew in his heart that at this time, he might have replaced Luffy and became Hancock's heart. This is really good. Thinking about the dignified pirate world's #1 beauty who has a crush on herself. How cool is this? But right now, helping Luffy get to prison is the most important thing. Soon, Hancock made a call to Marine Vice Admiral Momonga, and Momonga, who stopped in the windless waters, finally saw new hope. After a phone call with Marine Headquarters, Marine Vice Admiral Momonga on the other end finally confirmed that Empress Snake has the right to visit Impel Down prison and visit 8. When Hancock told Zhongshan about this, Zhongshan remained calm. Lord Zhongshan already knew that Momonga would agree to meet. Marine is facing the most powerful pirate group Whitebeard, and you are undoubtedly a huge fighting force for Marine, and they have to come to win over. Hancock heard Zhongshan's word. He became more adored. Then when do we leave? I want to bring a friend of mine. Zhongshan and Hancock agreed on the departure time, and then went back to the convenience store. Luffy, I've already talked to Lady Empress and I'm ready to go to Impel Down. Really? That great. But before you go, you need to be wrong. Heartbroken, Zhongshan spent 300 member points to buy a mini space bag in the convenience store. Although the bag is only the size of a palm, it has a room the size of a room, allowing Luffy and Zhongshan to hide in it for the time being. 300 membership points is really heart-wrenching, but I will definitely earn more membership points this trip to Impel Down. In this regard, Zhongshan is very confident. At the same time, Zhongshan also replaced a large number of Baileys with membership points. In the end, he redeemed a full 4,000 membership points. point, and there are more than 2 million Baileys left. Xiaocha, bring Erha into the space bag. This place is going to be closed for a while. Although Zhang Shan was a little reluctant to give up, after thinking that he would definitely gain more from participating in this war, he decided to stop the system in the system. When they went out, the entire convenience store was covered with a transparent mask and entered a state of protection. Afterward, Zhang Shan took Erha and brought Xiaocha and Luffy to the port. At this point, Hancock was waiting for them on the boat. When these women saw Luffy, they were hostile, but because Zhang Shan was here, they were very helpless. It's him that you're helping? Hancock asked, frowning. Yeah, this trip, I have to go. Have you figured out how to mix up the warship? Zhang Shan took out the space bag secretly and put Luffy, Xiaocha, Erha directly into. I'll hide here when I'm on the boat. You just have to take it with you. Hancock looked adored. Lord Zhang Shan, there will always be many magical things around, which will surprise the concubine. Chapter 12. Of course it costs money. With the warm farewell from the women of the Nine Snakes, Hancock and Zhang Shan finally got off the boat. It didn't take long for Zhang Shan and Hancock to see the marine warship that had been petrified except for Vice Admiral Momanga. Momanga can dodge your petrification, a real character. Hancock, however, charming Isho, said, it's because the concubine didn't want to petrify him. It's not that it can't be. It's time for our warship. You have to hide. Of course it's fine. Zhang Shan went directly into the space bag, and at this moment Luffy inside was chewing the food that Zhang Shan was carrying. It's so refreshing. I like to eat something so enjoyable the most, Luffy exclaimed, but Zhang Shan just sat by the side and sipped the tea quietly. Luffy, you're really always this optimistic, but there's something to tell you. I can help you save people, but everything I do is business. You pay me. As for me sending you to Impel Down, it's like I kindly help you and don't charge you any money, but if you want to break through the hell of Impel Down, I have to charge an appropriate fee for every floor, otherwise I'll be at a loss. I can even help you save Ace in the end. As for the cost, you have to be mentally prepared. Zhang Shan always felt that Luffy would eventually do this business with him. Otherwise, even if Whitebeard attacked Marine himself, Ace would end up dead. Haha. If I need it, I will find you as soon as possible. But why do you choose to be a businessman? Why don't you become our partner? Being a pirate is cool and unrestrained. How happy it is. Zhang Shan said, I don't like fighting and killing, and after you have opened up a new route, the best way to use it is to do business. It is not to plunder and oppress. Only when everyone trade freely can they benefit from each other and finally usher in peace. Luffy looked confused. I don't understand what you mean. I only know that businessmen in this world will only be plundered by pirates and squeezed by the world government. But you are already my friend of Luffy, who dares to do anything. I will find an explanation for you. Zhang Shan's face also showed a smile. In this world, whoever dares to attack me is really courting death. If I'm serious, even myself don't know how terrible I'll be. He is not just talking big words. There are too many powerful things in the convenience store. Although many devil fruit experience cards have a short time, the battle between the masters is enough to decide the winner in a short moment. Of course, the most important thing is to have enough membership points, but the current 4,000 membership points are enough for him to spend a while. Luffy rubbed his head and laughed. You will use me one day, because I will definitely be One Piece King of Pirates. Zhang Shan smiled. I'll wait for you. How did he not know that Luffy was going to be One Piece King of Pirates? But he wants to transform this pirate world. Why should the merchants here be plundered and oppressed? Why has the businessman here never paid attention to it and considered it to be the most despicable business? Why can't he become the best businessman, surpass the pirates and the world government, and completely change the world? I will do it too. Zhang Shan smiled, still sipping the tea in her hands calmly. Only Xiaocha saw through his thoughts and became more in awe of his gaze. Many people think it's too vain to talk about their dream, but they never do anything for them. Whether it's an adult or Luffy, they will burn everything for their dream. Xiaocha respectfully said, while Luffy was there to feast on. Zhang Shan felt that if Luffy continued to eat like this, he would be poor, so he took him directly to the room where Snake G was. Hurry up and get these marines some more food. Snake G did it without thinking, and a large amount of food was sent into the room. Marines were overwhelmed. Sir, Snake G can eat so much. If we continue to deliver, we will have nothing to eat. But they were glanced at by the Empress. If you don't have anything to eat, then go and starve to death. A sentence that seemed extremely vicious, but it drove these marines completely crazy. For the sake of Lord Snake, we would rather die. Send as much food as you have left. Zhang Shan looked at Snake G, who came in, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. It is not easy for Snake Princess to obtain these food. Finally, he turned his gaze to the body of Luffy, who was enjoying himself. Is it delicious? Yummy. Quote, then eat more, and sign this IOU by the way. Luffy saw the IOU. He was completely dumbfounded. You have to pay for something to eat. This thing didn't come from the strong wind. Of course it has to be paid, but I allow you to owe it first. Hearing this, Snake G on the side worshipped Zhang Shan even more. It's not a shame, it's the one I like. Mr. Zhang Shan, even if you ask for money, you need to be so graceful. Chapter 13. Infiltrate the Grand Prison. Luffy finally signed this IOU, and for him, it was only tens of thousands thousands of Bailey. Zhang Shan accepted the IOU with satisfaction. If this continued, I'm afraid I will become Luffy's biggest creditor. Even if he becomes One Piece King of Pirate, he still owes me money. Zhang Shan is in a very good mood, while Hancock is very dissatisfied with Luffy, who has been eating. Even if Zhang Shan receives an IOU, she has no good feelings for Luffy. To her, tens of thousands of Baileys are simply too small a number. I really don't understand why Zhang Shan is so happy. Afterward, she started feeding Zhang Shan fruit in the room, which Zhang Shan readily accepted. This made Empress Hancock very happy. As for Luffy, who only knew what to eat, he didn't know that Zhang Shan had completely dug his corner. Maybe even if he knew, he wouldn't care. His mind was always on his brother Ace. After 4 days of wandering, Marine Vice Admiral Momonga finally drove a warship to Impel Down. After passing through the door of justice, Luffy, who was smiling and smiling, finally became dignified. Let go to the space bag to avoid it first. After a few people hid, they were entered into Impel Down by the Empress Hancock. Deputy Warden Hannibal and Warden Domino came to meet him. Everyone who comes to the big prison has to be checked, and the prisoners have to undergo 100-degree boiling water baptism. But Mr. Hancock is a guest, and there will be a special examination room to be checked. Domino took Hancock directly into the examination room. Hannibal stood outside the door and looked around. I really don't know what Mr. Hancock looked like when he is examined. When I become the warden, Mr. Hancock will definitely marry me. Ooh, I accidentally exposed my ambition. At this time, Hancock, who took off his cape to check, stared at the videophone bug. On the other end, Marine was looking forward to it. Master Hancock, please cooperate with the inspection. Domino reminded again, but the next moment, the Queen cast Mero Mellow, directly petrifying Domino, and all the videophone bugs were also eliminated. Zhang Shan and Luffy Xiaocha walked out, while Erha was left inside. Erha is too stupid to break into this prison after all. Empress Hancock looked at Zhang Shan solemnly. My concubine can only send Lord Zhang Shan here, and I hope Lord Zhang Shan will be careful in everything. Zhang Shan took Hancock's hand. Trust me, I will get out of here safely. Yeah, my concubine believes in Lord Zhang Shan. At this time, Zhang Shan was also a little excited. He is going to be the first intruder of the Impel Down prison. Then, he handed the space bag solemnly to Luffy. You will take him out from the top in a while, and we will come out when you are in danger. Luffy solemnly took the space bag and climbed to the roof. Hancock quickly released Domino's petrified state, but the confused Domino thought that the inspection had been completed, and led Hancock out of the inspection room. Luffy took the space bag and went down the roof into the prison. After reaching a relatively safe position, Zhang Shan and Xiaocha walked out of the space bag. It won't be long before the guards in the prison find it, and the Empress will attract the managers of Impel Down so that they have no time to react. Zhang Shan said to Luffy seriously, do you know how we get down? Luffy asked Zhang Shan involuntarily. How to go faster is what he cares most about. At this moment, a sharp shout suddenly came from the prison. Hell, when Zhang Shan heard this, her eyes lit up. It's the voice of the clown Buggy. At this time, he is escaping from prison, and he will take us to find the location of the next layer of hell. Zhang Shan, who has long been familiar with the pirate plot, naturally knows what to do next. Soon, he and Luffy meet Buggy the clown, who is being hunted by the jailer Blue Orangutan. Buggy saw Luffy. He was shocked. Bastard Straw Hat Boy, why are you here? Then he looked at Zhang Shan again. Who is he? How could he be with you? In the end, she set her sights on Xiao Chashan. Beauty, it's too outrageous to be with the Straw Hat, so come with me. The next moment, Zhang Shan grabbed him by the neck and lifted Buggy the clown directly. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will sew your mouth. The clown Buggy turned pale when she saw Zhang Shan and Luffy stop. Bastard, run away. There are blue orangutan. I don't want to die yet. Zhang Shan glanced at the 5 blue orangutans chasing after him, with contempt in her eye. Little T, kill them. Yes, your lord. The sword light came out of its sheath, and then the 5 orangutans were torn apart instantly. Seeing this, Zhang Shan just nodded with satisfaction. The strength of the ship's mother is really good, and the clown Buggy was already swallowing saliva in fright. Ooh, in their hand, it seems more terrifying than entering this prison. Chapter 14. Humiliated Clown Buggy asked for money. The clown Buggy is a clown in itself. Right now, he hasn't been ignited by Luffy's courage. The blue orangutan is indeed the most terrifying existence in this layer of prison. Xiaocha easily eliminated the 5 blue orangutan, which has already made the clown Buggy feel great fear. Straw Hat, get your partner to let me down. Let's work together to escape from here. Although the clown Buggy is afraid of Zhang Shan, he is not afraid of Luffy, and is even more roaring at Luffy at this time. Luffy touched his head with a smile and said, just let him go. Zhang Shan smiled lightly and put the clown Buggy on the ground. You are too timid. In reality, I am just an ordinary person, and I don't have the ability to deal with capable people. Zhang Shan said softly. It was only then that Buggy the clown noticed that Zhang Shan had no ability at all to lift him up. He was not too heavy because of his aura and his own strength. It was precisely because Xiao Cha brought him great fear that he was naturally afraid of Zhongshan. After seeing that Zhongshan was just an ordinary person, she felt even more humiliated. Bastard, how dare you humiliate me? The face deformed by anger was extremely ferocious, but after seeing Xiaocha who was behind Zhongshan taking a step forward, she instinctively retreated. It's okay, I'm joking. Let's just figure out how to get out of here. Luffy said. We're not going, we're going down. When Zhongshan said this, the clown buggy jumped up. Nani? What? Luffy said very firmly. My brother Ace is locked in the 6th floor. I asked to save him. What? Ace is your brother? Zhongshan slapped the clown buggy on the head and interrupted him to continue. I know you and Ace are drinking friends, so go save him. The clown buggy was struggling. No. The 6 underground floors are all big murderers with a bounty of over 100 million. I will never go to death. I will escape. I have clues to John's treasure here. If you go, I will give you the clues. How about that? Zhongshan took the pair of eyes that Nami had given him from Luffy's arm. Luffy looked at the glasses. He smiled and scratched his head. If you like it, I will give it to you. This sentence was said to Zhongshan. The clown buggy knew that this was true, and the whole person was not good. Send me. Straw hat. As long as you send me, our previous grievance will be completely gone. Zhongshan waved her hand and said, if you want, just go. In order to pursue the treasure for a long time, the clown buggy finally succumbed to Zhongshan's lewd power. Okay, I'll take you there. Under the guidance of the clown buggy, they soon came to the entrance of Gurren Hell, a bottomless abyss. Okay, I have brought you to the entrance of the next level of hell. Can you give it to me? But Zhongshan looked at the feet of Buggy the clown that Luffy was holding, and smiled awkwardly. The clown buggy instinctively felt a hint of danger and said, You, what do you want to do? Luffy, drop his feet and hug his body. Luffy smiled and said, is this okay? In order to save your brother, cherish every second. Execute. No. The clown buggy felt that the man in front of him was a devil, and the Straw Hat Boy has thrown his feet down, and the two fell directly into the boundless hell. At this moment, Zhongshan and Xiaocha looked at the prison guards who were approaching here, with a smile from Vivi on the corners of their mouths. You guys are coming too slowly. The jailers shouted, surrender now. More prison guards reported by phone bug. Report. Intruder found. Identity unknown. Zhongshan didn't bother to look at them, but directly picked up Xiaocha, jumped into the entrance of the black hole, and fell at a high speed. Let go. The clown's buggy and Luffy, who had already landed below, saw Gurren's hell and couldn't help but become very serious. What's up with these sword-like trees and needle-like grass that can pierce your body? This is the basement floor. Gurren hell. Poisonous spiders crawling at their feet. Prisoners driven by jailers, cut by sword tree leaves, pierced by needle grass, covered in blood, and tortured by heart-piercing pain. It's so frustrating. Then aren't we going to be stabbed? Shut up. We absolutely won't. Lord Buggy, I am a person who is torn apart. After the word fell, Buggy's feet had already landed on the ground, and Buggy's body was suspended in the air with Luffy on his back. But the next moment, the clown Buggy let out a miserable howl and jumped up with both feet. That bastard. He threw my foot into the needle grass. It hurt to death. I want to see it. How can that bastard face this Gurren hell without Lord Buggy? Ha. Thinking of that bastard pain, Lord Buggy is so happy. Ha. Chapter 15. Buggy who doubts life asks for flowers. Zhongshan is holding Xiaocha and falling toward Gurren hell at a high speed. The face of Xiaocha in his arms changed even more. Sir, you will fall to your death if you fall from such a high place. But Zhongshan was unusually peaceful. It doesn't matter. As long as I dare to jump, I have a way to deal with it. When he said this, he has already opened the convenience store system and clicked on the option of the split fruit experience card. The 10-minute split fruit experience card actually requires 100 membership points. 10 minutes should be enough for me to reach the next level of hell. At the moment, Zhongshan used the fragmented fruit experience card without thinking, and separated her feet from her legs and landed smoothly on the ground. On the other hand, Zhongshan was holding a small tea, suspended in midair, and never fell. This is the ability to split the fruit into pieces, and she is not afraid of the sword tree and the needles of the ground. Clown Hockey's eyes are bulging out. What the hell? Isn't every devil fruit unique? How could you be torn apart? Zhongshan glanced at the clown Buggy lightly. That because you ate fake one. How is that possible? My feeling is not fake. I think yours is fake. What the hell are you? You were just an ordinary person. Luffy smiled and said, he has never been an ordinary person. Even the Sea Kings are afraid of him. Zhongshan said with a serious expression, let's lead the way. We have to get out of here quickly. He took the split fruit, which is equivalent to spending money to buy ability. 100 member point is 100 W Bailey. It cost 100,000 Baileys in 1 minute. He didn't want to waste too much money talking to Buggy the clown, but he is also figuring out whether he wants to blackmail the clown Buggy with his glasses, and he can't lose money. However, the clown Buggy is very greedy for money, and it may not be easy to seize the wealth from him. But on the way to the second hell, he already had a general idea. In about 5 minutes, they came to the entrance to the second floor of the beast hell, and Luffy couldn't wait to jump down. Hey, don't be in such a hurry, kid. But the next moment Buggy saw Zhongshan walk behind him, and he kicked him down with a kick. I'm here, don't think about running away, it's useless. Bastard. Zhongshan, I remember you. You're worse than a straw hat. You bastard. Zhongshan still had a smile on the corner of her mouth, and continued to jump down with Xiaocha in her arms. How can you let you go so easily? When everyone fell into the second layer of hell, the surroundings were extremely quiet. Luffy took a lot of left and right, and said, it seems to be safe here. The clown Buggy roared, what nonsense. This second layer of beast hell is full of ferocious beasts from the devil world. Eat people without biting bone. Look, what is that? So cute. This is the little T. But suddenly turned around and looked at the little hippo on the ground. This hippopotamus is too small, and it beats a little more than a cat. It has big eyes and blink, but it can't be cute. Luffy scratched his head and said, is this the beast of the demon world? But the next moment, the little wild horse suddenly opened its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow several people in one bite. Xiaocha was frightened, and instinctively punched out, directly hitting the hippo's teeth. It terrible. Lord help. But in a moment, the white tooth of the hippo who was going to kill was completely broken, and the little hippo closed his mouth in exhaustion and ran away with tears. Clown Buggy couldn't help swallowing. Is this a woman? It's a female Tyrannosaurus. From now on, you must not provoke him. But Zhongshan ignored it. Let go quickly and hurry to the next floor. But before he took a few steps, he encountered the demon beast, the double knife mantis. The mantis's double knives looked extremely sharp, and they stabbed directly into the ground in front of several people after dancing. But the next moment, the double knife mantis trembled. Haha, can't you pull it out? You won't be handsome in the future. Don't pretend to be B. Zhongshan led Luffy and left completely. But before he could walk a few steps, he encountered a rare beast that was always like a big chicken. The clown Buggy is shocked. This is a snake born from a chicken. The rare beast of the mutant beast. Buggy writhed. I didn't want to come to the second floor. I'm afraid I'm going to be eaten. Hurry up and escape. The clown Buggy ran away unkindly, but he saw the other three standing still. Hey, the straw hat, hurry up and run. But Luffy glanced at Zhongshan. I trust him more than you. What are you afraid of? A smile appeared on the corner of Zhongshan's mouth. It's not Luffy. We really don't need to run. He took a slight step forward and glanced at Buggy risque casually. An invisible prestige spread along his body in an instant. That is long way. Chapter 16 Fudge Mr. Point 3. The beast from the demon world is undoubtedly the most terrifying existence in this beast hell. This mutated rare beast, Buggy risque, is undoubtedly a very terrifying existence. Otherwise, the clown Buggy would not have escaped at all. But for Zhongshan, it was so simple. Get out of here. When Longwei was released, the terrifying chicken snake beast Buggy risque groaned and retreated, then ran madly into the distance, as if he saw something terrifying. The clown Buggy's jaw has completely dropped to the ground. He's definitely not an ordinary person. Otherwise, there's no way even Buggy risque is so afraid of him. Uncle Buggy also has the ability to be torn apart. Why isn't this monster afraid of Uncle Buggy? Countless questions arose in the bottom of Buggy's heart. Zhongshan urged Buggy, no beast dares to approach us here. Hurry up and lead the way to find this thing. Oh, let hurry down. Luffy urged, dragging the clown Buggy to run at a high speed. But at this time, Zhongshan remembered something and suddenly stopped. Wait, what wrong? Luffy and Buggy were puzzled. And Buggy is even more angry. It's you who let go, and it's you who won't let go. What are you trying to do? Mr. 3 is on this floor. He will be of great help to us. Luffy also stopped. What did you say? Mr. 3 is here. At this moment, a candlelight suddenly ignited in the dimly lit bay. Who's calling me? In a nearby prison, Candleman Mr. 3, possessed by melting fruit, walked out slowly. When he saw the straw hat, the whole person burst into tears. Straw Hat Boy, didn't expect to see you here. For a time, Luffy and the Candleman fell into the process of reminiscing. On the other hand, Zhongshan hugged the clown Buggy, and the clown Buggy was so frightened that her body trembled. What do you want to do? Want this Lu? Zhongshan shook Luffy's glasses and said to Buggy. Buggy's eyes became hot. Think about it. Give it to me. Give it to me. But Zhongshan put it away. You know I'm a businessman. Pay enough price. I'll give it to you. You let me buy it. Of course, but I have no money right now. You can make an IOU. How about I want you 50 million Bailey? Do it or not? When the clown Buggy heard that he could make an IOU, the corner of his mouth evoked a gloomy sneer. 50 million. After I get the clues, I will default on the debt. So what can I do with me? And with it, I can abandon them and escape alone. Done. Soon, he signed an IOU with Zhongshan. After signing the contract, the clown Buggy felt as if he was being controlled by Zhongshan, and had an indescribable uncomfortable feeling. Zhongshan smiled and handed him the glasses. How could he not know the mind of the clown Buggy? But this IOU is the IOU of the system. With this IOU, if you dare to default on your debt, I can find you no matter where you go, and you can only be my slave in your necklight. Zhongshan smiled and said to Buggy the clown. At this moment, the clown Buggy feels that he is signing a contract with a terrifying demon at this time, and he will never be able to get rid of it from now on. At this point, Luffy and the Candleman had finished their reminiscences. Go, let go to the third hell. Under the leadership of Handleman Mr. 3, Jongshan and others soon found the Sphinx. The Sphinx is the boss of this second hell, a huge lion with a human face. Terrifying. Mr. Point 3 was so frightened that his nose flowed out. Straw Hat, are you crazy? You came to it to find death. You didn't find your way, and all the beasts that encountered us fled in a panic. If you think about it carefully, it seems like this. Those beasts seem to have encountered some terrifying existence. That because Jongshan is here. Mr. Point 3 glanced at Jongshan and said, he looks more like an ordinary person. Soon, his words were despised by the clown buggy, and the people who would be torn apart and feared by these beasts. Could they be ordinary people? What a joke. Jongshan took advantage of the situation and hugged Mr. Point 3's shoulder. Do you want to get out of this hell? I dream of it. Give me 300,000 Bailey, and I promise you to go out. I have no money. You can owe. Soon, Jongshan fooled Mr. Point 3 into signing an IOU. The clown buggy has a look of contempt. Although he admits that Jongshan is terrifying like a demon, he believes that he can leave here. In fact, Jongshan knows that Buggy is a lucky pirate, and many prisoners here will go out. This 30W is equal to nothing. As for whether to admit it or not, the system's IOUs dare to deny. That is courting death. And after signing Mr. 3, he found out that something was wrong. He wanted to leave this place so much that Jongshan said that if he let him leave safely, he owed 300,000. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but regret it. What happened just now? Why did you sign it out of nowhere? But while staying here, the sleeping human-faced lion was slapped by Jongshan, and his expression gradually became angry. Chapter 17. Everything is planned. Fresh. Just when Jongshan and others woke up, the videophone bug had completely captured Jongshan and others. Report. Found 3 intruders and jailbreaker buggy. The identity of the intruder is confirmed. It's Luffy with a reward of 300 million. The remaining 1 man and 1 woman. Until the identity. Ask the warden for instruction. The warden Magellan, who was receiving the Empress Hancock, looked serious. When the queen on the side heard the report, she asked Magellan, Master Prisoner, I want to see Ace who put my concubine in the war sooner. Magellan is the strongest man in hell, but he can't resist Hancock's charm. Okay, let go now. For a time, there was no hell administrator to understand the intruders in hell, but the wardens of each level of hell were completely alert at this time, and were quietly deploying shocking force. Jongshan woke the Sphinx with a slap, and Buggy the Clown jumped up after being frightened. What are you doing? Only it can take us to the next level. At this moment, the human-faced lion was completely angry. Jiajiang Noodle, quote, it waved its claws and slammed it down, and the whole prison shook. But Xiao Cha took Jongshan to escape easily. The clown buggy was shocked when he saw this. Isn't he afraid of you? A smile appeared on the corner of Jongshan's mouth. I want to play with it, but I don't want to scare it away. What? You're crazy to play with this big monster. The clown buggy couldn't understand Jongshan's thoughts at all. On the other hand, Luffy stood by and geared up. I want to play too. But at this moment, Jongshan directly shouted, Mr. 3, hurry up and release the Waxman clone. Mr. Point 3 is still unknown. Why should I listen to you? But the next moment, he was kicked by Jongshan to the ground of Sphinx's claw. Boy, I'm going to kill you. Mr. Point 3 shouted to use the Waxman clone to avoid the attack, and then used a large number of Waxmen to surround the Sphinx. Since you want to play, let's have fun. Cold noodle, wonton noodle, boom, boom. Every time the Sphinx called out a face name, it would be accompanied by a terrifying claw. At this time, Jongshan had already caught Luffy. He knew that the ground would be smashed by the Sphinx in the next moment, and he, who had experienced failure at the moment, would only fall to his death if he fell. So standing beside the straw hat with Choucha behind him would be very safe indeed. Sure enough, after the Sphinx bombarded for a while, a huge crack suddenly appeared on the ground, followed by a rapid collapse, and everyone fell down with the Sphinx. I don't know how long before there was a roar from below, and Sphinx stuck his tongue out and fell to the ground. Boom. Immediately after that, Luffy was ready to land gracefully because Jongshan had long ago, while Buggy the Clown stood directly on Mr. Point 3's body, apparently not hurting. But the next moment, Jongshan and Xiaocha stepped on the clown buggy and landed safely. After 3 buffers and Xiaocha's protection, even if he was an ordinary person, there would be no problem. Just hot. It's so hot. Why is it so hot in here? There is desert all around. This is the 3rd underground level, the hell of hunger. While enduring hunger, we must endure this boundless scorching heat. The clown buggy stuck out his tongue weakly. My god, why am I here? I'm going to escape. The clown buggy is going crazy. However, Jongshan remained calm, quickly opened the convenience store system, and directly spent 10 member points to buy a big black umbrella. This umbrella is called the Big Black Umbrella. The origin is unknown. It is only known that it comes from a certain sci-fi world. It has the effect of blocking rain, sunlight, cold and heat. When Xiaocha held an umbrella for Jongshan, Jongshan felt that the temperature dropped immediately, making her comfortable and pleasant. Haha, is this the 3rd level of hunger hell? It's nothing. He and Xiaocha held umbrellas in this 3rd hell, like a walk in a garden. Mr. Point 3, who was about to melt into a hot dog. Looked like he had seen a ghost. This is impelled down as third level of hell. Why is he so calm? He's just an ordinary person. My god, what the hell is going on in this world? Mr. Point 3 felt that his worldview was completely subverted. At this point Buggy patted his shoulder. He's scary. I think so too. He's just a devil. As for Luffy, that's a lunatic. Only they can come together. The clown Buggy and Mr. Point 3 glanced at each other and finally said in unison, let's escape. Finally found an alliance. Let's get out of here quickly. I'm sorry Straw Hat. I want to leave alive. The two instantly became allies, and Zhongshan glanced at them lightly. Vivi Isho had already seen through their mind. This made the two feel enormous pressure again. At this time, Luffy hid under the umbrella with a refreshing look on his face. Wow, it's so cool. It's a good thing. 200,000 Bailey. I'll sell you. Even at this time, Zhongshan still did not forget to sell the goods. After all, he is the manager of a convenience store. Only by earning money can he become more powerful. Luffy said without thinking, okay, I'll buy it for you when I go out. Zhongshan was quite happy when she heard this. Although this trip to hell costs a lot, Luffy said, in addition to earning a lot from the clown Buggy, it is not a loss at all. At this moment, they suddenly heard a strange song. Chapter 18 come out. Jin Zhao Scissors ask for flowers. She-mail. Hearing this bizarre lyric, the corners of Zhongshan's mouth twitched. Luffy, here, you're going to meet your old friend. Luffy looked confused. Old friend, Mr. 2. She-mail Von Clay, the owner of the imitation fruit. Luffy pondered for a while, then suddenly became surprised. You mean Xiao Feng. He rushed out excitedly, but instantly burst into sweat. Ha. He quickly retreated into the umbrella and let out a sigh of relief. Just now, it's still the most comfortable place here. At this time, the clown Buggy and Mr. 2 realized the strangeness of the big black umbrella in Zhongshan's hand, and they both hid in it. However, the location of the umbrella is limited, and they can only have the feeling of half heaven and half hell. Zhongshan put her arms around Xiaoqi's waist to avoid physical contact with the two perverts, and walked towards the cell where the singing came from. Being able to maintain such enthusiasm in such a hot and hungry place, this ladyboy Xiaofeng is indeed not an ordinary person. Zhongshan commented on this. At the same time, he also noticed that some prison guards were quietly hiding in the dark. Apparently they had been monitored. Not surprisingly, next they will be obviously surrounded, but he doesn't care about it. Soon, they arrived at the cell where the She-mail Feng was. The ability of Mr. 3 was enough to imitate the key, and they could directly release the She-mail Feng. When She-mail Feng saw Luffy, he was so excited that he ran and hugged Luffy. Zhongshan's mouth twitched involuntarily. Although she-mails are good people in the pirate world, he doesn't like creatures like she-mail. I prefer women. However, with the addition of the demon Xiaofeng, the team is getting bigger and bigger. The most important thing is that Xiaofeng knows the entrance to the fourth hell. Well, actually the entrance to the fourth floor is very simple. Zhongshan also knows it, but the She-mail Feng still plays a great role in the team. It is better to bring it than not to bring it. Although he can solve all problems, the problem is that it always costs money. With Xiaofeng, it will undoubtedly save a lot of money. I don't want to be a prodigal. Zhongshan thought so, but when they were about to go to the entrance of the fourth floor, they found that they had finally returned to the place where they first fell into hell. These jailers are not slow to respond. A smile appeared at the corner of Zhongshan's mouth. Because of me joining in this invasion, the efficiency has been greatly improved, saving Luffy nearly 1/3 of his time. However, this still hasn't changed the course of the world. The people in hell react faster, and they have already set up a battle. Zhongshan hasn't finished thinking about it yet. A large net was lifted from the ground, trying to catch Zhongshan and his group in one go. Seeing this, Zhongshan looked solemn. Although he knew that this net couldn't bind them for too long, right now he was just a mortal. In the distance, Alda, the diminutive warden who had planned all this, gave a subtle smile. Seastone is added to this net, which can make all those with abilities ineffective. This time I see how they can escape. At this time, whether it was Luffy, Buggy, or Xiaofeng and Mr. 3, they all looked solemn. Only Zhongshan sighed. Looks like it's going to cost money again. Since the devil fruit can't be used, it can only use other artifacts. Come out. Jin Zhao Scissors. Zhongshan used the convenience store again. Jin Zhao Scissors is a god-level weapon in convenience store. The origin is Function Romance. This scissors is the master of Tongtian who killed 2 ancient yin and yang dragon. Rising in the air, going back and forth, auspicious cloud protect the body. The head is like a pair of scissors, and the tail mates like a strand. One cut in two, irresistible. The introduction of the surface is very convoluted. In short, there is nothing that it cuts constantly. Plus, it's an artifact. It stands to reason that it can only be sold. Fortunately, Zhongshan is the manager of the convenience store, and can take advantage of special rights for short-term rental. Just renting for 1 minute, you can get up to 100 membership points. It's really heartbreaking. However, the heartache can only last for those 3 or 5 seconds. He was afraid that after the pain, the golden Jiaojian would completely disappear. This net mixed with seastone can't resist the artifact from Function romance after all. The golden dragon cut into 2 dragons and flew into the air. One cut, the net instantly turned into 2 halves. The originally confident jailer chief Soldat saw this behind the scene, and his whole person was not well. What the hell are the 2 flying dragons? The trap actually failed. That person. Who is that person? It's so powerful. Soldat pupil's contract. Look, this is destined to be a tough battle. Go ahead. Chapter 19 Sad Cow Beat. The invasion of Zhongshan and others has already alarmed the jailers in hell. Fortunately, the jailer Magellan and the deputy jailer Hannibal have been attracted by the Empress Hancock, so the encirclement is only by the jailer chief Soldat. However, this web is too fragile. Right, Luffy. Zhongshan stood there calmly, took out a glass of red wine from the convenience store, and Xiao Cha stood beside him, holding an umbrella for him. As for Luffy, Xiao Feng, Buggy and Mr. Point 3 have joined the fight against the blue orangutan. Mr. Store Manager, can't we do it? Xiao Cha couldn't help asking behind him. Luffy is the guy who Marine offered a reward of 300 million, and these blue gorillas can't stop him. It's just that the clown Buggy and the Candleman have left the battle group. It seems that they want to escape. Those who wanted to escape from prison with all their heart now have the opportunity. They naturally want to escape, but they can't escape after all. Everything. Zhongshan is confident. Although his joining made a lot of changes in the event, the trend has not changed. Buggy and Candleman will eventually meet at the ventilation tower and travel to the 4th hell together. The only change is that these people have to pay some money while going to hell, but it also saves them a lot of trouble. During the chat, Luffy had already kicked the little devil Soldeath away. Apart from summoning the blue orangutan, this little devil is really too weak. Luffy laughed and said to Zhongshan, my battle will become more intense next time. Let's go to the 4th floor. Zhongshan walked with Luffy. Isn't the 4th floor below the 3rd floor? How do we go? Actually, it's easy to go down. Before Zhongshan could finish speaking, she heard a roar, and the ground trembled. Finally, it here. Luffy scratched his head. What? Zhongshan turned around, looked at the huge cow monster, and said, it's Minotaur, a jailer beast without blood and tears, a monster that only treats humans as trash. However, the constant runny nose makes me feel sick. Luffy took a serious look, and nodded seriously. Really? The cow monster understood the words of a few people, and fell into anger completely, waving his mate, directly smashing Luffy and the monster Feng, and then smashing at Zhongshan. Don't. Xiaocha knew that Zhongshan did not use the experience card at the moment, so she took out the Tang Dao and greeted her, but the next moment she was shot and flew out. My lord, I'm running out of fuel. I can't deal with him. Xiao Cha felt frustrated. At this time, Zhongshan was completely plunged into anger. My people, you dare to fight? Go to hell. He quickly consumed 100 membership points and used the 2nd level experience card of rubber fruit from the convenience store. A large amount of steam swirled around his body. Luffy, who got up at this time, was frightened and took a step back. What the situation? He. How could I be able to do it? Xiao Feng was also frightened. Straw Hat. What does he have to do with you? The next moment, Zhongshan directly displayed the jet rubber rocket launcher. With one punch, the cow monster Minotaur was knocked out. Zhongshan also slowly calmed down. It's a pity that the experience card has 3 minutes, and it didn't resist even a second, which is really disappointing. Xiao Feng looked at Zhongshan, who was dissatisfied, and was so frightened that his nose almost came out. On the other hand, Zhongshan helped Xiaocha and let her continue to hold the umbrella, and they all came to the vent of the ventilation tower together. Going down from this ventilation tower, you can reach the 4th hell of Impel Down, the searing hell. Luffy, who was not hiding under the umbrella at this time, kept jumping. Hot, hot. Soon, he was hiding under the umbrella. Just as they were about to go down, they suddenly heard a shout. Help, my god, where did this monster come from? It turned out that Buggy and Mr. Point 3 encountered the cow monster. Zhongshan shook her head helplessly, and spent 10 membership points to get a baseball bat from the convenience store. The recovery ability of this monster is really powerful. Unfortunately, you shouldn't keep coming to me. Go to hell. Rubber screw bat. Zhongshan grabbed the baseball bat, swirled her arms and flew out, knocking the cow beast to the ground again. Let's see how you get up this time. Zhongshan clapped her hands with satisfaction, and before Buggy came to flatter her, she stomped her feet hard, and the ground they stepped on collapsed directly, falling to the 4th level of hell. Zhongshan, seeing me, Lord Buggy, will be unlucky for the rest of your life. I'm going. Go. No matter how Buggy shouted, it still couldn't change the result of the rapid fall. Chapter 20 Discriminated businessman Zhongshan fled. Impel Down, the scorching hell. The hot breath spread in the air, and the restless prisoners were whipped to carry firewood. After Zhongshan, Luffy fell behind the bridge. Zhongshan felt a scorching heat under her feet. Fortunately, with the protection of a big black umbrella, this kind of heat is acceptable. As for the Shemale Feng, who was a little slow to respond, he didn't feel anything at first, but slowly he felt the heat, and finally his face was reddened. It hot. Compared with this place, the 3rd floor is like heaven. For a time, both Luffy and Buggy were too hot. Only Zhongshan and Xiaocha can still maintain their demeanor. In the end, several people squeezed into the big black umbrella. Only the umbrella can have a relatively comfortable environment. If you You people of ability are so lazy. Ability is useless. Zhang Shan finally kicked them all out. After all, they can adapt to the environment here, and they have to face the battle next. At the same time, they have already smelled the fragrance from afar. There is a kitchen. Let's go over there. Luffy was so excited that he ran directly over, while the others just followed. Along the way, I naturally encountered many jailers, but for this group of people, it was simply vulnerable. They didn't know that at this time, the warden had sent away the Empress Hancock, who had visited a Magellan already knew the news of the intruder and was rushing to the scorching hell. Even if Zhang Shan knew what was going to happen next, he didn't know when Magellan would come down. Before he could think too long, a foul-smelling mist floated in this scorching hell. Zhang Shan couldn't help looking up at the sky. It's finally here. Soon, he saw that Magellan was dripping with venom, blocking Luffy's way. Luffy, I know you're Ace's brother and you want to save him, but since you dare to break into this hell, you should be punished. No one can escape. Magellan's attention was completely on Luffy's body. As for Zhang Shan and Xiaocha, he ignored them. Sure enough, Luffy has the aura of the protagonist, and he doesn't care about us. I will not tolerate him ignoring the shopkeeper. But Zhang Shan stopped Xiaocha, who was about to shoot. It's not too late to wait and see. Are you going to stop me? Get out of the way. Luffy was ready to fight. Even though the most powerful man in hell is in front of him, he still has no fear. Give Ace back to me. Rubber pistol. Luffy attacked Magellan directly, but the next moment, Xiao Feng stopped him. No, don't wait to fight him. Even if we are contaminated with a little venom, we will be in pain and die in the end. At this time, Magellan has completely shot at Luffy. Poison dragon. A large amount of blue venom deep in Magellan's body turned into a poisonous dragon and rushed towards Luffy with extreme speed. Luffy and Xiao Feng did not dare to make a move, so they could only dodge passively. The battle instantly fell into a passive situation. This Magellan is indeed a very difficult character. Seeing this, Zhang Shan looked solemn. Does the store manager have any hope of victory? No, I can't defeat him completely. Zhang Shan finally shook his head helplessly. But even so, I still want it. Otherwise, Luffy can't stand it. Zhang Shan got out of the big black umbrella and clicked on the convenience store page. Soon, he found the poisonous fruit experience card. In 3 minutes, he needed 300 member points. 300 member points disappeared, and Zhang Shan also obtained the ability of poisonous fruit. Because of the heat, blue venom flowed out of his body, which had no smell, but when the venom dripped to the ground, it would completely corrode the stone surface. Poison dragon. He didn't hesitate to use the poison dragon to go head to head with the strongest man in hell. At this time, Magellan finally noticed Zhang Shan, and his pupils rang. How is it possible? How could you? Xiao Feng was even more shocked. How could he do this? Luffy's expression was flat. Zhang Shan is still the best. Isn't it poisonous? Zhang Shan, let him see how powerful you are. Magellan's eyes were completely locked on Zhang Shan. Zhang Shan, why have I never heard of it? Who are you? A slight smile appeared on Zhang Shan's mouth. I'm the owner of a convenience store. I want to do a business with that little straw hat and save a businessman. Arrogant guy. Looking for death. No, I don't think so. What happened to the merchant? In the near future, no one in this world will not know my name. Zhang Shan. One Piece Super Convenience Store. Chapter 21 to 40. Chapter 21. Reckless Magellan. Zhang Shan, who used the poisonous fruit experience card, has the strength to compete with Magellan, the most powerful man in hell. Of course, the most important thing is that no one is afraid of the toxins carried by others. In essence, the toxins are all the same. However, for a while, neither of the two could do anything to the other. The entire scorching hell was filled with a large amount of poisonous mist. Ordinary people would be in great pain if they absorbed it. Although the effect of the experience card is powerful, compared with the real owner of the poisonous fruit, it cannot be defeated after all. If the scene continues to stalemate, the time limit will be exhausted sooner or later. Zhang Shan secretly calculated in her heart. At this time, Buggy and Mr. Point 3 had already run far away, and they fantasized about escaping the passage guarded by the serious illness. Shimei Feng even invited Luffy to leave. The poison gas here is not something we can resist, so hurry up and leave here. No, Zhang Shan is here to help me. I want to fight side by side with him. You touch the venom and you die. I'm not afraid. Luffy looked stubbornly at the two in the decisive battle. He had already seen that he was as powerful as Zhang Shan, and he couldn't help Magellan in a short time. Shimei Feng had been tortured by the poison gas, and in the end he could only escape from here in tears. If I stay any longer, I will die. I swear, as long as you're still Luffy, or whatever, I'll come to your rescue. At this time, Zhang Shan's 3-minute time is about to end. The venom has begun to stay away from his body, and the poisonous dragon and poisonous cloud he controls are no longer stable at this moment, and are about to dissipate. Zhang Shan's face became a little ugly. It seems that next time, we must not use poison to fight poison again. Although Magellan can't solve me, I can't solve him either. Zhang Shan felt quite helpless about this. Sir, Johnny Xiaocha is very worried about Zhang Shan's current state, but she is a battleship after all, and she is more keen on the ruthless bombardment of hot weapons, and she is not very much in this level of battle. Back off. Don't get contaminated with poison. Zhang Shan urged Xiaocha. Even if he lost, he would ignore it. The big deal was to virtualize his body, and Magellan still couldn't drink his milk. But at this time, Luffy didn't know what he was thinking. Zhang Shan, I'll help you. Luffy only knew that Zhang Shan had come to hell for him. In his heart, he was already his partner. Don't go there. Zhang Shan hurriedly urged, but his words were too late. Luffy is still determined to Lone Star. The power of the rubber fruit is fully demonstrated. Second gear, rubber rocket launcher. With one punch, Sheng Sheng dispelled the poisonous mist on Magellan's body, causing him to kneel on the ground. But it can be just that. Under the erosion of venom, Luffy is miserable. In the end, Luffy was thrown to the jailers by Magellan using the poison dragon. After 24 hours, he will finally die of pain. And now, put him in the fifth hell. Let him go. Zhang Shan took a step forward, but Magellan was blocking him, preventing him from depositing. Luffy has been dealt with. Now, only you are left. I admit, I underestimated you. And now, I'm getting serious. Magellan's stomach has gradually swelled. Wait, at this moment, Luffy stopped Magellan. Let's do a business. A sneer appeared on the corner of Magellan's mouth. Stupid businessman, do you think money can buy freedom? Don't forget, this is a deep-sea prison with iron walls. I will never allow you dangerous people to harm the outside world and cause riot. But Zhang Shan shook her head and said, no, I didn't give you the money, but you gave me the money. I promise not to release all the prisoners. No one can threaten me. Zhang Shan smiled and said, we've already fought. You can solve Luffy in this prison, but you can't solve me. It's me. I have a way to solve you completely. Arrogant businessman. If you have one, then come and try. Magellan still stayed in his cognition of this world. Businessmen are weak, and he also believes that Zhang Shan only has one ability. However, he still couldn't understand what kind of existence Zhang Shan was. I'll give you another chance. 100 million Bailey in exchange for half of the prisoners in this prison to stay here. Do you or not? In my territory, you are not qualified to negotiate terms. Okay, I'll let you have a good look. Xiaocha, let go. Xiaocha held an umbrella for Zhang Shan and gave Magellan a light glance. Do you really think you can leave? Stay with me. But when the poisonous dragon touched Zhang Shan, he and Xiaocha both turned into smoke, dissipating invisible. Chapter 22 Luffy is dying. When Zhang Shan saw that Luffy was sent to the fifth floor of the extremely cold hell, he had no intention of continuing to fight. He was a businessman after all, and Magellan could not bring him any benefit. If he continued to fight, even if he could win, it would be a waste of money. Moreover, in the future, he and Magellan will eventually have a time to fight. So he opened a convenience store without hesitation, and spent 50 member stores to experience the telekinesis in Hokage. In an instant, he came to the entrance of the fifth layer of hell, and saw that Sadi, the warden of the great prison, was guarding here with 4 warden beasts. Xiaocha, kill him. Yes, your lord. Johnny and Xiaocha might be able to fight a jailer beast, but Zhang Shan opened Xiaocha's property page at this time, and turned on the overloaded date. It's the first time I've tried Xiaocha in this state, and it's really fierce. In just a few breaths, Zhang Shan saw Xiaocha bringing down the 4 jailer beasts. Maybe Sadi was a little bit troublesome, but Johnny and Xiaocha had already opened the door to the 5th layer of hell, and led Zhang Shan up and down. Go, close the overload date. Zhang Shan was afraid that if this date continued for too long, it would cause damage to Xiaocha, so she closed it down. He also found that Xiaocha's expression was a little sluggish at this time. Sir, I need proper maintenance. Xiaocha couldn't help suggesting. After Zhang Shan briefly looked at the cost, her face was bitter. It actually take 1,000 membership points. Xiaocha, let's just save money to upgrade and replace. Zhang Shan had no choice but to suggest to Xiaocha. Well, I listened to the adult. The sweet voice made Zhang Shan's whole body numb. At the same time, he is also sure that he must make good money, otherwise he cannot afford to support this ship girl. A simple maintenance is so expensive. What if later, this time in prison, I must make more money? He thought to himself. At this time, Xiaocha asked Zhang Shan, Sir, what should we do next? Find Luffy, and eventually he will ask me to save a. Luffy has now regarded the adult as a companion. Do you really want to charge him? Xiaocha, I'm a businessman, so I can't make a loss-making business. The consumption of coming here is as high as nearly 20 million Bailey. However, this is just the beginning. It will definitely cost more in the future. Even Luffy's bounty is only 300 million. Zhang Shan said seriously. The adults must earn from Luffy. Not necessarily. As long as rescuing Ace made me famous, both pirates and marine will know about our convenience store in the future. This is the real plan of your lord. That right. The two chatted, and they had come to the entrance of the extreme cold hell. After easily knocking down the guard at the door, the two walked in directly. Hey, this big black umbrella can not only isolate the scorching heat, but also the cold. Xiaocha was deeply curious about the umbrella in her hand. Zhang Shan didn't care. After all, it's something from a convenience store. How can it be worthy of my membership point? 10 membership points is 100,000 Bailey. How can there be such an expensive umbrella in the world? Zhang Shan said to himself, and at the same time he found that many prisoners in the 5th layer of hell had been frozen frozen into ice sculpture. The 5 layers of hell are too cold to be monitored by videophone bug, but there are countless army wolves wandering around. It's just that these army wolves are afraid of my long way and don't dare to approach, but Luffy and the others, I'm afraid they won't have such good luck. How are you going to find Luffy, my lord? Go to that forest. It is said that the prisoners near there have disappeared for no apparent reason. It is said that the demons pulled the prisoners closer to the demon world, so they are called ghosts. Xiaocha looks solemn. Isn't that very dangerous? This danger is for the jailer, but for the prisoner, it's heaven, and Luffy will be taken there by his buddy. Zhang Shan knew that he could not change the direction of the pirate world, so she simply went to the forest and waited. To his surprise, when he arrived in the forest, he found that the she-male Xiaofeng had already come here with Luffy, who was seriously injured and dying. Facing the bite of the army wolf, the dying Luffy even stood up and showed the Conqueror Haki, but soon fell down again. Conqueror Haki, we finally found them. A smile appeared on Zhang Shan's mouth. With him around, would Luffy die? Absolutely will not die. The poisonous fruit is indeed very powerful, but even so, it is not more powerful than my convenience store. Zhang Shan and Xiao Cha finally saw Xiaofeng, whose snot had been frozen out. Although I don't like to see creatures like she-male, I have to admit that you are very manly at this time. Zhang Shan gave Xiaofeng a thumbs up. In a sense, he saved Luffy, but his words have completely angered Feng. Luffy is going to die. Chapter 23. Drunk Luffy asked for flowers. She-male Xiaofeng dragged Luffy's body that was about to freeze into a popsicle, and kept looking for the she-male King Ivankov. According to legend, she is the queen of the Kamabaka kingdom. She has excellent medical skills and can save people who are dying. She is the strongest she-male king who has left behind a relief legend in this world. If Ivankov can be found, Luffy can indeed be saved. Zhang Shan knew that Luffy would never die, and the treatment was only a matter of time, but she couldn't bear to see Luffy's life as bad as death. At this time, Xiaofeng suddenly knelt down to Zhang Shan. Lord Zhang Shan, I know you can buy everything you want in your convenience store. Can you save Luffy? No matter what the price is. It's fine. After seeing the battle between Zhang Shan and Magellan, Xiaofeng already believed that Zhang Shan had the ability to detoxify, and he was even more curious about the mysterious convenience store that Luffy said. Seeing Xiaofeng's frozen snot and tears, Zhang Shan couldn't bear it, and finally lifted him up gently. I can indeed save him, but you know I'm a businessman and need a certain amount of money. Xiaofeng was stunned for a moment, but after thinking that even a doctor in the hospital needs to spend money to treat a disease, he knelt heavily on the ground. As long as I can go out, I will give you as much as you want. Zhang Shan took out an IOU directly from the system. When Xiaofeng saw the number, he was stunned. It must be a little too little. Xiaofeng couldn't believe his eye. 100,000 Bailey. This is not much money for pirates of their level. I like Luffy so much, so I gave him the cost price. Next time, it won't be such a good thing. Thank you, Mr. Zhang Shan. Xiaofeng hurriedly signed the IOU with trembling hand, and then the IOU turned into a light blue light and recorded in the system, and the IOU took effect. Only after the IOU takes effect can Zhang Shan take out what he needs from it without spending member point. Of course, there is a certain amount each month. Originally, Zhang Shan wanted to use the hormone fruit experience card, but she was afraid that she would turn into a monster after using it, so she simply changed it to another product. 5 Treasures Honey Wine, from the world of Xiaoao Zhanghu, created by the 5 Poison religion. The wine is extremely clear, pure white like spring water. It is brewed with 5 treasures, including green snake, centipede, spider, scorpion, and little toad for detoxification. Zhang Shan was a little surprised when he saw this 5 treasures nectar wine. After all, this is something from the low martial world, and it even requires 100 member points. Only after seeing the origin of the 5 treasures, Zhang Shan was completely convinced. Green snake is the green snake spirit with 100 years of Taoism. The centipede is a rare beast from another world, the 1,000-clawed snow jade centipede. The spider, which was infected with radioactivity in Spider-Man, can directly bite a small Sao Nian into a Spider-Man. The scorpion is a creature called the polar ice scorpion. It is said that it can survive in the low temperature of -Baidu. Little toad, a month-old 3-eyed toad is used. If you live a day longer or less, the effect of the medicine will be attenuated. Just these rare poison. I am afraid there are more than 100 member points. However, if the system is produced one, it should be able to produce a lot of wine, and the cost will be very low if it is spread out. Thinking of this, Zhang Shan was also relieved. This kind of treasure will definitely save Luffy. It's just that when he fed Luffy this small jar of 5 treasures nectar wine, the she-male Feng looked puzzled. Are you trying to get him pain relief? This wine is an antidote. When Zhang Shan finished speaking, Luffy stood up staggeringly. Good wine. As soon as he finished speaking, he spit it out, but it was not the drink but the stench of venom. Little straw hat, you can finally go. She-male Xiaofeng burst into tears with excitement. The drunk Luffy shook his head and looked at Xiaofeng with a puzzled look. Zoro, why are you here? Help me save my brother. Little straw hat, I'm Xiaofeng. Luffy was drunk and continued to spit out a lot of venom. Zoro, don't be kidding, you're not Xiaofeng. His figure staggered toward the depths of the woods. Zoro, help me go to the 6th floor together. I want to rescue Ace. He fell to the ground before he took a few steps, but quickly got up and continued to walk forward. Go save Ace. Xiaofeng looked at Zhongshan helplessly. How long will he be drunk? Zhongshan rubbed her head and said, I'm a bit too drunk. As for how long I'll be drunk, I don't know. Hopefully it won't affect the next action. He had just finished speaking when he saw Luffy fall into the snow again. Chapter 24 Selling Devil Fruit Experience Card. Wabao nectar wine, really good wine. Luffy fell to going while shouting, good wine, and sweating, save Ace. Although he's drunk, his poison is finally cured, and he has no life-threatening worry. Zhongshan said seriously. Shimale Xiaofeng had already supported Ace, turned his head and asked Zhongshan, Mr. Zhongshan, your convenience store must be very good. I must visit it when I get a chance. Where are we going now? Go and meet your idol, the Shimale King, Ivankov. Shimale Xiaofeng's excited whole body twirled. Is what you said true? I'm so excited. Oye. Zhongshan still said indifferently. Let's go. Let's see this ghost and see the so-called devil invitation. It's still the paradise of the legendary prisoner. His words completely confused Xiaofeng, the ladyboy, and he didn't know what he was talking about, but out of trust he still followed him into the jungle after all. Like the second layer of hell, no military wolf dared to show off his might in front of Zhongshan. It's just that Zhongshan frowned slightly at this time. It's time to come. At this moment, he finally saw someone from afar slowly approaching here. She has half orange and half white hair, wearing a sweater of the same color as her hair, holding a red wine glass in her hand, looking extremely elegant. Amazuna, you are finally here. Zhongshan looked at the person who came, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Amazuna is the most important subordinate of the Shimale King Ivan. She was shocked that Zhongshan recognized her. Who are you? Zhongshan, the manager of the Lily Island convenience store in the Windless Belt. I know that it is the daughter country of the Empress, and men are never allowed to enter. Strong men are an exception. You said that. If I have the chance, I really want to go to your convenience store and take a good look. It's an honor. The two communicated and entered the 5.5th floor of the underground together. Here you need to enter from the big prison sewers to reach the prisoners' secret paradise, New Shimale Paradise. Ivankov is indeed a powerful Shimale who can create a paradise in hell. That is, that adult is naturally a very powerful existence. At this time, the demons on the 5.5th floor warmly welcomed Zhongshan's arrival. We got to see you guys fighting from the video phone bug. It's amazing. Lord Zhongshan, what kind of fruit did you take? Why do you have the ability of rubber fruit and also the ability of poisonous fruit? A smile appeared on Zhongshan's mouth. I'm just an ordinary person. To be precise, I'm just an ordinary businessman. How is that possible? You are at a tie with the most powerful Magellan in hell. Even Lord Ivan has no confidence to fight against Magellan. I can do this because my convenience store sells a special item, Devil Fruit Experience Card. As long as I have enough experience card, I can master all the abilities of Devil Fruit. For a time, the entire new Ladyboy paradise went crazy. An experience card that can make ordinary people become Devil Fruit owners. Oh my god, this is too scary. If you have this experience card, wouldn't there be a large number of capable people? Isn't the world about to be turned upside down? My god, can you sell me a few experience cards now? Of course, as long as you have enough money, you can buy anything from me, whether it's power, prestige, or the whole world. At the same time, Zhongshan also opened a convenience store. The light blue light curtain, only he can see it. Only when he clicked on the description of the devil fruit, he found that there were additional instructions at the bottom. Only for the host's own use. If you want to sell it to customers, please go to the mall. This kind of thing can't be sold. Surprised, Zhongshan came to the mall and found that the experience cards here are much more expensive. The fragmentation experience card, with a 3-minute duration, requires 500 membership points. The rubber fruit experience card, 3-minute validity, requires 800 points at the member store. All of the experience cards are only valid for 3 minutes, unlike the ones used by Zhongshan, some of which are 10 minutes or even half an hour. What kind of abilities do you need? Certainly the power of the hormonal fruit. I want rubber fruit. I want flowers and fruit. Of course, the validity period of the experience card is only 3 minutes, and each one requires millions or even more than 10 million Bailey's payment. Are you sure to buy it? Okay. We don't have Bailey. Can I pay with going? Of course. Soon, Zhongshan received a warm welcome from the Shimales and sold the devil fruit experience card. Going was about to soften his hand. Of course, in terms of price, the highest price of the experience card is no more than 10 million, and some tasteless fruit abilities can be sold for only 2 or 3 million. In the end, he sold more than 50 copies. All of a sudden, he got a going of more than 200 million Bailey. After deducting the 150 million purchase membership points after the payment, he made a full 50 million Bailey all at once, and get feedback from more than 2,300 member points in the system. This time, he really made a fortune. Moreover, these Shimales have this experience card. The next escape from prison will become easy. Chapter 25 Wabao Nectar Wine, full of stamina. The price of devil fruits on the black market starts at 100 million Bailey, but this is priceless. Most importantly, the abilities of each fruit are unique. That is, after having a rubber fruit, there will be no second rubber fruit. Although Zhongshan's experience card is expensive and the experience time is short, it can satisfy most pirate dreams of becoming capable people. It's a pity that this is a new fairyland. The idols of all the monsters are the king of monsters, but the hormone fruit experience card sells the best. As for buying Wawa fruit, I'm afraid it's to satisfy the bizarre hobbies of shemale. Thinking of this, Zhongshan couldn't help wiping the sweat from her forehead. At the same time, he will exchange about 3,000 membership points, and the accumulated membership points in the convenience store have reached 8,000. Although it seems a lot, if you want to exchange rubber fruit experience card, you can only exchange 10 half-hour experience card. In other words, Zhongshan's ability to continuously possess rubber fruits is only enough for 5 hours. This ability is really too extravagant for me. Also, even if you give Xiaocha the power to upgrade, it's not enough. Zhongshan felt a deep sense of helplessness. However, with this transaction, he has already looted a large part of the property here, and it has also guaranteed the follow-up journey. When the transaction was over, the lights of the new shemale paradise were suddenly turned off, and then the light gathered in one place. Ivankov stared at the purple explosion head field, sang incomprehensible shemale song, and danced inexplicable dances to express his gratitude to Zhongshan and others. Welcome. After singing and dancing, the whole ladyboy paradise was filled with the warmest atmosphere. The shemale king Ivankov walked to Zhongshan's side with an eager expression. Zhongshan, you are really amazing. Are you interested in joining our new ladyboy paradise? Here, you can become a woman at any time, a man or a ladyboy at any time. This is the most free paradise. Zhongshan knew that Ivankov's ability could easily change gender, but after hearing this ability, he felt a chill. I still think it's best to be a man. Thank you for the invitation. At this time, Xiaofeng knew that he had met the coveted ladyboy queen, and after shouting, Sir Ivan, excitedly, he fainted completely. Oh, I smelled the breath of the new shemale in him, but I wouldn't be so excited that I fainted. No, he was entangled by wolves in the extreme cold hell, and his body was already exhausted. He was supported here by his firm mind. At this time, he breathed a sigh of relief, and naturally he fainted from exhaustion. Zhongshan explained seriously. Anyway, this is a kind and righteous ladyboy. I like it very much. Just let the little ladyboy rest for a while. Just as the two communicated, the drunk Luffy walked to the table and kept swallowing the food on the table. Just because he was so drunk, he even ate the plate. Seeing this, Zhongshan covered her eyes in embarrassment. It doesn't matter if you are a foodie. How can you eat a plate indiscriminately? The shemale king Ivankov stared at Luffy curiously. It's a miracle that he was poisoned with Magellan's poison, and he was still able to eat alive. It's just how drunk he was. I gave him an antidote. Although the poison has been cured, I'm afraid he will be drunk for a long time. Ivankov's jaw dropped in surprise. How is it possible? Even if I can detoxify him, it will take 10 years of his own life, and he only has a 2% minus 5% chance of survival. A smile appeared on the corner of Zhongshan's mouth. In my convenience store, there are at least 10 ways to get rid of this poison. Your convenience store. It's a miracle in this world, but I can make this kid wake up sooner. Ivankov walked up to Luffy with some resignation. Boy, do you want to sober up? Yes, I have to save a. Luffy agreed without hesitation. His head was dizzy, too uncomfortable. Ivankov's palm suddenly turned into a needle and pierced Luffy's body. Emotional hormone. The surrounding shemales have acclaimed. Master Ivan's emotional hormones can make people forget the fatigue of the day, but the side effect can make people too energetic. When Ivankov finished the injection, Luffy not only did not sober up but got even more drunk. My emotional hormone. It turned out to be ineffective. Even Zhongshan did not expect this to happen. This wine is too strong. Hormone stimulation of adrenaline not only didn't make Luffy sober, but it spread the wine. I hope he will not affect the next action. Just seeing Luffy, who was completely unsteady but still pouring wine into his mouth, Zhongshan really wanted to worry about what to do next. P.S. Do you think it's very early today? That's because I drank a big bottle of Coca-Cola and didn't fall asleep all night. It's so early. Can you bring some flour? Chapter 26. Angry Zhongshan. Luffy was about to die of drunkenness, but fortunately his willpower was really tenacious. He still gritted his teeth and shouted to save aid. But now, apart from the wine being poured into the mouth, what is the matter with the chicken leg being fed into the nostril? With my participation in this operation, the rescue speed has been greatly improved. It is still 4 o'clock in the afternoon the day before the execution. It stands to reason that Ace will be transferred tomorrow morning, and we still have some time to prepare. Zhongshan thought seriously, and at the same time, he turned his gaze to Iwan, the shemale king. She played a big role in the subsequent escape process, but right now, Luffy was about to die of drunkenness, and naturally he couldn't say that Ivan escaped. As a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, it's time for you to go out with the team, Zhongshan suggested directly to Ivankov, but Ivankov kept shaking his head. No, no, it's still the world of the white Whitebeard pirate, and the great spiritual leader of our revolutionary army has not yet appeared. The time has not come. Zhongshan knew that Ivankov would be the answer, but the dragon is Daddy Luffy. Ivankov continued on his own. Only the appearance of a great dragon can lead us to overthrow the world government and establish a new order. Wait, what did you just say? Luffy is actually the son of a dragon. The shocked Ivankov jumped up excitedly, pushing the stone above his head into a big hole. Zhongshan continued to say firmly, Luffy's father is a dragon. Ivankov couldn't help asking, where did Luffy come from? East Blue. East Blue. Ivankov was completely lost in the memory, and soon remembered that every time he set sail, the dragon always looked in the direction of East Blue. Dragon, is there someone important to you who is waiting for you to go back in East Blue? Long said angrily, Ivan, don't try to inquire about my background. The dragon's attitude has clearly told Ivan that the dragon has a very important person in East Blue. This Straw Hat Boy can resist Magellan's poison at a young age, and he can still live as an invader of Impel Down. There is a real possibility that he is the son of a dragon, and Ace is his brother. Isn't that Ace is also the son of the dragon? Ah, no. Brothers, it's time to escape. Be sure to rescue Ace. Ivankov didn't know that he had misunderstood Ace's identity, but Zhongshan didn't point it out. Big Ivan's attitude is very good, and all the monsters under her have Devil Fruit experience card, which will be quite a powerful fighting force. At this time, Xiaofeng also woke up slowly, and the severe pain made him unable to move. I want to fight with Luffy to the end. Lord Ivan, please give me a shot. There will be side effects. I'm not afraid. Okay, mood hormone. As soon as the needle went down, the Shimale Feng completely stood up on the ground, full of energy. I really want to turn around like this. Okay, everyone is ready to go. Ivankov gave an order, and Luffy, who was full, rushed out first. Save Ace. But the next moment, he slammed into the stone wall. Boom. The entire stone wall almost collapsed. Luffy shook his body even more, feeling for the entrance. Where's the door? Where's the door? Zhongshan rubbed his forehead helplessly. For a while, Straw Hat can't be counted on. Fortunately, someone helped Luffy and kept rushing to the legendary 6th layer of hell. Impel Down is the infinite hell that only exists in the legend, and no one can come out of it or from it. Those who can enter here are also amazing people. They are either executed prisoners or imprisoned for life. The prisoners are too ferocious, so monster-level characters that have been erased from history. They have done extremely cruel things in their lifetime. When the group of people actually entered the 6th layer of hell through the dark passage, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. But most importantly, they didn't find Ace. Zhongshan came to the Hexia Fishman Jinbei with a solemn expression. Where's the Ace? Are you his brother? Luffy is finally here. No, I'm Zhongshan, the owner of a convenience store and Luffy's friend. You came to save Ace. It's a pity that you came a step late. Zhongshan's heart sank suddenly. Marine was afraid of Whitebeard Rhythm Ace on the sea, so she moved Ace while it was dark. Zhongshan's heart has sunk into her hometown. This trip to hell, although he fought for nearly 12 hours, in the end because of changes, the pirate plot returned to its original direction. This made him very angry. I'll take a look. It's you who are awesome. It's me who is awesome. Listen to all the prisoners of the infinite hell. As long as you obey me, I will set you free. P.S. Chapter 2. The power is not good. Where are the flowers? Chapter 27. No mercy to criminals beg. Impel Down to transfer Ace should be at 8 p.m. and the execution at 3 p.m. Knowing this, he was full of confidence, but who knew that the world had been adapted because of his appearance? Marine was afraid of being intercepted by Blackbeard, so he was transported to Marine headquarters in the dark. This made Zhongshan feel extremely angry, so he simply released all the demons here, and turned this Impel Down into a mess. Will the world be in chaos if you release it all? I just want to put pressure on you. Zhongshan directly used the Whack Whack Fruit experience card, made a lot of heat, and directly opened the shackles of Hexia Jinbei. Thank you. I am friends with Ace, and I will go with you to save Ace. It worked. Next, Zhongshan went to the owner of the Sha Fruit, Shichibukai Crocodile, the one-time king. Zhongshan walked directly in front of him. Kuro Kurdar lightly forgot about Zhongshan. I can help you get out of here, but I won't follow you. It's okay. I already have your secret. I don't mind revealing the secret from when you were a rookie pirate. You say so, Ivankov? Zhongshan asked Ivankov. Crocodile looked hideous and grabbed the railing heavily. Bastard, how can you tell my secret to anyone? Ivankov's forehead also leaked a touch of cold sweat. I don't know how he knew that either, but he seems to know a lot of things, and it's not surprising that he knows about you. Ivankov did not doubt that he knew Crocodile's secret. In fact, Zhongshan has only a few guesses about Crocodile's secret. Just judging from Ivankov's immediate reaction, he already understood something. Crocodile was young. He was crazy about Ivankov in a female state, but in the end, he knew that the one he loved was the Shemale Empress, and this became a shame for his life. Of course, it doesn't really matter what the secret. The important thing is that Zhongshan has controlled Crocodile. At this point he was even more depressed. I can only promise you that I won't mess around. Okay, I'll let you out. The surrounding legendary pirates who were imprisoned were already excited when when they heard that Zhongshan really released the two pirates. Boy, let me go out. As long as we can go out, we will take you to the sea and feel at ease. No one in this world can move you. Yes, boy, I will bring you endless wealth. Whether it is fame or power, you will have it. Facing the chaotic infinite hell, Zhongshan frowned and Vivi frowned. Ivankov on the side understands it. His face is hideous. Shut me up. Deathwing. After the Shemale King injured several prisoners, it was much quieter. Zhongshan, on the other hand, came to the front of another prisoner. It used to be called World Destroyer. Burndy World of Momo Fruit ability. Do you want to come up with it? World came out of the shadows. One of his horns was broken, and he was very embarrassed. I didn't expect someone to remember me. Boy, you don't really want to let me out, do you? I am a businessman. As long as you pay me 100 million Bailey, I will let you out, and you have to promise that you will not kill innocent people when you go outside. Boy, if you save me out, I owe you more than 100 million Bailey. Sorry, I'm a businessman and only like money. I could have escaped from here just as well without you. You won't. If you don't sign a contract with me, I'll add another prison to your cell to ensure that you won't be able to escape for hundreds of years. World's face changed horribly. Boy, you're ruthless. Zhongshan directly took out the contract from the convenience store and handed it to World. World didn't even look at it, just signed it. Zhongshan smiled and opened the shackles for him. As long as you follow me within 3 days, for my youth, I promise you will be free in 3 days. World looked grim. Boy, you didn't say this before. Zhongshan took out the contract directly, but it's written on this side, but you didn't read it carefully. For these prisoners, Zhongshan intends to make some kind of gentleman's agreement with them. If it weren't for the effectiveness of the system, he dared to guarantee that World would not accept the account when he went out. If that was the case, why couldn't he just try again? An angry World slapped Zhongshan directly, but Zhongshan gently raised the contract, and a light blue light emerged out of nowhere, imprisoning World, and the severe pain made him kneel on the ground with a ghastly face. Zhongshan Vivi looked down at him. If you don't keep the contract, you will die. Chapter 28. Beyond the existence of the four emperors for flower, no one can break the contract signed with the convenience store. World was strong enough to kill Zhongshan. He couldn't do it, otherwise he would be punished. Even if you want to kill me again, you have to endure it. I'm also reluctant to kill you. If you die, I won't find anyone asking for money. In World SI, Zhongshan is already more terrifying than a demon, including the prisoners who came here from the 5.5th floor. They also once again experienced the terror originating from Zhongshan. Zhongshan ignored World, and under the contract, he could only submit. He followed and signed contract with prisoners such as the Big Barrel and the giant battleship Wolf. These prisoners will eventually be rescued by Blackbeard and become his subordinate, but now, they are all dug up by Zhongshan. Every 100 million Bailey's work for me for 3 days. No one can be left. Zhongshan did not choose to release too much. After all, these prisoners are too vicious, and if they are too many, they will inevitably cause trouble. But he still saw Shiryu of the Rain, and hesitation rose in his heart. This time, it will be the biggest help for Blackbeard in the future. You can let me go. Shiryu of the Rain calmly said to Zhongshan. I let you go. You will cause the killing in the first place. That's not what I want. Besides, it won't be long before someone will let you out. Shiryu of the Rain didn't understand Zhongshan's word, but saw that Zhongshan was walking towards the depths of the prison. Soon, he saw the most terrifying existence. Patrick Redfield, the existence of the same era as One Piece, King of Pirates Roger and Whitebeard, like to walk the world alone, the only peerless powerhouse who has defeated Martial Marine Tiegu Kong. Should I call you Red the Aloof, or the Red Earl? Patrick, dressed in red, came out of the darkness. No one in this world can recognize me, but you know who I am. You are very powerful. A smile appeared at the corner of Zhongshan's mouth. Right now, this existence is really a ruthless man who can surpass the four emperors. Even if One Piece, King of Pirates and Whitebeard are with him, they are equal to each other. I'll let you out. I like freedom, but not your contract. Zhongshan felt a little helpless. If he could drag this giant Buddha to participate in the top battle, he would definitely be invincible. It's just that this person is used to being alone and doesn't like this kind of thing at all. I'm a businessman, but you can't make any money at all. That because I'm strong enough. No, I'm too kind. Zhongshan finally opened the cage for him. He knew that this big Buddha would definitely escape, so he might as well sell her a favor at this time. You are free, Zhongshan said to him sincerely. Even Earl Red was done. He didn't expect Zhongshan to actually let him out. You have a lot of courage. In this world, it's okay to be too daring. Anyway, Zhongshan, I will remember your kindness. The Red Earl has gradually disappeared into the darkness. If I have the chance, I will go to your convenience store and take a good look. Seeing the disappearance of Earl Red, Zhongshan also looked at the terrifying combat power standing behind him. Okay, let's get out of jail. With the help of Crocodile, the wall turned into spiral sand, and everyone rushed along the stairs. As for the gigantic battleship Wolf, he could only barely crawl and go, because his body was too large. When they reached the 5th floor, Magellan was completely shocked. The army wolves on the 5th floor could not stop this mighty army of prisoners, especially especially Zhang Shan standing in front. No wolves dared to approach. Only Luffy still didn't sober up, and could only fall to the ground and keep wrestling, looking at the embarrassment of everyone. When they returned to the fourth layer of scorching hell, they finally ushered in all the fighting forces in Impel Down. A large number of weapons are stationed, and the deputy jailer Hannibal and Sadie Chan have been guarding here with the 4 prisoner beasts. This is already all the fighting forces in Impel Down except Magellan. The She-Male King rushed out first and swept away the soldiers who were blocking him. Today, let's fight. Facial hormone. Hell, wink. In an instant, the face of the She-Male King Ivankov occupied the entire passage, and the she-males behind her also used the hormone fruit experience card in an instant. Facial hormone. Hell, wink. For a time, dozens of big-headed she-males glared in the air. The scene was really too terrifying. The jailers who came to stop them were vulnerable under these winking attacks, and even the jailer bees were completely knocked out by the flying wing. As for Zhang Shan at this time, he calmly followed behind the large army, and Xiao Cha held a big black umbrella for him, and took a leisurely walk in this battlefield that kept screaming. Chapter 29 Hannibal's Block. Even though there are a large number of jailers facing such a large group of capable people, it is impossible to stop them. Soon, the 4 jailer beasts charged with waving mace. Every prisoner beast is extremely powerful, even stronger than those with ordinary ability. However, they came at the wrong time. Hell, wing. After dozens of terrifying wings flew over, the 4 huge jailer bees were embedded directly into the wall. The jailer chief, Sadie Chan, was stunned. Why so many big faces? Why have so many hormone fruit owners? But even so, you can practice to get out of this hell. She stood directly in front of the door, waving the whip in her hand. I want to teach you a good lesson. Moan under my red devil whip. With one whip, more than a dozen ordinary pirates were sent flying out, groaning in pain. But the next moment, the she-male King Ivan came to her. I'll deal with you. Zhang Shan continued going with Luffy. Be sure to rescue a female hormone. She-male King Ivan's body quickly became slender, and finally turned into a beautiful woman with purple curly hair. Zhang Shan glanced at the she-male king in a female state, and shook her head helplessly. Ivankov, after all, I like to play tricks on people, so let them have a good time. He stretched out his hand and dragged Luffy, who had been walking, to his side. Your goal is going. Can you still do it? Luffy said with a big tongue. Must do it. I want to save a. Not to mention, this time it went a lot straighter. But Zhang Shan quickly pulled him back again. You're going in the wrong direction. We're going out the other side. Oh, I see. Go ahead. Drunk Luffy had no idea what fear was. Fortunately, the strength of this group of pirates is too strong. Although Luffy is rushing fiercely, he is dealing with shrimp soldiers and crab generals. As for Zhang Shan, she is still walking with Xiaocha, as if she is enjoying the flowers and the moon. The big wine barrel and the huge battleship followed behind him to prevent the guards with short eyes from hurting them. The battle had already tilted in one direction. At this moment, Zhang Shan saw the deputy warden Hannibal grabbing the long knife, blood-sucked, and leading a large number of guards here. Don't be afraid. As long as the warden comes here, none of them can escape. Hannibal rushed over first. The most vicious prisoner, Big Wine Barrel, wanted to slap Hannibal but was stopped by Zhang Shan. Let me come. The current Hannibal is not strong at all, and can even be said to be very weak. Weak enough that Luffy can easily defeat without having to open the second gear. But when Luffy faced the jailer beast Milk Bowl monster, he had to open the second gear. But it was such a weak and ambitious guy who always wore a pharaoh's hat, and finally became the real warden of this big prison. Hannibal held the long knife and looked at Zhang Shan solemnly. I will never allow you to take a step forward. Zhang Shan didn't pay any attention to Hannibal's word. Let's do a business. I know you've always wanted to be a warden. How about I help you make it happen sooner? But Hannibal was unmoved. As long as I can stop you from rioting, I can be the warden of the great prison. But his words were greeted with mockery from Zhang Shan. Do you think you are qualified to stop us from going? Even if I die, I will never take a step back until Lord Magellan arrives. The firm words gave the jailers great courage, and their morale was high for a while. Lord Deputy Prisoner will lead us to pacify this riot. Let's not be afraid of them. There is a deputy warden. Come on, let these prisoners know how powerful our jailers are. The prisoners who had already been beaten and collapsed once again assembled and fought desperately, but the battle became a stalemate for a while. The pirates also suffered great losses. I began to understand a little why he was finally able to become the warden. This ability to unite people's hearts is not something that Magellan can have. Zhang Shan looked solemn. I admire you very much, but you don't believe me, so it's doomed that we can't do business together. Then please get out of the way. Zhang Shan took a step forward. Hannibal had already started to suck blood. Hanny Fiesta burning hell car. 2 scorching fireballs lashed toward Zhang Shan, but Zhang Shan's usual punch had already knocked Hannibal to the ground. Rubber pistol. Chapter 30 Achievement of Hannibal. Hannibal is vulnerable, but just as Zhang Shan was about to walk past him, he grabbed Zhang Shan's bare feet. You are all prisoners. I will never allow you to go out into the world of color. But the next moment, he was kicked out again. You can't stop us. At this time, Zhang Shan was still in a hurry. Seeing this scene, Xiaocha understood what Zhongshan was thinking, and Vivi lowered her head. The head of the store actually wanted to pick up the deputy head of the prison, but he is our enemy after all. At this time, Zhongshan did this on purpose. Hannibal has ambition, but he is limited to this big prison and becomes the warden. And Hannibal, who grew up here since childhood, believes that prison is the most just. When he stops prisoners from rioting, he does justice. From Marine's point of view, he's still a hero despite being weak. Therefore, Zhongshan personally taught him a lesson, preparing him to fully awaken the justice in his body, completely gain the hearts and minds of all jailers. 1. As for the method, it's simple and rude. Beat Hannibal hard. Just take a breath. Hannibal, who was kicked away, stood up again wearily. Hell is justice. The next moment, he flew out again, but he blocked Zhongshan again. As long as I have breath left, I will never let you pass. He was screaming with all his strength, but the next moment, he was kicked away by Zhongshan again, and his body was covered in blood. But soon, he stood up stubbornly again. Lord Magellan, come quickly. At this moment, both the jailer and the pirates were moved by Hannibal's never say die spirit. He clearly knew that this was a man's arm, and he knew that it was impossible, but he still tried to block it stupidly. Perhaps it is this kind of stupidity, this kind of ignorance, this kind of stubborn spirit that has made this pirate world. Marine is stubborn. They speak justice to themselves, maintain world peace, and the hunt for pirates has continued to this day. Pirates are stubborn. For the legendary treasure, they become One Piece, king of pirates, carrying hope with a sail and embarking on a dangerous journey. Dragon is stubborn. He delusions to overthrow the world government, start a revolution, and shape a new order. Luffy is stubborn. In order to save Ace, he has done things that many people can't do. Ace is also stubborn. In order not to let Blackbeard find trouble with his younger brother Luffy, he is reluctant to take a step back in the battle, and eventually replaces Luffy and becomes Blackbeard prisoner. It is precisely because of this stubbornness that the blood boiled. Zhongshan's emotions were also infected by Hannibal's spirit, but he still calmed down and knocked Hannibal flying again. You're stubborn, and it's not enough to pay back the pain you've suffered. Not enough to bear the praise of everyone. Zhongshan looked down at Hannibal and spoke only in a voice that he and Hannibal could hear. Hannibal didn't let him down, and staggered to his feet again, but the next moment continued to be knocked down. All the jailers were in tears. Lord Hannibal, don't get up again, you will die. Hannibal spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly supported his body. No, no way. At this time, he can't say much. The next moment, he fell to the ground again, and the blood stained the ground red. He struggled to get up, but couldn't get up again. Because Zhongshan feels that the effect has been achieved, he squatted gently on the ground, lying beside Hannibal's ear, and said, if you want to get as much praise, you have to suffer as much pain. Today's you, I only charge you 30 million Bailey. I didn't sign a contract with you, but I believe that one day you will understand my hardships and send me the money in person. Zhongshan stopped beating Hannibal. The jailers of the big prison have all become Hannibal's brain-dead fan, and even these all-hearted pirates have more respect for Hannibal. It's worth it to get such a high reputation after being beaten up. It's just that Hannibal still didn't understand what Zhongshan said, and the severe pain made him faint. In pain, he had a dream, dreaming that he had fulfilled his dream and became the warden of this big prison. He understood Zhongshan's good intention, and personally gave 50 million Bailey with both hands. As for the extra 20 million, it is interest. If Zhongshan could know what Hannibal was thinking, he would be very pleased. If he can really do that, that's really great. If there are all such customers in the convenience store, wouldn't he be able to make a full profit? However, before they got out of the scorching hell, they saw a shadow in the distance that would brighten their face completely. Zhongshan's expression became more solemn. Blackbeard, here we come. Chapter 31. Angry Luffy. Blackbeard is definitely one of the most terrifying beings in the pirate world. In his body, there is no shining point of humanity, and he is full of boundless sin. Betray your friend, admire power, be vile and cunning. He is an existence that can only live in darkness forever, and there is a dark aura around him. On the other hand, Zhongshan's figure is shrouded under a big black umbrella, surrounded by tall wine barrels and huge battleships, which are difficult to be found. Therefore, Blackbeard's eyes stayed on Luffy's body. Monkey D. Luffy, never thought I'd be able to meet you here. At this time, the drunk Luffy had eaten, and looked at the Blackbeard seriously, and then his expression gradually became serious. Blackbeard, you betrayed my brother to Marine. Luffy was completely angry when he saw Blackbeard. Second gear, rubber jet twin gun. His fists attacked quickly, slamming into the dark water around Blackbeard's body. But the next moment, the steam from his body gradually dissipated, causing Luffy to be unable to use the power of the devil fruit. Blackbeard laughed wildly when he saw this behind the scene. Are you surprised, Luffy? Do you want to know how that idiot Ace got caught by me? Everything is because of you. Ace is very strong, but I am the power user of the dark fruit. His power will fail in front of me. He instinctively escaped, but he doesn't, because he knew that after I got the power of the dark fruit, he wanted to seize you and dedicate it to Marine so that he could become King Shichibukai. It was he who was afraid that I would hurt you, so he fought me with all his life, and was finally captured by me. My day. So, you guys are lucky today. I won't kill you. Blackbeard laughed wildly, looking very little moved. But Luffy's eyes were completely red. I'm going to avenge A. Luffy charged again, but was quickly beaten back. Zhongshan walked over and stopped Luffy. Luffy, you are his opponent. Zhongshan, don't stop me. I want to avenge A. Right now, you should go to the execution ground and save Ace before the execution. Zhongshan clasped his shoulder, hoping he could understand this. Luffy felt the power that disappeared temporarily in his body, closed his eyes in pain, and then went completely crazy. Zhongshan, you can buy everything in your convenience store. Yes, I bought his life. When the surrounding pirate heard Luffy's word, they couldn't believe that Luffy would say such a thing. That Blackbeard. Can Zhongshan defeat Blackbeard? Absolutely impossible. After Blackbeard heard Luffy's word, he raised his head and laughed wildly. You can buy everything in your convenience store. How arrogant. Zhongshan turned Vivi's head. Blackbeard is indeed a very powerful being. He is immune to the power of all fruit. But what if it wasn't for the power of the fruit of darkness? Zhongshan looked at other types of experience card. Monkey King experience card, Harry Potter experience card, Iron Man experience card. These different world experience cards are enough to defeat Blackbeard. But membership point, at least 3,000. Just when he thought so, Luffy suddenly shouted, help me kill him. I'll pay you 300 million Bailey. Zhongshan Vivi frowned. Luffy thought that the price was not enough. 500 million Bailey. Oh no. 1 billion Bailey. Luffy was already roaring frantically. As long as I can kill him, let me do anything. At this time, Zhongshan's eyes were completely red. 1 billion Bailey. That's a billion Bailey. If it wasn't for the membership points in my hand that I couldn't support the purchase of the different world experience card for a few minutes, I would have done this deal. His heart was bleeding. In the end, he could only helplessly shook his head. I can't kill him just yet, but I can help you teach him a lesson. Zhongshan said to Luffy seriously. Luffy's eyes are dignified. Mutilate him. Seeing Luffy's frantic gaze, Zhongshan shook her head helplessly and finally turned around and looked at Blackbeard calmly. Looks like I'm going to teach you a lesson. Blackbeard laughed wildly. A boy who doesn't even have a name. How dare you be so arrogant? You really don't know how to write dead words. But the next moment he saw the dark power rising from Zhongshan's body. His eyes almost bulged out. Gah, how could you do it? Chapter 32 One-Hit Kill. Hybrid became dumbfounded when he saw Zhongshan's ability to display the dark root, thinking that in order to get the dark root, I had to endure it for decades in the Whitebeard pirates before successfully robbing the dark root, and I have been chased by the Whitebeard pirates until now. But right now, Zhongshan has easily demonstrated the ability of the dark root. The most terrifying thing is that I don't know where this Zhongshan came from. At this moment, he finally no longer doubted Zhongshan's strength. Zhongshan had a playful smile on her face. Are you surprised? Dark root, it's nothing special. Hand of darkness. At this time, the dark water behind him had condensed a huge dark palm and quickly grabbed it towards Blackbeard. The hand of darkness has never existed in the world of pirate, but Zhongshan is well informed. But she used the ability of dark water to evolve the hand of darkness. Even if he is weak, he still has the convenience store system to help him correct his ability. The system doesn't want the convenience store to smash the sign either. After Blackbeard saw this move, he was even more dumbfounded. What move is this? Why I never knew. At this moment, he didn't know enough about the dark root, and he already felt awe of Zhongshan. The battle also became passive because of awe. Zhongshan's dark hand directly passed through his dark energy and slapped his face with a slap. It's just that the power of the dark root decreases when it passes through the dark water, and the damage to Blackbeard itself has become extremely weak. But even so, Blackbeard's face left a clear slap print after all. Idiot. Zhongshan took a step forward, and another dark hand turned into a slap and slapped Blackbeard's face. In fact, even if Zhongshan used the dark root experience card, his strength was similar to that of Blackbeard after all, but the hand of darkness he suddenly showed frightened him, so he would take the lead. Then, countless hands of darkness slapped, and Blackbeard's face was instantly swollen. All the pirates have been scared silly at this moment. What a powerful existence Blackbeard is. And now he was brutally abused by Zhongshan. But no matter how you look at it, it's cool. This kind of treacherous and cunning people should be taught a good lesson. Whitebeard treated him well, but he chose to betray, which is disgusting. Luffy even clenched his fist in the back. Kill him. It's just that the Blackbeard, who was protecting his face at this time, has gradually understood Zhongshan's power, and his fear is no longer there, but he has become even more angry. So it is, and so are you. Dark Age. In anger, Blackbeard touched the ground with his palm, and the darkness spread along the ground in all directions, turning into acupuncture points. There were already pirates and jailers nearby who were accidentally swallowed by the darkness and wanted to pull them into the acupoint. Zhongshan still looked calm. It's hard to wait for the elegance of the lobby. Give it to me. Zhongshan also touched the ground with her palm, absorbing all the energy spreading from the ground into her body. However, with the confrontation between the two, Zhongshan is gradually facing an awkward period. The power of the dark root is really cool, but the problem is, the dark fruit is not aggressive at all. Although those slaps were very refreshing, Blackbeard was only beaten a few times. For a while, Jongshan and Hybrid, no one can do anything about the other. Looks like I've wasted a lot of money again. I don't need to be entangled with you here. At this moment, the dark energy around Jongshan's body gradually shrinks into her body. Blackbeard's expression was solemn, and he also contracted dark energy. Want a full blow? It's just that he didn't know that Jongshan's 3-minute experience time had come. At this time, Jongshan opened the convenience store system and clicked on the poison fruit experience card. After Jongshan clicked to use it, blue venom began to seep out from around his body. No, Lord Jongshan is angry. Hurry up and avoid this poisonous gas. For a time, the pirates could not move forward and could only take a step back to prevent poisoning. Jongshan, on the other hand, kept getting closer to Blackbeard. Hybrid looked at Jongshan's body gradually being enveloped in venom and was completely dumbfounded. The ability of 2 devil fruit. How is this possible? The next moment, the venom of Jongshan's body approached and turned into a dragon. It's time to end. Poison dragon. The venom completely covered Blackbeard's subordinate, and after the dark energy absorbed the venom, it made Blackbeard suffer to the limit. Intense screams sounded in this hell. Chapter 33, Trading at a Loss. Blackbeard, after all, can't beat Jongshan. The super convenience store system is simply a bug in this world. With a single poisonous dragon, Blackbeard was easily killed in seconds. This is just a question of mutual restraint of fruit attribute. Dark energy absorbed venom, which is simply courting death. The pirates around were completely stunned when they saw this behind the scene. It turned out to be true. Defeated Blackbeard. Long live Mr. Jongshan. From now on, Mr. Jongshan will be my idol. The pirates were furious, and even the drunk Luffy was stupid. Don't you mean you can't kill it? Luffy asked Jongshan with a bewildered look at Blackbeard, who was rolling on the ground. Someone will help him get rid of the poison eventually. Only Jongshan knows that after Blackbeard was killed by Magellan, it was Shiryu of the Rain who solved the poison for him. The reason why Jongshan did not release Shiryu of the Rain was because he knew that he and Blackbeard were destined to become partners. This is the fact that he cannot change. As for the big wine barrel and the huge battleship, they were completely convinced by Jongshan's strength at this time. After they saw that Jongshan easily defeated Blackbeard, how could Blackbeard win over them? Of course, it will only be clear in the future what the specifics will be. At this time, Luffy had already walked towards Blackbeard. I promised you the 1 billion Bailey, and I will give it to you when I go out. Thank you. Luffy said this. He walked toward Blackbeard step by step. What the situation? Jongshan suddenly realized that he seemed to be wrong. By defeating Blackbeard himself, in Luffy's eye, he was giving him the opportunity to kill the enemy himself. So, he thinks the deal is done. God, this Straw Hat Kid won't really give me 1 billion Bailey. Even Jongshan himself couldn't believe that he had made this business. Go to hell for my 1 billion Bailey. Blackbeard. Jongshan couldn't help but threw a bunch of poisonous puffer fish at Blackbeard's body, making Blackbeard scream even more tragic. Anyway, Jongshan doesn't like seeing this Blackbeard at all. It's the same when he died. However, when Luffy was preparing to kill Blackbeard's head completely, Blackbeard turned into darkness with his last strength and finally disappeared with his subordinate. Luffy saw Blackbeard escape alive in his own hand, kneeling on the ground decadently in pain. I'm all useless. Jongshan lifted him up from the ground and said seriously, they escaped through the dark acupuncture point, but unfortunately I can't use the dark fruit right now. Will they be poisoned by venom? Luffy remained hopeful. Jongshan thought that according to the development of urine in this world, although he exists as a shitterer, he will definitely be pulled back on the right track in the end. Someone should save him. Speaking of which, he was also quite helpless. Luffy stood up from the ground. No matter what, the 1 billion Bailey I promised you will still be given to you. Jongshan shook her head. Give it 300 million. It's a deposit. If one day I really kill Blackbeard, you will give me the next 700 million. Luffy said frantically. Deal. Only Jongshan knew that Luffy had made a profit from this business. According to the development of urine in this world, Blackbeard may still become the 4th emperor. 1 billion Bailey let him kill one of the 4 emperors. Luffy is not too cool. It seems that I should do something so that Blackbeard can't become the 4th emperor. Jongshan thought seriously, and at the same time instructed the pirate. We have stayed here for too long now, and now no one can stop us. Hurry up and leave this hell. Because of the existence of Jongshan, all the pirates fled very quickly, and in a short while they had come to the 3rd layer of hell. At this time, Magellan had already chased after him. Ivan eventually stayed and stopped Magellan. Ivan will be fine. Keep going. Jongshan is more aware of the development of the story, so she continues to urge Luffy going until the 2nd floor. Magellan finally chased after him, and Jongshan already had a smile on her face. Devil fruit, attribute compatible. The poisonous fruit is indeed extremely powerful, but the extremely weak whack fruit is enough to restrain it. The next moment, Jongshan had already used the whack fruit experience card. Compared with the poisonous fruit experience card and the dark fruit experience card, it is simply too cheap. The whack would melt away from the heat of the next 2 layers, but But here, not at all. The appearance of a whack wall completely blocked the influx of poisonous dragon. At this time, Luffy finally sobered up. Zhongshan, wrap me in candles and let me defeat him. But Zhongshan shook her head. You can't completely defeat him. As long as I block it a little, what we have to do now is to get out of here completely. P.S. The house is finally rented, and it will start to accelerate tomorrow. If there is a reward, more. Chapter 34 Ferry Ticket to Freedom. With Zhongshan there, this trip to Impel Down was a near miss. Zhongshan stopped Magellan after the break, and the others had already turned with the prisoners such as the clown buggy and opened the door of justice. The prisoners who did not see the sun finally breathed fresh air, saw the bright sky and the bright sunshine. But the next moment, the cheering stopped. Where's the boat? Damn it. Marine has already let all the warships leave for fear that we would take the ship and escape. All the sea kings around this big prison. We have no chance to defeat them at all. For a time, the pirates were mourning constantly. At this time, Zhongshan was staying with Mr. 2 to block a lot of whack walls on the second floor passage to prevent Magellan from breaking through. Just when the passage was about to be completely blocked, Ivan rushed out with Magellan. Although Ivan was highly poisoned on the third floor, he was the best doctor himself, and detoxification was naturally easy. Come on, Magellan is already angry, Ivan urged with lightning. Zhongshan looked serious and nodded heavily. Mr. 2, make a whack wall blockade every 100 meters back with me. Little T, I am afraid that the large prison has already transferred the nearby warship. There is no ship around here. It is up to you whether you can leave or not. Don't worry, the store manager, Xiaocha, understands. Xiaocha rushed to the door very quickly. After all, her identity is the ship's mother, and in this world she is unique. Everyone is quiet. The store manager has prepared a boat for everyone, but the ticket is charged. Xiaocha said to these pirates with a sweet smile. As long as we can escape this prison, let's do whatever we want. We don't want to stay in this fucking place anymore. Pay as you charge. No big deal. The smile on Xiaocha's face was even stronger. Okay, one ticket is 30,000 Bailey. That's it. There was a smile at the corner of Xiaocha's mouth. So many pirates came down, and the tickets sold were enough for her to upgrade the hull. Then, her body completely turned into a huge battleship. When all the pirates saw this huge battleship, their mouths widened in surprise. It's amazing. A battleship appeared inexplicably here. This battleship is too dazzling. Its size is 3 times larger than that of the marine warship. Floating on the spun, not only does it have a kind of hockey that is a sea overlord, but the lines of the hull exude an elegant atmosphere. It's okay to be Mr. Zhongshan. This ship is too hockey. Everyone, hurry up and ship. For a time, all the pirates jumped towards the ship. This ship has no sailor. Let's set sail quickly. But the next moment, the pirates of the ship exclaimed, where's the sail? This boat has no sail. How can it be driven? For a time, all the pirates fell into despair. At this time, Zhongshan and others have come to the door of justice. The whack wall he set up with Mr. 2 has completely angered Magellan. Toxic giant. Hell judgment. Magellan was completely furious, and bright red venom emerged from his body, eventually forming the venom of the skeleton giant behind him. As long as it is lightly contaminated, death will spread like a plague in an instant. The whack wall couldn't stop it. It shattered in the rumbling sound, but when Magellan came to the door of justice, Johnny and Xiaocha had already left Zhongshan completely. An angry Magellan knew that his career as a warden was probably coming to an end. But the pirates on the ship cheered. Haha, we are free. Yeah, Mr. Zhongshan, do you have any beer here? We have to celebrate. Zhongshan has a serious fate. Hurry up and make up your boat ticket. Don't think my boat is so good. At this time, the pirates were all smiling and rushing to pay Zhongshan the money. Lord Zhongshan, if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be able to leave here. This money is to honor your old age. Some pirates directly gave Zhongshan 10 W Bailey. Zhongshan was done. Where did you get the money? We are pirate. When we escaped, we found the warehouse of the big prison in an instant. Everyone touched a lot of money, and of course it was more than enough to buy tickets. Yes, compared with death, 30,000 Bailey is not too kind. Mr. Zhongshan, you will be my reborn parents in the future. Yes, in the future, if we have the opportunity, we will definitely go to Lily Road to support you. For a time, Zhongshan fell into the compliments of everyone, but what made Zhongshan even more happy is that he sold 100 million Bailey's ticket. Convert to member point. A full value of 10,000. Chapter 35 Buggy. Pay back the money quickly. On this trip to Impel Down, Zhongshan made a lot of money. Even if not counting the 300 million Bailey that Luffy has not cashed, he has already earned nearly 200 million Bailey. This is an extremely frightening number. After all the money was converted into membership points, Zhongshan had more than 16,000 points. With these membership points, it is enough to support me in the next war. Zhongshan thought to herself, the upcoming top war is the big event that will truly shake the world of pirates. Whether Whitebeard win or Marine win, times will change. I will also make a name for myself as a convenience store in Lily Island in this war. Zhongshan clenched her fist tightly. At this time, all the pirates were shocked by the battleship transformed by the ship girl Xiaocha. This battleship is so far away that it doesn't even even need sails, and the speed is so fast. What, that smoking chimney? According to Mr. Zhongshan, this ship is driven by a steam turbine. The normal speed is 3 times that of the marine warship, and the speed of the full load is twice that of the marine warship. It's so powerful. If we had such a ship, wouldn't the world let us gallop? I have already asked Mr. Zhongshan. Even if I give him 10 billion Bailey, he will not sell this boat, but it is said that there are other quite powerful boats in his convenience store. We can go and have a look at that time. Must go and see. It's just that this ship has almost no firepower. Some pirate said dissatisfied, but soon he was refuted. Che, what do you know? This is just a scooter for Lord Zhongshan, and it doesn't need firepower at all. After Zhongshan heard the words of these pirates, she cried and laughed helplessly. A bunch of idiots. The reason why Xiao Chahao doesn't have strong firepower is that I have no money. If these pirates knew what Zhongshan was saying, they would definitely despise him. A businessman who has made nearly 200 million in just 1 or 2 days, can it be out of money? It's a liar. However, the fact is that no one knows how much money the convenience store needs to spend, and how much money Zhongshan needs to spend in order to show his terrifying ability. However, in order to make more money, these expenses are also quite necessary. But after a short distance from Impel Down, they saw a warship approaching here, and the pirates became serious. No, this ship's firepower is not at all a match for warship. Mr. Zhongshan, let run away. Yeah, there will be more warship behind this warship. We can't beat it. On the other hand, Zhongshan was still extremely calm. It Fishman Jinbei them. When he finished saying this, the pirates just remembered that just now, Fishman Jinbei, Crocodile and the clown buggy went to snatch the marine warship. Now, they have come home victorious. When Fishman Jinbei and the clown buggy saw Zhongshan's boat, their eyes were fixed. This boat is really handsome. I wish I could have this ship. Even the King Shichibukai cannot avoid his greed for Xiao Chahao. If it wasn't for Zhongshan's great strength in the Great Hell, they would have already taken action at this time. There are too many pirates in this ship. We just have 2 ships. Let some people go to the other ship. In the end, a group of pirates, led by Buggy and Fishman, went to the marine battleship. As for the gigantic battleship Zhongshan had accepted, because its body was too large, she was pulling a rope and being dragged away by the Xiaocha. For a time, 2 ships with a large number of pirates sailed to the marine headquarters together. As for the clown buggy, after being known by everyone that he was a crew member of One Piece, King of Pirates Roger, he was enthusiastically sought after by the pirates and was named the captain of another ship. Zhongshan calmly glanced at the clown buggy. It's really a lucky guy. The clown buggy was very lucky, and even finally had the ability to win the One Piece King of Pirates. And now, isn't little buggy a little too arrogant? Looks like it's necessary to hit this little buggy again. Zhongshan stood directly at the bow of the boat, looked at Buggy who was standing on the cannon, and shouted, "Hey, Buggy, pay back the money." When Buggy, who was standing on the naval gun, heard Zhongshan's shout, he almost carried his head into the sea. P.S. The account was inexplicably unable to log in, and then various displays showed that the user did not exist, which blinded me, and then after half an hour, I was inexplicably able to log in again, which scared me to rush over. By the way, Chapter 36 come to Marine Headquarters. It didn't take long to get from Impel Down to Marine Headquarters. In the early morning, Zhongshan and others had already seen the gate of Marine Headquarters. How can I open this door? Jinbei looked serious. Ace has already raised his fists and said, then try knocking twice. But then he was stopped by Zhongshan. You can't open it right now. We can only wait for Whitebeard's arrival. Zhongshan knew that, as Ace's most stringent father, Whitebeard would not sit idly by. Everyone, for the next battle, take a good rest in this ship. In a while, we will subvert the order of this world. Zhongshan looked at the door with a serious expression. Luffy was getting impatient already. How long will it take to see Ace? Calm down and don't be impatient. At this time, Zhongshan had already opened the super convenience store system. Among the light blue light curtains and commodity, Zhongshan quickly found the ship coding option. Now that the marine headquarters has set up a net, just waiting for Whitebeard to enter, but in the bay in front of Marine, the defense is the weakest. Whitebeard relied on 3 ships to dive into the bay from the bottom of the sea, causing the Marine's outer enclosure to fail, and we can also completely dive into the marine headquarters, Marine Fort. In this way, Zhongshan thoroughly ordered the coding option. As a result, Zhongshan almost vomited blood when she saw the cost. 2,000 member point. This part-time job will kill people. Xiao Cha, I don't think I can support you no matter how much money I make. Even though his heart ached, Zhongshan still chooses to coach Xiao Cha. After all, for now, running to Whitebeard's side seemed dangerous, but the most dangerous place was also the safest place. The coding of the convenience store system is extremely fast, and it is completely completed in the blink of an eye, and all the pirates who watch it are stunned. The coding speed is too fast. It's not a loss for Mr. Zhongshan, who has so many good things. The pirates are about to become Zhongshan's stubborn fan. In the future, everyone must look for treasures so that they can go to Lord Zhongshan to exchange for more good things. In the acclamations of the pirate, the coded Xiaocha has sunk to the bottom of the sea. On the contrary, Xiao Xiaocha was a little depressed. Sir, what you are doing is really wasteful. It would be nice to add some money to improve the hull for me. Don't worry Xiaocha, when I earn more money, I will not only give you a complete makeover but also buy you new clothes. Adults are the best. While the two were chatting, the door of Marine headquarters had been slowly opened. This is not an order from Marine headquarters, but Zhongshan already knows that Whitebeard has come. Little T, full speed going. Yes, Mr. Store Manager. The coated small T carries the pirates across the seabed at high speed. As for the huge battleship, he was too big, and Zhongshan could only let himself enter the battlefield from the sea. At this time, the Marine headquarters, which was waiting for it, suddenly saw a faint shadow of a sail in the sea fog in the distance. They're coming. A total of 47 ships. All the New World pirates under Whitebeard have come here. Everyone is ready. Marine's headquarters became extremely dignified in an instant. At this moment, in the bay directly in front of the Marine headquarters, a bubble suddenly rose, followed by the sea water gushing out. Not good. Could it be? Before Marine could recover, Whitebeard's Moby Dick pirate ship rushed from the bottom of the sea, followed by two other ships. It turned out to break through our sea. All the Marines couldn't help swallowing. The sound of heavy footsteps and the sound of iron hoop hitting the deck resounded in the sea area, attracting everyone's attention. Here he is, the most powerful pirate in this world, Whitebeard. Whitebeard had reached the bow of the Moby Dick. His fist clenched, and the ability to shake the fruit instantly exploded from his fist. The sea is not calm at this moment, and the undercurrent is surging. Zhongshan and others at the bottom of the sea felt it more clearly, and the going of Xiaocha received greater resistance. It seems that Whitebeard has already shot. Zhongshan lowered her head and muttered to herself. The next moment, the sea water poured in the opposite direction, and the current hit the Xiaocha, rushing towards the Marine headquarters at high speed. Luffy was agitated. Okay, that's it. We can save eight. A huge tsunami has been caused around the Marine headquarters. The huge wave is about to submerge the Marine headquarters. At this time, the Xiaocha also rushed out of the bay. Why are there still ships? It's bigger than the Moby Dick. Chapter 37 War begins. Hit first. Shock of the Marines lasted only a few seconds. The next moment, Xiaocha couldn't withstand the impact of the ocean undercurrent and was blasted directly into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Marine Marshal Sengoku and Whitebeard both broke out in a cold sweat. What kind of ship was that just now? It just disappeared. I'm afraid it's a bunch of idiots. At this time, Zhongshan and the others had already completely reached the sky, and even the white clouds were under their feet. The power of Whitebeard is truly terrifying. Zhongshan has a lot of love in her heart. At this time, the vibration has formed a tsunami, which is about to sweep the entire Marine headquarters. All Marine lives on the line. Right here, Marine Admiral Kuzan rose into the sky, and the terrifying cold air secreted along the surrounding, instantly forming the huge waves into an ice block. At the same time, the Marine headquarters, including the bay area, formed an ice block in an instant. Whitebeard pirates even shouted, "This ice layer just gave us a foothold. Go ahead." Pirate block to Marine headquarters, and the battle with Marine is imminent. At the same time, Marine Admiral Kuzan and Kizaru shot at the same time, but they couldn't reach Whitebeard at all. They were shot by Whitebeard's squad leader Marco and Diamond Jozu, blocking Marine Admiral's attack. Diamond Jozu shattered the ice surface, lifted the terrifying ice block, and smashed it directly at Marine headquarters. If this ice hits Marine, the headquarters will definitely disappear instantly. Lava Akainu couldn't do it any longer, and with one punch, it melted the ice surface. The battle turned white hot in the blink of an eye. Only Whitebeard and Marine Marshal Sengoku were still facing each other, but at this moment, there were bursts of shout from the sky. Zhongshan, Luffy and the others fell from the sky at high speed. Oh my god, why did that battleship suddenly disappear? We'll fall to our death. I don't want to die like this. Ivan, the Shemale King, exclaimed. I don't want to die either. Luffy also exclaimed, but returned to normal in the next moment. Forget I'm a rubber man. I can't fall to death. Only Zhongshan and Xiaocha remained calm. At this time, Zhongshan was holding the big black umbrella, and the other hand wrapped around Xiaocha's waist, slowly falling from the air. I have to say, the quality of this big black umbrella is really amazing. As expected of an item from the system, it's good. Zhongshan, who was in the air, probably took a while to float down. Here, he could have a better view of the entire battlefield. Even because he was too far away from Luffy and others, he was not noticed at all. As for Luffy and the others, they completely fell into the seawater that fell into the middle of the ice block that was dug away. Zhongshan knew that these people who came out of hell would not die so easily. Luffy, Ace shouted into the sky, and Garp the Fifth, who was sitting beside him, looked extremely ugly. Garp the Fifth, is the hero of Marine, but the two grandchildren he raised have become pirates. Sengoku on the side was mocking. You really raised a good grandson. If you weren't my Marine's hero, you'd be dead long ago. The battle continued. Marine Headquarters 3 Admiral, the famous Vice Admiral from all over the world, Shichibukai under the King, have all gathered here, and the battle is still deadlocked. But at this moment, a huge roar suddenly came from the distance. A huge shadow came out of the fog, and Marine Bay was blocked, and a huge gap was directly punched by the demon descendant Little Oz Jr. After that, with the huge physical advantage of the giant clan, Little Oz rushed directly into Marine's encirclement. He roared wildly, and the giant vice admiral, who had been slaughtered in the outer periphery, was not his opponent and was beheaded by them. But he didn't want to stop at all, sinking deeper and deeper in Marine's encirclement. His goal is clear: save Ace. Oz, back up, you'll be Marine's target. After Ace died with all his strength, he still couldn't stop the simple-minded Little Oz. He only knew that Ace was very good to him, so even if he died, he would save Ace. Whitebeard looked at Ozzy's back with a pained expression. Idiot, don't die and the brave are not the same thing. Don't stop me, Daddy. I want to save him. Save Ace with B. Whitebeard rubbed his head in a headache. You fool, I really can't do anything about you. Then he suddenly shouted to the rear, you guys, go and help him deal with the aftermath. But just as Oz broke through the defense line one after another, Oz encountered the most terrifying tyrant, Bartholomew Bear. P.S. It's agreed that there will be more today, and we will do what we say, and there will be more in a while. Chapter 38 World-shattering ad for the fur. Oz is no match for King Shichibukai, Bartholomew Bear. The huge bear's paw kept shrinking in the bear's hand, and finally hit Oz. Bear's paw. Shock. Oz's figure was so large that he couldn't dodge at all. With one blow, Oz's body was severely injured, and his cherished straw hat was directly knocked to the ground. Ace looked at Oz covered in blood and fell into painful memory. In the Whitebeard Pirate, he has a very good relationship with Oz. Oz is a giant, very close to the sun. You're so close to the sun, isn't it hot? It's hot. Hey, this straw hat is for you. After wearing a straw hat, Oz smiled happily. Sure enough, it's a lot cooler. The crew members around were even more envious. Ace itself is a fire. In order to make this straw hat for you, I burned 2 of them. The picture in my mind flashed again and again. It was raining heavily, and Ozzy was sitting outside alone. Oz boat, it's raining outside. Go back quickly. Oz is illy isho. With this straw hat, I'm not afraid of the rain. The screen flashed again. The sky was snowing heavily, and Oz was still sitting outside alone. Oz, where's it? It's snowing here. It's too cold. Oz still squinted his eyes, his face filled with happiness. With the straw hat from Ace, not at all. Oz is a silly, cute, and persistent giant. Even though he was severely injured, he still wanted to reach out and save Ace. His Majesty Shichibukai was ready to attack Oz, but a sigh suddenly caught their attention. Hey, Zhongshan, who slowly floated down from the sky, landed directly on Oz's head with Xiaocha. Sure enough, he's an utterly stupid idiot. However, I appreciate you, a kind and righteous idiot. Zhongshan patted Oz's pair of demon horns lightly. Both Marine and the pirates were shocked by the sudden fall of Zhongshan. Who is he? How has he never been seen? It actually fell directly in the center of the battlefield. He's going to die. This is a battlefield, and he still has a girl in his arm. God, how can there be such a person? As for the King Shichibukai Hancock, he didn't care what Zhongshan was doing. All her head was Zhongshan's figure with an umbrella. Lord Zhongshan. Zhongshan ignored everyone's attention, and instead looked for the footage of the videophone bug. This battle was broadcast live by Marine all over the world. Everyone in the world is watching this battle. But at this moment, the camera showed Zhongshan's figure with a big black umbrella, which is extraordinary. People all over the world have stirred up. Who is this? How could he join this battle? But the next moment, they knew the identity of the handsome black-haired man in the image. Please allow me to introduce myself. My dear Zhongshan, the owner of the super convenience store on Lily Island in Windless Belt. In my convenience store, you can buy everything in the world, whether you want wealth, fame, power, or the whole world. Finally, welcome everyone to come to my super convenience store to buy. I'm Zhongshan. I'm on Lily Island waiting for you. Zhongshan is handsome and unrestrained. Through Marine's live broadcast, he made this super advertisement in the whole world. The reason why he spends a lot of membership points to come here, isn't it just to catch up with this live broadcast all over the world, and to advertise for the convenience store vigorously. Moreover, the commercials broadcast live all over the world are still broadcasted by Marine for him for free, which is simply cool and unnecessary. Of course, the huge toll spent before coming here must not be included in the advertising cost, but Zhongshan had no idea what a sensation his actions had caused to the whole world. Marine and Whitebeard are fighting to death, and he's popping an ad here all of a sudden. The people of the world who saw this scene were almost petrified by thunder. Damn it, where did this come from? I dare to mix it up. You are a businessman. Aren't you looking for death when you come here? I see this Zhongshan, clearly wanting to fight. I think after this war, no matter who wins or loses, this idiot will leave an indelible mark in history. As for Zhongshan, she calmly looked at Marine and the pirates with a shit-eating expression. Of course he didn't come here to court death, but to make money. Hey, let's do a business. P.S. Today's 5 shifts are much more powerful than before. Starting tomorrow, we will strive to ensure that there are basically 5 shifts per day. Also, if there is a third tipper, I'll add another chapter for him. After that, for every 1,000 rewards accumulated, a new chapter will be added. A total of 10,000 flowers have been accumulated, and a new chapter has been added. A total total of 1,000 evaluation votes have been added, and a new chapter has been added. Accumulate 100 monthly passes every month, plus 1 chapter. Accumulated 5,000 collection. Add a new chapter. If I'm in a good mood, I'll keep adding more. If I can find a female ticket, add more than 100,000 words. No, don't doubt Xiaocha's ability to code word. I have written 30,000 characters of daily code several times. At present, the cumulative number of code words has exceeded 7 million. So, brothers, if you have any reward, flowers, evaluation, collection, and monthly passes, just throw them all over. If I throw a sister paper over, I will be more grateful. Chapter 39 The Devil Fruit Worth 4 billion Bailey. In the eyes of the whole world, Zhongshan arrogantly advertised, which suddenly changed the nature of the originally incomparable war. After introducing the advertisement, I should also let you know the strength of my convenience store. Give me 80 million Bailey and I'll save Oz. Zhongshan held an umbrella and calmly said to Esther, Ace's pupil tightened. He was a prisoner who was about to be executed. He never thought that anyone would say such a thing to him. 80 million. Come to sell Oz's life. You bastard. Can Oz be measured by 80 million? If you can save him, I'll give as much as I can. Ace roared with all his strength. Zhongshan reluctantly plucked her ear. Saving Oz is worth 50 million. If I ask for an extra 30 million, I feel a little black-hearted. I didn't expect you to say more than that. Well, I can't understand the feelings between you. Xiaocha, go and pick up that straw hat. It's the store manager. Xiaocha quickly jumped down to pick up the draft hat and handed it to Zhongshan. Zhongshan put on a straw hat for Oz calmly. Thank you. Only then did the seriously injured Oz realize that there were 2 people standing on his head. Although I can't see who it is, the one who can put on the straw hat again for himself must be his own. Zhongshan smiled and patted Oz's big head. You can't rush over, but you can lie on the ground for a while and use it as a bridge to let more comrades in the rear pass over. Oz was puzzled. I want to save A. For a single-strand creature like him, nothing has a very good effect. Okay. Zhongshan shook his head helplessly. If this big guy really rushes in, and he has to make sure he doesn't die, then the asking price of 80 million will definitely be a lot. That being the case, Zhongshan quickly spent 500 member points to buy a white cloud bear bile pill. Baiyun Shangdan pill. From the world of swordsmen, ancient scent elixir to cure wound. After taking it, it will cause dizziness for half a day, and the effect is remarkable. Although this ammunition comes from the world of martial art, but after the blessing of the system, the efficacy is destined to be extraordinary. Otherwise it is impossible to spend 500 member points. Zhongshan directly grabbed the big black umbrella and fell down, and said at the same time, open your mouth. I have a healing elixir here, which can relieve your injury. Ozzy with a stubborn head believed Zhongshan, so he listened to his word, opened his big mouth. Zhongshan casually tossed it, and the white cloud bear bile pill fell into his mouth. He snorted slightly, but felt that there was no smell at all. This medicine is really too small. It's just that after Baiyun Shangdanwan fell, the wound on his body stopped bleeding, and Oz's energy also recovered. Sure enough, it's a good medicine. Ace and Whitebeard, who were watching the battlefield, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at the same time. He really has 2 strokes. Fortunately that idiot in Oz isn't dead, but Zhongshan's actions have completely angered Marine. Kill them. Sengoku, who was standing on the execution stand, had roared. King Shichibukai's Don Quixote walked down with a strange smile, looking at Zhongshan and little Oz seriously. A businessman dares to be so rampant. Your behavior has completely angered Marine, and no one can stop your death. Zhongshan laughed wildly. No one in this world can make me die. Before he finished speaking, he saw that Don Quixote had already acted in advance. A pink feather coat, crop trousers and pointed-toed shoes. The strange outfit is extremely weird, but his speed is already extremely fast. He is the owner of the thread fruit. The thread is invisible, and has an extremely sharp cutting ability. Originally, little Oz's right leg was cut off by him, but at this time, there is Zhongshan standing here. He methodically turned the ring, picking out items in the convenience store. The ability of the fruit of the thread is very powerful, causing Don Quixote to have few defeat, but the ability of the fruit of the thread is also naturally restrained. That is, the fruit of surgery. This fruit is considered to be the ultimate devil fruit because it can perform the eternal operation that give human life eternal life, but the price is that the person who has the ability will die. The value of this fruit far exceeds the existence of 4 billion Baileys that are wanted by all pirates. The original owner of Trafalgar Law is a newcomer who is comparable to Luffy. Even in a convenience store, a 3-minute experience card requires 1,000 membership points. After using the experience card, Zhongshan calmly took out a tang knife, and a smile appeared on the corner of Vivi's mouth. Room Slaughterhouse. Chapter 40 Humiliated Don Quixote. In the face of Don Quixote, who rarely failed, Zhongshan did not hesitate to use the surgical fruit experience card specially designed to restrain him. He pressed his palm against the ground, and created a white typhoon-like vortex that was constantly rotating and hollow under the palm. In the end, the vortex expanded during the rotation and spread into a specific semicircular space. In this space, Zhongshan is the master. No creature can stop his knife. Die. The sword light flickered, and the marine soldiers who were still in the space were chopped into 6, 7, 8, and 9 sections in an instant. No blood flowed from their stumps and arms, and they did not die, but they were floating in this space. The transparent silk thread in Don Quixote's hand also broke in an instant, and was completely cut by Zhongshan. At the same time, Tang's knife also slashed toward Don Quixote's body. Where's that bastard Luo? Don Quixote was frightened by Zhongshan's ability. The fruit of the operation was originally an ability possessed by one of his subordinates, Luo, and he has always declared that he treats Luo like his own younger brother. The purpose is to allow Luo to perform eternal surgery on himself. But right now, Zhongshan has the ability to operate on fruit, so is Luo already dead? Marine and the pirate, who had observed all this, were also stunned. This is the ability of Supernova Luo. How could it appear in him? Who the hell is he? The Tang knife in Zhongshan's hand did not stop because of the shock of the crowd, and kept cutting on Don Quixote's body. But Don Quixote is Shichibukai under the king after all, and the tip of the knife can only cut through his skin, but cannot completely hurt him. After 5 breaths, Tang Dao in Zhongshan's hands finally stopped, and the white specific base disappeared. Boom! The broken limbs and broken arms floating in the air fell to the ground in an instant, and a vacuum field appeared in this dense battlefield. As for Don Quixote, he didn't fall down, but his clothes, trousers, and even his eyes and shoes were shattered into countless pieces at this moment and scattered into the air. His long blonde hair also disappeared, turning into a shiny bald head. That was when Zhongshan was showing his ability, and by the way, he gave him a layer of wax. His body was densely packed with many stab wounds. Although it was not fatal, it was shocking when he saw it, and Zhongshan stared at his lower body and said maliciously, "Even the underwear and pants are pink. They have a personality." Don Quixote's face was extremely ugly. The surrounding marines were also swallowing their saliva and backing away. Seeing this, Whitebeard, who was standing on the boat and did not dare to move rashly, burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. This war is being broadcast live all over the world. It's so heartwarming that a Shichibukai was so humiliated in front of the whole world." Marine Marshal Sengoku's face was even more ugly. After this incident, Don Quixote may be completely discredited. Who is this Zhongshan? Why has he never heard of it before? What a powerful person. Send me someone to investigate. There is everything about him. The Marines were already shocked. At this time, the people who saw this through the big screen were shocked and couldn't keep their mouths shut. "We just thought this man was crazy, but at this moment he showed his ability. His strength is even stronger than the King Shichibukai. He's really just a businessman. If it were a pirate, wouldn't he be able to traverse the sea long ago? With his strength, why should he only be a businessman?" The focus of everyone in the world has already fallen on Zhongshan's body. This is also the effect Zhongshan wanted. He carefully looked for the camera again, and then Vivi sorted his clothes and said seriously, "In the super convenience store, you can buy everything. I'm Zhongshan. I'm on Lily Island, waiting for you." He even threw a wink at the camera bug. When people around the world saw this close-up again, their jaws were about to fall to the ground. Another ad. This is fighting Shichibukai, the king, and he is in the mood to continue advertising. God, he's a lunatic. At this time, Zhongshan's name has been firmly engraved in the hearts of people around the world. He used his own strength to prove that he was not a joke in the war, a fool who didn't know how to live or die. Don Quixote, who was fighting against him, was completely annoyed by Zhongshan's action. "Bastard, you dare to play with me, courting death." Zhongshan turned her head and her expression became cold again. "Are you kidding?" "I'm afraid not." Only Zhongshan knew that he really wanted to take Don Quixote's life in those few cuts just now, but Don Quixote was Shichibukai, the king after all. If Don Quixote is serious, the chances of him being able to kill Don Quixote are slim. Besides, there are other Shichibukai around here. One Piece Super Convenience Store. Chapter 41 to 63. Chapter 41. The store manager who became a joke. Don Quixote felt an unparalleled humiliation and rushed towards Zhongshan like crazy. "Moria, let's do it together." Gecko Moria, who has the power of shadow and shadow fruit, laughed. "Don't forget there's a giant there, and I need his court to become my zombie." Shadow gun. Moria's shadow turned into a bat and turned into a black deer, stabbing straight at little Oz's throat. Oz's body was too large to be avoided at all. Fortunately, Zhongshan had already anticipated it. He rose up into the sky and chopped off the shadow horn spear with a single knife, turning it into a large number of black bats, drowning in the battlefield. Little Oz bowed his head and thanked him, but the next moment, because of the medicinal power of Baiyun Shangdan, his head was dizzy, and his body finally threw forward directly to the ground. Zhongshan, who was standing in front of Little Oz, hurriedly dodged and saw that Oz's body had become a bridge to the execution platform. The medicine in the system is domineering, and a body the size of a giant can be effective. Zhongshan tutted in amazement, but at this time, the people outside didn't know the specific situation. They only saw the black bats disperse, and Little Oz fell to the ground. Seeing this, Marine, who didn't know the truth, was already cheering. "Moria-sama is so powerful. It's not bad that it was Shichibukai, the king, who completely killed that terrifying giant with one blow. Long live Lord Moria. For a time, Marine's morale was boosted. Even Moria was stunned. Did I really kill little Oz? Why didn't I know it myself? But when he saw Oz lying motionless on the ground, no different from being dead, he suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, I know, he was a strong bow in the battle just now. As long as my shadow bat touches it lightly, he has no strength to resist. It seems that I am really lucky. With little Oz's body, I can create the most powerful zombie in the world. Seeing this, Ace on the execution platform glared angrily and roared furiously. Tears flowed from his eyes, and he thought Oz was dead. Oz's fall is too deceptive. Even Zhongshan himself did not expect such an effect. Whitebeard, who was still standing on the bow of the Moby Dick, shocked and killed a marine admiral who was close to him under his anger, which was simple and rude. Everyone is walking on Oz's body. Go. This misunderstanding completely inspired the fierceness of the Whitebeard pirate. The battle also entered the white-hot stage again. Martial Marine Sengoku saw this behind the scene. A smile appeared on Vivi's mouth. I was really scared by you just now, but unfortunately your business failed. Zhongshan, you are just like that. People from all over the world could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw this behind the scene. What a super convenient store. What, Zhongshan? I just see it as a liar. It also claims to be able to buy everything there. Hehe. Now you'll be slapped in the face. This business has failed. Who will dare to come to your store to buy things in the future? Haha, he's just a little bit stronger. There's nothing to fear. For a time, Zhongshan once again became a clown in everyone's heart. The super convenience store in his mouth has also become a joke. How about a shocking appearance? How powerful can it be? No matter how much a businessman churned, how many waves could he churn? He is so deep in the battlefield, I am afraid that he will die in the next moment. Everyone in the world is paying attention to Zhongshan, and Zhongshan looked at the pirates rushing frantically, knowing that Oz would not suffer too much damage if he fainted, so he simply added an energy protection net to him. The energy shield is an upgraded version of the energy shield, and the price is calculated according to the coverage. Oz's figure is too big. It cost him 1,000 member points. However, as long as the energy protection net is not subject to high-intensity attack, the energy protection net is invisible, allowing Oz to play dead better. As for those who said he was a joke, then they kept talking. With the resilience of a giant's body, the medicinal power of Baiyun Shangdan can't make him dizzy for too long. When the time comes, he will know who is the real joke. Zhongshan is still smiling. The time for the experience card has expired, and he is not suitable to stay here. Xiaocha respectfully held a big black umbrella for Zhongshan, which could resist the cold air emanating from the ice water under her feet. Sir, what shall we do next? I'm looking for someone. A boy who hasn't got a name yet. Chapter 42 Future Marine Admiral. When the crippling war broke out, Zhongshan chose to retreat. At present, in order to save little Oz, 2,500 points have been spent in the membership store, and the discount is 25 million Bailey. If he insists on fighting ahead, it is simply a money-burning behavior, which is not in his interest. Whitebeard and Sengoku's eyes fell on Zhongshan. In this fierce battle, he was still holding a big black umbrella, as if he was taking a leisurely walk, and he was the only one in the entire battlefield who would do this. There may be marines around to shoot him, but these little people Xiaocha can easily solve it. Zhongshan went all the way. No one could stop him, and soon came to the periphery of the bay. Sengoku the Buddha clasped his palm tightly when he saw this behind the scene. Damn it, this bastard businessman wants to run after advertising. Send me to stop him. He mustn't let him go so easily. But he soon received a response from Marine outside the bay. Marshal, there is no one out there who can stop him. Damn. Sengoku was furious at this. Whitebeard looked at Zhongshan who was leaving and clenched his fist. Sure enough, he is a businessman. Only for profit. Only for profit. He has no backbone and dignity. Everyone misunderstood Zhongshan. He just wanted to find a marine boy. Soon, he spotted the pink-haired teenager in the melee. With glasses on his head and a winter melon face, he looked at the dead companions around him in horror. As this war, even Lord Vice Admiral couldn't resist, and finally sacrificed, and I, who was weak, couldn't survive the war at all. Fear filled his heart. As marine recruit, he has yet to adjust to Marine's disability. At this moment, a huge machete fell on his head, and he had forgotten to dodge in fear. But at this moment, a straight knife blocked the machete, and flew so many pirates. He raised his head in shock, and saw the man with the black umbrella who still looked extremely elegant even on the battlefield. Xiaocha, I want to talk to him. Don't let anyone come near here. Yes, store manager. Xiaocha held the tang knife in his hand and rushed around, and Zhongshan waved his hand, and a set of antique tables and chairs appeared. The table was set with a tea set, and the water in the teapot was still steaming hot. Zhongshan sat down on her own, then stretched out her hand and said, Kobe, sit down. Kobe was oozing a lot of sweat from his forehead. He had been in a fight, and he had no idea what had just happened in the bay. He was even more curious about the identity of the mysterious man in front of him. This is a battlefield. You are drinking tea here. I must be dreaming. screaming. Kobe covered his head in pain. Am I dead? This is the legendary Mengpo soup that made people forget everything. He looked around. The shouting was still the same, and the war was still broken, but no pirate could step within 20 steps of Zhongshan and him. Zhongshan still maintains her elegance and doesn't care about the surrounding war at all, as if she is enjoying the flower. Kobe, you are not dead. You are still in this war. Why do you know my name? Kobe couldn't sit down after all. He was not as calm as Zhongshan. Not only do I know your name, but I know you want to be Marine Admiral. Kobe bit his lip tightly, clenching his fist tightly. Right now, you don't have the courage to uphold justice, nor do you have the strength to uphold justice. Kobe's head hangs lower, looking cowardly. Even Xiaocha frowned. How can such a person become Marine Admiral? Only Zhongshan knows that this kind of cowardly behavior is a common problem for many recruits. If it weren't for this, he would have died here long ago. But the most important thing is that this war is the transformation of Kobe, a cowardly Marine soldier. Kobe became the mainstay of Marine. Most importantly, Kobe met him. I know you've never been successful. You've lost badly in any battle, but this hasn't killed your dream. You are still going for it. Perhaps you will feel helpless at this moment, but don't be afraid. I am by your side. I wish you will live to the end. If you still have the dream of becoming a Marine Admiral after the war, come and find me in my convenience store. Zhongshan calmly got a cup of tea and handed it to Kobe. This cup of tea is called courage. Drinking it will make you no longer cowardly. Kobe took the teacup and drank it. His courage, also because of Zhongshan's words of encouragement, returned to his body. For the dream, no longer be afraid. But when he finished drinking the tea, he found that the table and chairs in front of him had disappeared. Only the back of Zhongshan was gone. I still don't know what your name is. Zhongshan Vivi turned her head sideways, leaving behind a profile that Kobe will never forget for the rest of her life. My name is Zhongshan. I will be waiting for you in my convenience store. I'll help you become Marine Admiral. Chapter 43 Store Manager Who Goes Back and Forth. As Zhongshan left with Xiaocha, Kobe gradually fell into a chaotic battlefield again. It's just that his expression is no longer painful, and his eyes are extremely firm. Trust me, I will be an admiral. At this time, Xiaocha was holding an umbrella for Zhongshan and asked with a puzzled face, my lord came here from the highly anticipated battlefield just to see this unknown marine boy. Zhongshan smiled and said, don't underestimate him. He will definitely become Marine Admiral. Xiaocha said dissatisfiedly, even if he is a fool, with the help of the store manager, he can definitely become a Marine Admiral. Zhongshan smiled and shook her head, and Xiaocha showed a sweet smile. The owner of the store did this. I am afraid that after training him into a Marine Admiral, we can fully demonstrate our strength. Zhongshan smiled and said, you are only right about one point. Another point is that I want to keep some acquaintances in Marine so as to save the trouble from the government in the future. The store manager kills 3 birds with 1 stone. This meeting is quite meaningful. It's just that the adult gave him a cup of tea, which is too extravagant. It better to leave it to Xiaocha to upgrade. At this time, the battlefield was slaughtered, but the eyes of the two seemed to be nothing else, and the eyes of others were more like a young couple in love. Zhongshan pinched her nose dotingly. You wouldn't think it was for membership point, would you? Xiaocha pouted and said, isn't it? Zhongshan said with a smile, it's just an ordinary cup of tea. The so-called courage is what he gave himself. What I did was to let the courage he had in his heart burst out ahead of time. Xiaocha's eyes widened in surprise, looking extremely cute. Ah, it turned out to be like this. Your lord is amazing. A cup of ordinary tea can give him courage. Zhongshan liked Xiaocha's sincere flattery, and her smile is even better. Okay, don't think about Kobe. Let's go back to the bay. There's still a tough battle to be fought there. At this time, the battlefield inside the bay has become extremely chaotic. The blockade outside the bay has been opened by the pirates to Gap. A large number of pirates poured into the bay, and the battle strength is in a line. Luffy and the others were also completely awake and came to the Whitebeard ship. Crocodile was out of Zhongshan's control. He had already rushed to Whitebeard's boat, ready to compete with Whitebeard, but was blocked by Luffy. Then he was stopped by Diamond Jozu, the captain of the 3rd team of the Whitebeard pirate. When Zhongshan returned to the battlefield, she saw that Luffy and Whitebeard were already facing each other. Whitebeard was looking down at Luffy. Are you here to save your brother? Luffy looked up at him and said seriously, that right? Do you know who your enemy is? Whitebeard's long knife pierced the deck heavily. If you are like this, you will die. For a time, the war stopped again because of the confrontation between Whitebeard and Luffy. Luffy was silent for a few breaths, and then his expression turned hideous. It's long-winded. You don't have to decide this kind of thing. I know, you're quite the One Piece King of Pirate, right? Becoming the One Piece King of Pirate. It's me. When Luffy roared with all his strength, the pirates and marines on the battlefield were already frightened. No one has dared to be so arrogant in the face of Whitebeard. After Zhongshan heard this voice, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. As expected of Luffy, even if he has encountered the famous E for a long time, Whitebeard, who survived the era of One Piece King of Pirate, is not afraid at all. Xiaocha frowned and Vivi frowned. The air there has frozen. It seems that Whitebeard is really angry. Do you want to help Luffy, sir? Zhongshan Zhongshan shook her head with a smile and said, Whitebeard is one of the 4 emperors in this world. He is very ruthless and won't care about luck. When he finished speaking, Whitebeard, who was dancing the sword, had already dropped the sword heavily on the deck and then looked at Zhongshan and laughed wildly. It arrogant. If you dare to hold me back, I can't spare you, runny brat. I'll do what I want. Hey, let me save you. When Luffy finished speaking, he rushed into the battlefield with a grim look. At this time, Zhongshan also came to the bow of the Moby Dick. The big black umbrella and the beautiful little T with an umbrella behind him once again attracted everyone's attention. What? He didn't even leave. Marine Marshal Sengoku suddenly had a bad premonition. He's on Whitebeard's boat. What the hell is he trying to do? P.S. Say good 5. Do what you say. There's more to come. Chapter 44. Marine's partner. For the third, Whitebeard looked at Zhongshan, who was standing beside him, with a grim expression and clenched his fist. How dare you come here? In the face of Whitebeard's anger, Zhongshan remained indifferent, with a calm attitude that attracted everyone's attention. We are not enemies, Zhongshan said calmly. He knew that Whitebeard was also very embarrassed by this anxious battle. He had no confidence in Bai Sheng and rescued Ace. Even he will practice with Buggy, who has little ability, so that many pirates think that Buggy is on an equal footing with Whitebeard. But you killed Little Law. You could have saved him. Zhongshan helplessly spreads her hand. Who said he was dead? Whitebeard dared angrily. What did you say? He just took my medicine and passed out temporarily. Don't you think he fell there and stepped on his body to get to the execution stand? Whitebeard's pupils tightened. He already believed Zhongshan's word, because no one could ever lie to him. Whitebeard. It was very dangerous for him to fall there. Zhongshan smiled and shook her head. Don't worry, I have already protected him. He will not be in any danger. When Whitebeard heard this, his brows stretched a lot. You have caught Marine's attention. They will definitely kill you. Let's join forces. Zhongshan shook her head. You know, the person Marine wants to kill the most is you. And I'm just a businessman, just trying to do something profitable. Whitebeard frowned. A businessman's face is hard to make a big deal. Pirates are the sons of the sea. They can wander freely in the sea, but you have lost yourself for money. Zhongshan's expression became more serious. Whitebeard, do you really think that being the most powerful pirate is amazing? The voice of this sentence was loud, causing the pirate marines on the battlefield to stop fighting again. Everyone looked at Zhongshan in surprise. What happened today? How dare everyone face Whitebeard like this? My god, does that Zhongshan really think that if he can humiliate Shichibukai, he can face Whitebeard? Crazy. Simply crazy. Zhongshan continued to calmly say, the pirates will only serve the interests of themselves and their partner. The senseless sacrifice looked great, but it is actually extremely selfish. This sentence made everyone stunned. Hearing these words, Marshal Sengoku's heart suddenly calmed down. These two fight, which he would like to see. Haha, what Zhongshan said is right. Pirates are indeed selfish beings, the cancer of this society. You are willing to join my marine. Uphold justice. Sengoku's remarks were justified, and the camera phone bug camera also fell on Zhongshan once again. In Marine's eye, a powerful person is either Marine or a pirate. Since Zhongshan doesn't agree with pirate, that his Marine's companion. If someone as powerful as Zhongshan is absorbed into Marine, then the balance of war will also increase 1 point in the direction of Marine. Even after hearing Zhongshan's word, Marshal Sengoku already believed that Zhongshan was his own. At the same time, people all over the world think the same. Although this Zhongshan is a liar, if he joins Marine, it will greatly enhance Marine's strength. With Zhongshan joining in, maybe Marine will really win. You said that the deal he just made with Ace was deliberately toying with Ace and Whitebeard in order to kill the giant Oz. You mean Oz killed him? It's very possible. Zhongshan has been Marine's partner since the beginning. At this moment, people in the world have deduced a lot of evidence and even righteously believe that Zhongshan is upholding justice. They even felt that with the addition of Zhongshan, Marine was about to win and the war was about to end. But the next moment, they saw Zhongshan's brows raise lightly through the big green, and then she pointed her finger at Marine Marshal Sengoku. Shut up for me. When people from all over the world saw this behind the scene, they were instantly silent, and then there was an uproar. Isn't he Zhongshan Marine's own? Why even Marshal Sengoku scolds him? Maybe this Zhongshan is young and frivolous and refuses to accept discipline. After all, his strength is there, and he has the qualifications to shout at Marshal Sengoku. It doesn't matter how he scolds Sengoku as long as he's still in our Marine's position. These peoples have abandoned their greatest Marine Marshal, Sengoku, for victory. In their opinion, as long as they can win, even if Sengoku is scolded a few times, what can they do? But what Zhongshan said in the next moment shattered everyone's illusion. You Marines will only oppress the people of the world with arrogance and hypocrisy under the guise of justice. This is worse than pirate. P.S. I made a rule yesterday and I did it today. This is the 6th update today. This new 11 reward for the 3rd place in the book will be added. The reward for the first 588 VIP points in this book is super awesome. Next, there is one more. Chapter 45. The boss is arrogant. For reward, the so-called Marine will only oppress the people people of the world with arrogance and hypocrisy under the guise of justice. The so-called Marine will only maintain the status of the world government, treat the people as ants, and wantonly crush, but it continues to set up the governmental appearance and deceive the ignorant and confused people. The so-called Marine openly fought against the pirates, set up Shichibukai under the king, and let them plunder and rule the people, and never do anything. Such a Marine is even worse than a pirate. Zhang Shan felt that scolding was not enough, and continued to add another sentence on the TV camera. Marine Marshal Sengoku's face was ashen when he was scolded, and the veins on his forehead burst out. This is live broadcast all over the world. Live broadcast all over the world. Marine's face was completely lost by his words. Sengoku wanted to crush Zhang Shan directly, but he knew that if he did, Marine would be passive in the war. In the end, he could only roar at Zhang Shan. Ignorance boy. Do you want to be the enemy of the whole world? The huge roar was deafening, and the people of the world who watched all this also recovered from their shock. Yes, he scolded the pirate. He scolded the Marine government. The two most powerful forces in the world have been scolded by him. Will there still be a place for him in the world? Does he really want to be the enemy of the whole world? As Marshal Sengoku said, too arrogant. Not only arrogant, but also arrogant. Not just arrogant, but too arrogant. For a time, the people of the world once again focused their attention on Zhang Shan. Marine and the pirates were even more depressed at this time. Special meow. This is the battle between Marine and pirate. How can such a person suddenly jump out? Will Marine and pirate continue to fight? Or Marine will fight pirate and Zhang Shan? Or will pirate fight Zhang Shan and Marine? Or simply join forces with the Marine pirate? Kill this Zhang Shan first and continue to fight. Of course, the grievances of the pirate Marine have existed for too many years, and it is impossible to join forces. Fishman Jinbei saw Zhang Shan's figure, but his eyes suddenly became hot. His ideal is not to have a war, and he was imprisoned in the underwater prison because he was unwilling to stop the war. Now, in the body of Lord Zhang Shan, I finally see the hope that the war will stop. In this war, after all, there are many peace messengers who do not want this war to happen. They all saw hope in Zhang Shan's body. As long as a third party joins, the balance will reach a certain balance, and no one will move rashly. But Zhang Shan's next sentence almost knocked Fishman Jinbei lay to the ground. I'm Zhang Shan, the owner of the Lily Island convenience store in the Windless Belt. I hope there is no war in the world. You can also buy peace in my convenience store. When Zhang Shan finished saying this, everyone had to kneel. Although it's not the same as the previous two for placement, but it's also placement as. This is the third time. I'm afraid no one will know about his convenience store from now on. Is his convenience store a sponsor of this war? As far as his advertising trend is concerned, this is more than a sponsor. It is simply a title. People all over the world are embarrassed and about to vomit blood because of his advertisement. Everyone is thinking about the direction of this war, because this determines where the world will go. But the appearance of Zhang Shan has brought this dignified atmosphere away. But when the three sides faced off, Whitebeard's laughter broke the balance. Boy, so arrogant. Be my son. Under my banner, you can do whatever you want. At this time, Whitebeard, instead of blaming Zhang Shan for scolding him, made him his own son. One of the four emperors. Whitebeard, his chest is as broad as the sea. But Zhang Shan shook her head. I will never become a pirate. I am just the purest businessman. Businessmen have no future. Only pirates can ignore the rules of this world. Create a new order. Zhang Shan shook her head again. Businessmen have no future. I will use my hands to fight for a future. Businessmen obey the order. I will use my hands to create a new order. The ultimate dream of a businessman is not for money, but for the benefit of the world. I hope that everyone in this world can have enough food and clothing, and live a happy life. I hope that there will be no more oppression and plunder in this world, and that pirates will no longer look for treasures, because there are endless treasures around them. First, hope that Marine is not oppressed, because the pirates are no more, and the people live and work in peace and contentment. Marine, it will only be a symbol of the government strength, not as high as it is now. Whitebeard laughed wildly. Boy, your world is too beautiful to exist. Zhang Shan's eyes are firm. It is precisely because there is none that we need to create. You pirates can only plunder. Marine can only oppress. Only we businessmen can know how to create a new future. When Zhang Shan's word fell, the people of the world were shaken. This, is it not their ideal? P.S. Today's 7th update. For the reward of 1,000 points. Any other flower, collection, reward, and evaluation, throw them all over. Small T can take it. Chapter 46 Ace's Value. Zhang Shan's words are deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. His position is not a pirate, nor a marine, but a businessman of the people. Only when the people are rich can he become richer. And doing business also needs a peaceful environment. He doesn't really want war. War will destroy the whole world in a short time, but it takes too long to create a world. So this is his ideal. We want peace too. Do you want to trust him? No. No matter how strong he is alone. We still have to trust Marine. Only the rule of Marine can keep the peace. He can't change anything. The people of the world are red-faced for this fight. They think Zhang Shan is a liar, and no one will believe him. but Zhongshan knows that he will use his actions to practice what he has said. Whitebeard was serious about his word. It's arrogant enough, then try to do it, but for now, let's work together to deal with Marine. Zhongshan nodded slightly. I can help you save Ace, but I have to pay me 550 million. His offer was exactly the price of Ace's bounty. Whitebeard raised his eyebrows when he heard Zhongshan's word. Ace is priceless. Zhongshan calmly spreads her hand. You can think of paying $550 million to hire me to help you out. No one in this world has ever had such high commission. I appear, of course I have. Okay, if you can save Ace with your own hand, I will not only pay you the commission, but you will forever be my friend of the Whitebeard pirates and be protected by my Whitebeard. Whitebeard made a promise to Zhongshan. When all the pirates heard that Zhongshan had discussed business with Whitebeard at this time, they were astonished as if they were petrified. Dad, don't trust him. We can save Ace. Yeah, Dad. You are the most powerful man in the world. We can definitely save Ace. Whitebeard stood on the bow, not speaking. Zhongshan, on the other hand, looked at the hull behind. Why don't you pay some deposit first? Zhongshan knew that the famous pirate ship Moby Dick would eventually be sunk, and since the wealth inside fell into the sea, it might as well fall into his hand. Whitebeard stared into Zhongshan's eyes earnestly, and finally nodded. Go find it yourself. Under everyone's shock age, Zhongshan really went to the ship to search. The battle broke out again because of Zhongshan's disappearance. Luffy led Jinbei, Ivan, the Shemale King, and others to keep moving forward, but was finally stopped by the world's largest swordsman, Eagle Eye, and stopped. The clown Buggy, who is greedy for life and fearful of death but is extremely lucky, leads a group of prisoners to carry out a great battle plan. It is not difficult for Zhongshan to search for wealth on this ship. As long as he spends 10 membership points to scan the entire ship through the system, he can use the speed to know the location of the money. To Zhongshan's surprise, this ship is worth more than 100 million Baileys going. Of course, Whitebeard's wealth is far more than that. He should have a place to bury the treasure. These goings are just some necessary fees to carry with him. Zhongshan was not polite, and exchanged all of them for membership point, which was not only used up in Little Oz before, but also had a lot more. Now he has nearly 24,000 member points. This is enough for him to do a lot in this war. The accumulation of capital wealth is complete. Next, it's time for me to show my skill. He exchanged 1,000 member points for the energy protection ball from the space and handed it to Xiaocha. I'm not by your side next. Take care to protect yourself. Don't worry, Mr. Store Manager. I will. Zhongshan returned to Whitebeard Espo again and said, before I take action, I'll tell you one more important thing. They're going to execute Ace ahead of time. After he said this, he rushed directly into the battlefield, came to Luffy's side, and left Whitebeard standing alone, his pupils locked. This is really very important news. He pondered for a moment, then suddenly raised the big knife and roared, they are going to execute Ace ahead of time. Everyone, go ahead. At this moment, the pirate boiled again. On the other hand, Zhongshan, holding the Tang Dao, stood in front of Luffy, facing Hawkeye alone, the greatest swordsman in the world, the nemesis and friend of the red-haired Four Emperor. You shouldn't be the King Shichibukai and help the tyrant. Zhongshan slowly raised the Tang Dao and pointed at Hawkeye. Today, I'm going to take down the title of the greatest swordsman in the world. Chapter 47 Shushan's Sword Fairy on the battlefield. Eagle-eyed Mahor, with eagle-like eye, always wears a top hat with white fluff, a burgundy-patterned shirt and white trousers. He is called the greatest swordsman in the world, and the sword in his hand is called Black Sword Knife, claimed to be the strongest black knife in the world. Today's Zhongshan wants to challenge Mahor's swordsmanship. One is to win the road of going for Luffy, and the other is to prove that his swordsmanship is stronger than Hawkeye Mihor. The so-called is to create momentum. The experience card he used was not a devil fruit, but from the famous Shenxia world. Sword Immortal Li Xiaoyao experience card, valid for 3 minutes, requires 1500 membership points. After use, you can get all the strength of Li Xiaoyao, the 27th head of Shushan, and know all the swordsmanship of Shushan. This card is from Shanjian Kixia Biography World. This is the first time for Zhongshan to use the ancient Eastern Sword Immortal experience card. Oriental Sword Immortal versus Pirate World's #1 swordsman. Who is stronger? Zhongshan did not have a sword, so he replaced it with a Tang sword. Hawkeye watched Zhongshan stay silent. He felt an extremely strong sword intent in Zhongshan, even stronger than his sword energy. He held the Black Sword Knight across his chest, his eagle eyes fixed on Zhongshan's body, and he did not dare to shoot. Want to spend it with me? I can't afford it. Helping you Sha. Zhongshan took the lead, pouring all the true chi in his body into the Tang saber in his hand, and the sword intent in the sky broke through the sky in an instant, extremely domineering. Then, he stabbed the Tang knife into the ground suddenly, shaking the mountain for a while, and the nearby pirate marine was unstable and fell to the ground. The ice on the ground cracked even more at this moment, and with a powerful impact in the crack, it went straight to Hawkeye. Hawkeye's pupils shrank. What a powerful sword. With just one sword, he won the respect of Eagle Eye. The long sword was swung out, and the pale green sword chi collided with the invisible Shushan sword chi. The ice surface quickly exploded into into a large uneven pit, but there was a pit inside. Thousands of sword marks. The marine pirates and others, who were not far from the explosion, were affected by the sword energy. Their bodies were broken, and they were crying non-stop. "Don't fight around me," Zhang Shan roared at the battlefield. He didn't want to bring disaster to these innocent marine pirates. Then he put away the Tang Dao in his hand, and the sword energy in his palm condensed and turned into a transparent giant sword. Dome split. Zhang Shan waved gently, and the entire battlefield seemed to be cut into 2 pieces by his sword. Moreover, his body involuntarily retreated 5 steps. Sengoku and Whitebeard, who were watching the battlefield, looked serious. This Zhang Shan is not only a person with the ability to perform surgery, but also possesses such terrifying swordsmanship. Even the world greatest swordsman, Eagle Eye, can only barely resist in his hand. It's a pity that this person can't be used by my marine. As for Whitebeard, because of Zhang Shan's shot, his heart was at peace. A very powerful junior. If he is given enough time, he can become the most powerful existence in this world. As for Hawkeye, who was fighting at this time, he no longer wanted to be passive. With a flash, he came behind Zhang Shan and slashed towards Zhang Shan's neck with a sword. But the next moment he swung his sword into the air, and Zhang Shan was nowhere to be seen. "It faster than me." Hawkeye has felt the boundless pressure. Zhang Shan was already 10 feet away from him, and with a finger, Tang Dao was suspended in the air and cut right at Hawkeye. Shushan swordsmanship. Shushan swordsmanship is the most important stunt of Shushan. The sword is less bound by the human body, becomes more flexible, and move faster. Eagle Eye was surrounded by sword shadows. In a short while, his clothes had been chopped to shreds. There was a sword wound on his face, and blood dripped to the ground along his chin. He was dressed in rough clothes, and with a sword with all his strength. The boundless sword energy erupted, slashing the Tang knife into the air and falling to the ground. A smile appeared on Zhang Shan's mouth. "As expected of the Eagle Eye, it is indeed very strong, but you are still not my opponent." Zhang Shan Vivi twitched her finger, and Tang Dao hovered beside him again, turning 1 into 2, 2 into 4, and finally turning into an endless flying sword floating around his body. Marine pirates saw the scene. They couldn't help but step back, and Hawkeye gritted his teeth. "What kind of move is this?" Shushan, Wanjianju. When Zhang Shan finished speaking, the endless flying sword completely drowned Hawkeye. At the same time, the 3-minute experience time also disappeared. But when the sword chi dissipated, he saw that although Hawkeye was extremely embarrassed, he still raised the black knife in his hand towards Zhang Shan. "I haven't lost yet." Chapter 48. Marine's Conspiracy. Shushan's most powerful Wanjianju can devour Hawkeye's body, but it cannot break his will. Even though the sword injury caused him heavy damage, even though his body was already exhausted, he still leaned on the black knife and never fell. "You are stronger than me, but I will never admit defeat." Hawkeye held a knife and charged towards Zhang Shan step by step. He was already exhausted, otherwise he would be able to kill Zhang Shan in the blink of an eye. Zhang Shan shook his head helplessly. "In 3 minutes, it didn't solve you. Then, please, leave this battlefield." Zhang Shan Vivi raised his palm, and in his palm, the pad of the bear's paw appeared. After the sword immortal Li Xiaoyao experience card expired, Zhang Shan used the meatball fruit experience card without hesitation. The ability of the Revolutionary Army Kadri Shang is undoubtedly extremely powerful. When Luffy fell into the daughter country, Shang slapped him in the face, and now Zhang Shan has this ability. Good things worth 1000 member point. Naturally not too bad. The black knife had already descended to Zhang Shan, but he raised his palm in an orderly manner, and the flesh pad in the palm released a white light. Hawkeye's pupils tightened, and a wave of doubts rose in his heart. This is... When Zhang Shan's palm fell on his sword, he was already shocked and unable to extricate himself. "How could you?" However, a smile appeared on the corner of Zhang Shan's mouth. "Let go." The next moment, Hawkeye was shot into the air by Zhang Shan, and finally disappeared completely. Zhang Shan looked at Hawkeye's shadowless eyes and was satisfied. He doesn't have half a month to come back here. Marine is missing such a strong man, and he will have a lot to deal with in the future. Marshal Sengoku and Garp the Fifth saw Zhang Shan's appearance. They almost clenched their teeth in anger. What a despicable boy. It was originally a sword fight, but he used the power of a devil fruit. No matter what, this kid's swordsmanship is stronger than Hawkeye, but if Hawkeye is there, it can be delayed for a long time. Speaking of which, Sengoku seemed to suddenly remember something, and his eyes widened in shock. Wait, how does he have the power of 2 devil fruit? When Marshal Marine and Garp realized this, they were completely stunned. People around the world have also discovered this problem through the lens. He actually ate 2 devil fruit, and he was a great swordsman, even stronger than Hawkeye. How can this make other people live? Does his convenience store really have good things? At this moment, many people were deeply curious about Zhang Shan. There was a feeling of bottomless feeling in his body. After Zhang Shan shot Hawkeye, she found the camera phone bug again. When people in the world saw his figure occupying the camera again, a bad feeling came to their heart. He doesn't want to advertise again. Very likely. I think he really won the overall naming right for this war. But before Zhang Shan could beat, the big screens around the world instantly went dark. Zhang Shan frowned as she looked at the destroyed camera camera phone bug in front of her. Sengoku stared at him, clenching his fist. Do you really think that this battlefield is a very random advertisement by you? Now, it is time to execute the plan at all costs. Send out the weapons of the world and drive all the pirates into the bay. Sengoku methodically issued a series of orders. On the battlefield outside the bay, there have been war weapons with bears as prototype. When you open your mouth and stretch out your hand, there are lasers. For a time, the pirates in the periphery suffered heavy casualty. Zhang Shan frowned. The camera phone bug is ineffective, which means that Marine and others will do anything to eliminate Whitebeard and others. These dark and despicable methods must not be exposed and seen by the people of the world, otherwise it will seriously affect their Marine and the image of the government. It also means that Whitebeard and others will fall into an extremely huge crisis next. Zhang Shan looked at Luffy, who was fighting with the owner of the smoke route, Marine Commodore Smoker, and Whitebeard, who was standing on the boat to join the battle, thinking about telling them about Akainu's conspiracy. But at this moment, he saw the long knife in the hands of Skewer, the pirate group under Whitebeard's pirate group, piercing Whitebeard's heart. This war, it's a conspiracy you co-directed with Marine, and in the end, it will only be a Chapter 49 framed Whitebeard. The vortex fighter Skewer is bewitched by Akainu, believing that Marine and Whitebeard are teaming up to deal with their new world pirate. Everything here is just a trap. Of course, fundamentally speaking, except for Zhang Shan's appearance, which disrupted Sengoku's plan, everything else was within his plan. Whitebeard is the most powerful man in this however, he is old. Zhang Shan looked at Whitebeard's pierced body and shook her head helplessly. Whitebeard survived from the Roger era, and he left many dark wounds when he was young, and he usually had to hang himself. Otherwise, with his former strength, he can completely avoid this night. Of course, this also has something to do with him trusting his son too much. At this moment, Skewer was standing in front of him and suddenly roared, "You all listen well, we've been tricked. I never knew that Ace was the son of One Piece King of Pirates Roger. Before I was adopted by you, the reason why I was alone was because all the important partners who fought by my side died at the hands of Roger. You know how much I hate Roger. If you want to save him, you should tell me beforehand. Tell me the truth, and make him the new One Piece King of Pirates." Skewer roared with all his strength. "Also, in the bay is your most important Whitebeard pirate group, and we are on the outside. Look at these Marine. Why only kill us, but not against you?" He pointed sharply to the outside. Those human weapons were frantically killing the pirates under the Whitebeard pirate, and there was iceberg outside blocking the pirate escape route. Those pirates in the New World could only be passively slaughtered. You and Sengoku colluded, didn't you? We came here for Ace and for Whitebeard, but you betrayed us. The pirates in the periphery fell silent for a moment after hearing Skewer's shout. "Dad, is that really true?" "No, I don't want to believe Daddy would treat us like that. Dad, tell us it's not true." In an instant, the 43 pirate leaders had lost their fighting spirit, and their pirates suffered heavy casualties. After venting, Guard opened his hands in relief. "It's a miracle to be stabbed with one blow. I've made up my mind. Kill me." At this moment, Whitebeard closed his eyes in pain. Sengoku's plan is better than ours. Then, he looked down at Guard and suddenly raised his huge palm. "You know what you've done, Guard. It's a foolish son to fight against his father." Whitebeard's hand fell sharply, and everyone closed their eyes. But the next moment, Whitebeard hugged Guard in his arms and looked at Guard sincerely. "Even if you're a silly son, I still love you." Guard trembled and said, "Stop joking, but you are going to give my life to." Before he could finish, Whitebeard cut him off. "Who is the one who led your loyal and upright heart to darkness?" Under Whitebeard's arm, Guard couldn't continue to remain calm. "It's Marine's rebel, Akainu. He said that as long as I kill you, my pirate group will survive." After hearing all the cause and effect, Whitebeard remained calm. "Did Akainu say that? I can feel how much you hate Roger. But Squard, what a ridiculous idea to pay your debt. What did Ace do to you? You and Ace shared weal and woe, and you and your companions have overcome every difficulty again and again. It doesn't matter whose child Ace is. We met in this vast sea. Not only the two of you, but all of them are my son. It's not just Ace that's the most special. You're all my family." Whitebeard's word fell, and the knife in Squard's hand fell to the ground, tears welling up in his eye. He already knew that he was being used by Akainu. Speaking of which, really, the sword is not old. Sengoku, you are playing around. Say I'm going to sell the heads of my son. As pirate, it's up to you to decide what you want to believe. Whitebeard clenched his fist tightly, and under the circle of the shocking fruit, the iceberg, who had blocked the way out, collapsed. Zhang Shan looked at Whitebeard's figure with solemn eye. "It's not bad that he is the most powerful man in this world." The hearts of the pirates were united again because of Whitebeard's words and the actions that shattered iceberg. "I can't be the most powerful man forever. I can only sustain a young life into the future, and my mission is almost complete. Whoever wants to be with me, abandons life and follows me." All the pirates were furious and rushed into the bay in an instant, ready to rush to the execution platform. But Zhang Shan sighed helplessly. Pirates are stupid after all. Falling into Sengoku's trap again. He wanted to stop it, but he couldn't stop it. P.S. This plot is really super burning. Chapter 15. 50 money-burning sword. Zhongshan watched helplessly as the pirates of the Whitebeard pirate fell into the encirclement but could only do nothing. He returned to Whitebeard's side and said seriously, "You have completely fallen into Sengoku's trap. What they are waiting for is for everyone to enter the bay." Whitebeard frowned tightly. Zhongshan continued, "You didn't see that marine who was fighting in the bay has retreated. The next moment they will raise the surrounding wall." Before Zhongshan could finish speaking, he felt a sudden turmoil under his feet, and then huge walls rose up in all directions, finally forming this bay into a circular cave. When Whitebeard saw this scene, his face was extremely ugly. Zhongshan explained, "Once the surrounding wall is formed, we are trapped beasts in a cave, and we can only allow them to slaughter recklessly." All the pirates became terrified by this huge surrounding wall. "Is there really no way out? I don't want to die here just yet. How on earth can I get out?" These pirates lashed and bombarded the surrounding wall, but they couldn't leave any traces on the thick steel. At this time, a large number of artillery pieces were already under the wind surrounding the wall, surrounding them in all directions, and the next moment they bombarded the surrounded pirates wildly. Zhongshan couldn't bear to see the pirate dying constantly. "Looking at the share of taking 100 million baileys from your ship, I will help you." Zhongshan twisted the ring in her hand and finally chose the Shenxia category. In the end, he opened the option of the Immortal Execution Sword formation. Woot woot. Following a few sounds, 4 swords flew out of Zhongshan's body in a row, spinning around him continuously. These 4 swords are the Immortal Execution Sword, Immortal Killing Sword, Immortal Trapping Sword, and Immortal Absolute Sword of the Tongtian Cult Master. When the 4 swords meet, they will form the first killing formation of the Heavenly Tao. When the shells fall, they are instantly smashed into pieces by this sword formation in midair, and even the energy generated by the explosion is completely absorbed by the Trapping Fairy Sword. Zhongshan even shouted to the pirate, "Everyone gathers to me." Although this sword formation is powerful, it is not a one-time charge, but a time charge. The larger the coverage of the sword array, the more membership points are required. Just now Zhongshan covered the entire bay, and it cost 100 membership points in just 2 or 3 seconds. It's not too scary. Fortunately, after shrinking to a certain range, the required consumption is much smaller. At least the energy consumption is affordable. When all the pirates gathered under the protection of Zhongshan, they also became dependent on the heart of the generation. "Lord Zhongshan, how should we go out next?" And Zhongshan pointed to the place where Little Oz fell. "Look there." All the pirates heard the sound and left, but suddenly there was a burst of cheer. It turned out to be the place where Little Oz fell, pressing down on several rising steel walls, and because the giant's body was too heavy, no one could remove his body and let the steel walls rise again. Even if Little Oz died, he is still fighting. "Let go." And the Marines looked at the position where Oz fell, and looked at Oz with embarrassment. "Even if we die, it won't let us worry about it." Sengoku's face was even more gloomy. "Maybe it's that bastard Zhongshan, who knew we were going to be surrounded and blocked him there on purpose. However, it's too late for them." "Akainu, let go." Marine Admiral Lava Akainu walked to the front of the surrounding wall and stretched his arms into the air. The ability of Magma Fruit was fully displayed. Meteor Volcano. One after another, fist-shaped volcanic bullets shot straight into the sky and disappeared, but soon after, these volcanic bullets fell into the surrounding wall like a meteor shower. Although the pirates are sheltered by Zhongshan's Zushan sword array, the lava falls on the ice, causing the ice block to melt under their feet and become marine again. Not good. The Marines were already wailing, and the Devil Fruit users' faces changed even more. Once they come into contact with seawater, their abilities are completely lost. "Get back to the ship." But at this moment, the volcanic bomb hit the hull of the Moby Dick, and for a time, this famous warship in the sea was instantly turned into ashes. The members of the Whitebeard pirates looked depressed. Whitebeard bid farewell to this warship even more solemnly. "Goodbye, old man." Luffy couldn't bear this kind of sitting still, and said directly to Fishman Jinbei, "Jinbei, please do me a favor." The next moment, Luffy was thrown directly outside the surrounding wall by Fishman Karate, hoping to make a passage. Zhongshan shook his head helplessly. "It's still so reckless." Just when the pirate felt helpless, Little Oz shook his head and stood up again. "What happened?" "The medicinal power of Baiyun Shangdan pill has finally passed." Chapter 51. Break through the surrounding wall. When the pirates saw Little Oz stand up again, they cheered. "Little Oz isn't dead. It was really nice." Oz. Even Whitebeard was shocked. This kid really didn't lie to him. Just at this moment, Zhongshan added to Whitebeard, "Your son owes me 80 million. Don't forget to pay me back." Zhongshan just wanted to say, the feeling of being a creditor of Whitebeard is really cool. Whitebeard's long beard twitched violently. There is nothing wrong with the son's debt to the father, but now that he is being crushed by this kid, it is inevitable that he will feel a little unhappy in his heart. He is the most powerful man in the world. If you can save 8, you will get more. As the most powerful man in the world, does Whitebeard miss that tens of thousands of Bailey? He has 43 pirate group under his banner, and one person will fill in a little bit. A smile appeared on the corner of Zhongshan's mouth. The victory was in hand. At this time, Little Oz stretched out his palm, trying to catch Little Oz in front of the execution stand. But the next moment, countless shells bombarded him and exploded instantly. Boom, boom, boom. Even if the explosion was too strong, it still couldn't make Oz take a step back. Admiral Kizaru walked out slowly. The life of a giant is really tenacious. Unfortunately, you have reached the end of your life. He slowly deepened his finger, and the golden light continued to flicker. As long as it pierces through your head, you'll never be able to stand up again. But at this moment, a sea of water fell from the sky, extinguishing the ability contained in Glint Glint fruit. After the seawater dispersed, it was Luffy who landed here holding a broken map. When the seawater dripped from his body, he slowly raised his head. The broken wood in his hand made him smash the three admiral directly. Kuzan's hand. The broken wood turned into an ice sculpture and smashed it back at Luffy. Luffy looked up and kicked the broken wood like crazy. Rubber stamp. Machine gun. Hearing Luffy's roar at the other end, Zhongshan helplessly shook his head. We'll find a way to get past this sword formation. I can't last long. Zhongshan was very helpless about this. At present, the scope of the sword formation has been minimized, but in less than 2 minutes, more than 3,000 member points have been burned. Zhongshan's heart was dripping blood, especially looking at Whitebeard's still calm appearance. He was even more angry. It looks like you didn't burn your money. You're not in a hurry at all. Wait for this. Let's see how I kill you. A smile appeared on Zhongshan's mouth. At this moment, Sengoku in the distance suddenly roared, "Execution! Execute Ace immediately!" Whitebeard finally lost his calm. Come out. When he finished shouting, another coated outer ship rushed out from the bottom of the sea, carrying everyone, and rushed out of the surrounding wall. At this moment, the long knife in the executioner's hand crossed and slashed towards Ace's neck. Ace closed his eyes in pain. He always wanted to make Papa One Piece King of Pirates, but he never thought that Dad wanted him to become One Piece King of Pirates, and in order to save him, so many close friends died under Marine's gunfire. He couldn't bear it. Maybe it's time to end. The next moment, blood sprayed. It wasn't Ace who died, but the two jailers. When the smoke cleared, Crocodile, the sand crocodile, stood there with a displeased expression on his face with a cigar in his mouth. The thread fruit owner, Doflamingo, ran after him. You're not a busybody. Crocodile Vivi turned his head and said, I only do what I like to do. Don't you really want to kill Whitebeard? Crocodile thought of Zhongshan's appearance, and after making the promise Zhongshan made in prison, he decided this has nothing to do with Whitebeard. Ship. Whitebeard is yelling at Little Oz. Oz, send us over there. Little Oz turned around and picked up the outer ship, and wanted to throw the ship outside the surrounding wall. Sengoku pointed at the gap and roared, stop him. The fierce artillery bombarded Oz's body, but the pirate ship still passed through the surrounding wall. The pirates roared with swords raised. Rush out. Just out of aid. Occupy Marine Headquarters. Garp the Fist stared at Zhongshan extremely solemnly. It was set up. It was originally just a mouse hole, but it was cleverly used, and the surrounding wall became a stumbling block for us. Because of the obstruction of the surrounding wall, Marine's entire fighting force was scattered all over the place, unable to reach the execution platform. On the other hand, the pirates are all here. Chapter 52 Ability Copy Card. The form of the battlefield was reversed again with the breakthrough of the pirate. Although there is Marine's high-end combat power in front of the execution platform, Marine's crew cannot arrive here to fight, which is very unfavorable for Marine. In annoyance, endless artillery fire fell on Little Oz's body, and the powerful force even impacted him and took a step back. The angry Kizaru even shot a laser beam on Little Oz's head, and Little Oz fell in response. Little Oz. Oz. The pirates are very sad. Oz is their most important partner, and they don't want to watch Oz die like this. Soon, however, they found Oz standing up from the ground shaking his head, his forehead covered with a pale blue net. Oz tried to rip the blue net off his face, but no matter what he did, he couldn't touch it. It turned out to be blocked. What is that net? Did that net stop it? This is Marine Admiral Kizaru's attack. For a time, the pirates were already screaming. Whitebeard looked at Zhongshan. Is it all within your grasp? Zhongshan casually digged her ear. Almost. After all, I can charge you 80 million. How could it be possible for him to die so easily? The pirates were completely moved. Although he rescued Oz on the surface, in reality, he saved all of them. 80 million. It's so worth it. Lord Zhongshan, he really is a conscientious businessman. Yes, if you have a chance in the future, you must visit the convenience store of Lord Sha Zhongshan. The pirate flattered Zhongshan. As for Luffy at this time, he has already been abused by Kizaru. Compared with these people, Luffy is still too weak after all. Whitebeard couldn't do anything either. Although he had just been assassinated and wounded once, he still jumped to the Marine's ground and swept away all the Marines in front of the road with one slash. Save a. Whitebeard yelled. Marine Admiral Kuzan has already shot at Whitebeard, and endless ice has spread to Whitebeard. The next moment, it was smashed by the Diamond Oz. Akainu also charged at Whitebeard at the same time. Kizaru was blocking Marco, the Phoenix, who was rushing towards the execution platform. As for Zhongshan, they were completely ignored by these people. Xiaocha stood behind Zhongshan, holding a big black umbrella for him and said, it seems that adults are the most dangerous ones. These people dare to count countless adults. Zhang Shan nodded. Yes, it's really annoying. The next moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding! The host is ignored by everyone, triggering the hidden achievement. The anger of the store manager. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an ability copy card, which can copy an ability of others for free, and can be used by the host permanently. Zhang Shan was shocked when she heard this. This is quite a good thing. At the same time, he also opened the store in the convenience store and searched for ability copy card, and found that a card actually requires 5,000 points. However, Zhang Shan felt relieved when he thought that the ability he had acquired was permanent. There are so many devil fruits here. Just copy one at will. It's enough for me to use for a long time. It's just that the ability of the devil fruit is unique, and it is afraid of sea water and sea stone. For me, it has become a shackle. It seems that I can only copy other abilities. Zhang Shan has already set her sights on Luffy's body, with a deep smile on the corner of her mouth. Conqueror Haki. This is a good thing. He rubbed his hands like a profiteer, and then turned to the system. Copy Luffy as Conqueror Haki. But the copy card did not fly out as he imagined, but the sound of the system sounded in his mind. Ding! The copy is invalid. Conqueror Haki is an innate talent and cannot be copied. What about Armament Haki? Still not working. That doesn't work either. Observation Haki Head Office. Observation Haki also requires personal awakening and cannot be replicated. Zhang Shan was dumbfounded for a moment. The two most powerful abilities in the pirate world are Devil Fruit and Haki, but right now, he can't copy any of them. Don't let me copy. This ability copy card is useless. If the protagonist really wants to get the Haki ability, he can buy a loot card and use it. Zhang Shan's eyes suddenly brightened. Bullshit. Chapter 53 One Man's Battlefield Part 1. When Zhang Shan searched for the money needed to loot the card, she instantly slumped. 30,000 member points, equivalent to 300 million Bailey. Although 300 million Bailey can buy Conqueror Haki, it's a lot of money, but Zhang Shan doesn't have that kind of money right now. You are cruel. In the end, Zhang Shan could only give up the idea of copying Haki, and finally turned his attention to Garp. His eyes were also narrowed into slits. After thinking about my grandson's ability, I started to find out about my grandfather. Garp the Fist is a marine hero. If he didn't just want to be Vice Admiral, Marshal Marine might be him. Even if he is Vice Admiral now, he is still on par with Sengoku the Buddha. Zhang Shan has already thought about the ability to be copied. The marine fighting technique is also very good, especially Garp's fighting technique. This old guy is a deadly existence, and he has played with One Piece King of Pirates for most of his life, and pushed One Piece King of Pirates Roger into a corner several times. Although Garp is so cool because of Armament Haki, his fighting technique is definitely the most awesome. Copy Garp's fighting technique. Zhang Shan continued to give orders to the system, but the system sound came again. Too far away. Zhang Shan was helpless, and could only accept the ability copy card for the time being. Garp's execution stand. I'm going to go there. It's destined to be thought that I'm trying to save A. Although this is also one of my thoughts. No matter what they say, they will use their greatest abilities to stop me. Tia now clicked on the convenience stores page, and when he saw that there were still more than 20,000 member points, he made a resolute decision. For permanent ability fight, today, I will let you experience the terrifying ability of the store manager. Zhang Shan stepped out, and an ice pick fell straight at his feet. Zhang Shan, I've been following you for a long time. The Diamond Oz against Kuzan has become an ice block at this time. Kuzan's face was covered with a thick layer of frost. Get out of here. Zhang Shan instantly clicked on the frozen fruit experience card and activated the combat power booster. The so-called combat power booster is to increase the personal combat power by 10%, and the consumption of membership points is also quite terrifying. In 1 minute, you need 3,000 member points, but for a master of this level, adding 10% more combat power is enough to grasp the scale of victory. Kuzan was about to stretch out, was not only not relieved, but was easily controlled by Zhang Shan. How is it possible? But the next moment, he was already frozen. When Marshal Sengoku saw this, his expression became even more solemn. The ability of the third devil fruit is actually the same as Kuzan's ability. What the hell is going on here? But after Kuzan, Kizaru, who had successfully used Seastone Handcuff to hold Marco and defeated him, came to Zhang Shan in a flash. So scary, isn't Kuzan your opponent? His face was playful, but the next moment, Zhang Shan's body released a lot of golden light. Yasukani no Magatama. The dense number of light bullets smashed Kizaru's body from head to toe, directly smashing him to the ground from the air, and the marine and pirates on the ground were also affected and wailed. Don't come near me. Zhang Shan stepped on Kizaru's back, going. Sengoku's face has been contorted. How can a person's body have the power of the devil fruit around, and the ability is stronger than the original owner? Kizaru, who was lying on the ground smoking, began to doubt life. Could it be that the devil fruit I ate is fake? But he doesn't know how extravagant Zhang Shan's current state is now. Again Kuzan, he took 10 seconds. He changed to a new experience card. Everything just to use the speed to rush to the high high platform. Fortunately, Glint Glint fruit will give him a very fast speed, allowing him to get closer to the high platform. But at this moment, Akainu abandoned Whitebeard and called Zhongshan directly. As the future Marine Marshal, Akainu's strength is undoubtedly stronger. Unfortunately, he was facing Zhongshan. Magma fruit experience card, or shock fruit. With only 1 second's reason, he chose the shocking fruit. With one punch, Akainu, who rushed in, was directly embedded into the building in front. In less than 30 seconds, Zhongshan killed 3 admirals. Chapter 54 One Man's Battlefield Part 2. Whether it was Marine or the pirate, they had already stopped their hands in shock. Even the executioner who wanted to continue the execution would not be able to drop the knife in his hand at this moment. This scene right now is really shocking. That is Marine's 3 admiral. Marine's mainstay. How could they be defeated like this? Incredible. I'm dreaming. This is a war. This is clearly a massacre. How could he have so many devil fruit ability? Mentality of the Marines was about to collapse because of Zhongshan's appearance. Even Whitebeard was shocked. This kid is too strong. Even if I was young and victorious, would I be able to do this? Whitebeard asked himself. At the same time, he saw Zhongshan's ability to shake the fruit, and he wanted to vomit blood. Can't even such a powerful shaking fruit be the only one? However, the army of the she-males knew exactly what was going on. Sir Zhongshan really hockey. It's a pity that I didn't buy more experience cards from Mr. Zhongshan. Otherwise we could do it at this time. After the war is over, I must go to Mr. Zhongshan to buy more experience cards. The she-males who came out of Impel Down knew better what the hell was going on. As for Zhongshan, he was already close to Garp and turned off the combat power booster. In just 1 minute, he spent 6,500 membership points, but in exchange, he killed 3 admirals in second. In doing so, it can also allow Whitebeard and others to reduce more pressure. However, Zhongshan's behavior was so shocking that the Marines were stunned for a while, and even Whitebeard's face became very hesitant. As if for a moment, this place has become his own battlefield. Zhongshan directly took out the ability copy card and threw it at Garp the Fist, who was sitting there. Capability copy card. Activate. It's just his action. Everyone seems to be pointing directly at Garp, as if he is provocative there. Even Garp can't kill 3 admirals in 1 second. It's hard to say. Garp's strength is too strong. Whether it is One Piece, King of Pirates, or Golden Lion, they are all defeated in his hand. Garp is Marine's hero. Of course, his strength is extremely powerful. In this contest, the outcome is unpredictable. Whitebeard shook his head. Zhongshan is too young after all. It's great to kill 3 admirals in a single second, but I'm afraid it will take a lot of his strength to face Garp. Whitebeard couldn't continue. The leader of the pirate group behind Whitebeard said, if Dad is not injured and is still in his peak condition, I am afraid he can do this. Daddy was the man who fought against One Piece, King of Pirates. Even if Dad is old, he is still the most powerful man in the world. Whitebeard pirate still maintained Daddy's place in their heart, but Whitebeard finally shook his head. When he came here, he already knew his fate. After all, he was getting old, and he just wanted to protect the lives of the new generation and continue to carry the banner of the Whitebeard pirate. But he never thought that there would be 2 great characters here. One is Zhongshan, more powerful than he imagined. The other is Luffy, who has perfectly inherited the will of the D family. Among the two, Zhongshan was the most terrifying. Fortunately, he's not a pirate. Otherwise, Ace would never have any hope of becoming One Piece, King of Pirates. Fortunately, she's not Marine. Otherwise, there would be no room for pirates in this sea. At this time, Garp had already stood up. Zhongshan, as Marine's Vice Admiral, first will defend Marine's reputation after all. Even if I know that you are saving my grandson Ace, I still want to stop you. Let me go. Garp jumped straight from the execution stand, flashing a lot of white smoke on the ground. He has been Marine for too long. Marine's honor has been deeply etched in his bones. Zhongshan frowned. We still have to face Garp after all. If Luffy came here, although Garp wanted to stop Luffy, he finally chose to back down in front of his grandson. But he is different. He is not Luffy. Facing Garp, Marine's most powerful old guy, he can only choose to fight. This is the 4th update today. It should have been written long ago, but it was delayed by SF Express for an afternoon. I was unhappy to death. Chapter 55. The helplessness of Garp the Fifth. At this time, Zhongshan did not turn on the combat power booster, but his experience time of shaking fruit still did not end. But fortunately, the ability copy card worked at this time. He successfully copied Garp's body. Marine Rokushiki. Marine Rokushiki is a fighting technique to go beyond the limits of human physical ability. In total, Rokushiki divided into Shigen, Finger Pistol, Iron Nugget, Shave, Moon Step, Renkyaku, Tempest Kick, and Kami-e. If the Rokushiki displayed by the ordinary Marine is weak, it can't be weaker. Compared with the abilities of Devil Fruit and Haki, it is simply scum. But who is Garp? That was a Marine legend. Although his strength is most likely due to armament Haki, it does not mean that his Rokushiki is not powerful. To a certain extent, this Rokushiki is the foundation of the fighting technique. I got Garp's fighting technique directly, which means that my foundation has has become very solid. Zhongshan Vivi raised her palm, but felt a powerful force roaming around her body, no weaker than an ordinary devil fruit. Well, in this regard, Zhongshan is very difficult. He also doesn't expect to use this ability to copy the card to become the second Garp, but it is enough to lay a good foundation for himself. In the future, he may be able to reach Garp's strength as long as he spends some money to plunder an armament hockey. If you can plunder Conqueror hockey, wouldn't it be stronger than Garp? Zhongshan couldn't help thinking of the red hair in the Four Emperors. The redhead became the fourth emperor because his Conqueror hockey could attack. The most important thing to worry about right now is how to face Garp, who is clenching his teeth. Zhongshan never thought that Garp would become his enemy. Luffy might be pissed if I break you, so you better get out of the way. Garp's right eye narrowed visibly, causing one eye to be big and the other to be small. So far, the old man has never been defeated. Even if it was One Piece King of Pirate back then, in my hands, I couldn't get the slightest benefit. When Garp finished speaking, a ferocious punch slammed into Zhongshan. Zhongshan still can't change his will. Just throw a punch. The Junjun fruit has very strong requirements on physical fitness. If the physical fitness is not enough, it is very likely that you will injure yourself when using it. But at this time, Zhongshan has Garp's fighting technique plus the ability to shake the fruit, but it is enough to compete with Garp. Moreover, with the shock increase of the shock fruit, Zhongshan couldn't hurt Garp with every punch, but this marine headquarters has been completely crippled by him. The ground cracked and tall buildings collapsed. The world seems to be collapsing at this moment because of the confrontation between the two. As for Marine's reinforcement, they have come here again, flocking to Whitebeard frantically. Everyone go to save A. Leave me alone. At this moment, Whitebeard was also completely angry. Even though his body has been wounded countless times, and even a huge hole has been ripped open in his abdomen, he is still extremely powerful. The Junjun fruit was the strongest Haramesha fruit. Zhongshan and Whitebeard released it together, and the whole island was shaking violently. Ordinary marines are even more unstable, and even because of the change of land, they can only flee in panic. During the battle, Zhongshan looked at Garp calmly. Old man, if you don't let go, Ace will die. Garp frowned, gritted his teeth and said, this old man has been in Marine for many years, and he will never allow him to watch the pirate trample Marine as dignity like this. Zhongshan pointed at Luffy and said, if he came to face you, would you still stop him? Garp was silent. Zhongshan continued, you watched Luffy grow up and knew that Luffy would never give up to save A. Zhongshan's words made Garp shaken. He recalled when Luffy was a kid, he wanted to be a pirate, and he wanted Luffy to be a marine. Although he would beat him fiercely every time, he still couldn't change Zhongshan's ambition. Until one day, Luffy suddenly said, Grandpa, I don't want to be a pirate anymore. How happy he was at that time. However, the next sentence almost didn't make him angry. I don't want to be an ordinary pirate. I want to be a One Piece King of Pirates. That day, Luffy naturally didn't miss a fat beating. Today, as a supernova among the pirates, Luffy came here to rescue his righteous grandson, A. Thinking of this, he felt a burst of powerlessness. Chapter 56 Fake Punches with Garp. Garp the Fifth, from the bottom of his heart, didn't want Ace to die. He was even more reluctant to see his grandson Luffy have an accident. In fact, his family is also very interesting. Garp is Marine's hero, even a legend in Marine. And Garp's son, Long, is the largest revolutionary army and always wants to overthrow the world government. As for his grandson, he became a pirate, and a pirate who will definitely become One Piece King of Pirates. This family does not have a fuel-efficient lamp. Perhaps Garp was moved by Zhongshan's word, and his fist slackened. Boy, give me a hand and fight with me, Garp said to Zhongshan with a wink. Zhongshan Vivi was taken aback. What does Garp mean? Want to hold yourself back? But when Zhongshan saw Garp kicked out with one punch, Zhongshan was completely stunned after the entire execution platform was pierced by his body. I'm going. What the situation? I'm useless. Although Zhongshan's boxing power is powerful, he is simply unable to achieve this level. When all Marines saw this behind the scene, the atmosphere instantly became sad. Garp Vice Admiral, Lord Garp. Marine sadness spread. Garp is Marine's spiritual pillar. He was down, and Marine's morale was so weakened. The pirates immediately cheered. Lord Zhongshan is amazing. That Garp is no match for Lord Zhongshan. The pirates' momentum greatly increased, but at this time Garp came out of the smoke with his fists and hammers in one place. Boy, you pissed me off. Armament hockey instantly filled the air. The surrounding smoke dissipated, and Garp rushed over like a cannonball, hitting Zhongshan's fist again. His strength was very well controlled and his aura was ferocious, but the fist that hit Zhongshan didn't have much power. Zhongshan was stunned again. Old man, what are you going to do? 3 admirals have been brought down by you, and those Marines can't stop Luffy from saving A. I can't really stop those people. Just you kid. Play fake punches with me for a while. I just made you a lot of limelight. Fuck, old man, do you want to be ruthless? Zhongshan is full of admiration for Garp's strategy. This old man is so smart. Garp betrays Marine. To help Marine is to abandon the family. If the two do not help each other, they will only be called cowards. And if he dragged himself himself now. No one would say that he did not contribute in the war from now on. And in this situation, the three admirals have been dealt with, and even if Zhongshan doesn't take action, Whitebeard, Luffy and the others can save A. If you live for a long time, you will become fine. After Zhongshan finished speaking, she flew backwards with a miserable howl, smashing a fort. At the same time, he quickly took out a bottle of plasma from the convenience store and threw it on his body, and he also had to be skilled in fighting fake punches. In Marine SI, it was Garp who punched Zhongshan. Zhongshan had already said that it was effective, but after 5 breaths, the fist attacked and Zhongshan flew out. For a time, Marine's momentum was great. Long live Lord Garp. Hero Garp, invincible. Even Sengoku, who was standing high, was done. Garp's attacks always focus on quick battle. Why is this punch delayed so powerfully? Could it be that he has figured out some move? Well, maybe so. Zhongshan staggered to her feet, covered in blood. As expected of Garp, this punch is strong enough. Garp was stunned when he saw Zhongshan covered in blood. I'm obviously not trying hard. How did he become like this? Although he thought so in his heart, he did not say so. Boy, I want to uphold Marine's justice and will never allow you to be presumptuous here. While talking, the two were fighting together again. Although the punching power of the two was ferocious and the punches were shattering, they actually didn't do much damage to each other. Garp whispered to Zhongshan, boy, you don't need to work so hard. The blood is fake. I'll give you a bottle. Let go. Zhongshan shoved a bottle of plasma into Garp and smashed it out. With a bang, Garp hit the execution platform again. The tall execution platform had long since been loosened by Zhongshan's shot. Coupled with Garp's intentional 2-hit, it was already unstable and collapsed for a long distance. Marine, who was originally guarding around the execution platform, had to disperse around. The execution platform is about to collapse. Leave quickly. Dangerous. But in reality, the table just sank a certain distance. If all collapsed, wouldn't Ace fall to his death? For Zhongshan, Ace is all money. How could Zhongshan be willing to throw him to death? P.S. Chapter 57 Old Man, come and play with me. Zhongshan and Garp are playing Fafis in high spirit. Neither pirates nor Marine could see much scrutiny, because the shock of the two was so shocking that no one could get close. If they continue to fight recklessly like this, the Marine headquarters will be destroyed. The square has been battered by them. It's a complete mess. Lord Zhongshan is so good. Just beat up that immortal. The Garp Vice Admiral is bleeding so much. Lord Garp is dying. At this moment, Garp was kneeling on one knee and panting violently, while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his cuff, his eyes fixed. Boy, you can't continue to let you grow up. You will be the most unstable factor in the world. Even if the old man dies, he will perish with you. Garp the Fist's roar can be described as earth-shattering, and he continues to charge towards Zhongshan. Old man, your acting is too awesome. You can win an Oscar. What is Oscar? I said that you acted very well too. Why don't you mix up with the old man in Marine? I'm not interested in Marine. If you come in, I'll get that old thing Sengoku down and make you Marshal Marine. How about? After Zhongshan heard Garp's word, her sweat was about to flow down. What would Sengoku think if he heard your word? I don't care what he thinks. Anyway, I think you are pleasing to the eye. Just follow the old man. I want to be a businessman. Businessmen have no future. If you have money, you can do it. Why are you so stubborn with that guy Luffy? Let you taste the old man's iron fist of love. Garp knocked Zhongshan out again. Zhongshan was covered in blood, but stood up again. Old man, you really hit. Who made you angry with me? You have to be a businessman. Come and be a Marine with me. Be a fucking Marine. Zhongshan also punched Garp out. Garp's face was a little ugly, and he rushed back quickly. Boy, how dare you do something to the old man? Who made you disrespectful? I think you should stop working in Marine. Come and do business with me, and I will give you the old age. Being a fart businessman, no ambition. Still be a Marine. I'm going to form a caravan. You'll be my captain. Be a fucking captain. I'll give you a big ship. One that 3 times the size of a Marine. The old man is not uncommon. How about 5 times bigger? It boring. 10 times bigger. Even if your Marines develop for 500 years, you won't be able to build such a big ship. Zhongshan whispered to Garp. While the two were discussing in a low voice, their fists landed on the execution platform intentionally or unintentionally. The incomparably tall execution platform is falling to the ground at a terrifying speed. Sengoku the Buddha stood on the stage, frowning. Garp, don't let the execution stand continue to collapse. But the next moment, Garp was beaten out bloodthirsty, but soon joined the fray again like a madman. You must be Marine with me. You go into business with me. If I beat you, you will be me Marine. If I win you, you will be a businessman with me. The two are fighting at this time, and neither will accept the other. The fake fight has also become a real fight, but this is measured. Luffy, who was recovering from the distance, couldn't stand it any longer. One is his grandfather and the other is his partner. If you fight like this, it will not be good for anyone. Stop. He finally roared and rushed into the two warbands. All Marines and pirates are petrified at this time. In their eyes, Garp and Zhongshan who are fighting are the most terrifying being. Whoever gets close will die. These two are the strongest among the strong. The key to this battle is, but this straw hat Hat Boy dared to rush in. It's just crazy. It's over. The Straw Hat Boy is dead. The battle group of those two is not something that others can join at all. I am going to die. I am going to die. The Straw Hat that rushed in blocked the two of them. Stop it. Jongshan and Garp were both done, but the next moment one person grabbed the Straw Hat's arm and threw it directly to him. Go aside. Get out now. The two said in unison and threw the Straw Hats out. Old man, you join my caravan. Boy, if you don't join my marine, I'll kill you and taste the iron fist of my love. The two of them had forgotten that they were acting, and at this time they were already roaring wildly. The surrounding marines and pirates are already stunned. What are these two doing now? How did they become joining the marine and joining the caravan? Lord Garp must not leave marine. Garp Vice Admiral must subdue that kid. Jongshan was even more imposing and continued to roar. Old man, I will give you a fleet of 10 ships 10 times larger than the marine ship. This is my last bottom line. When the pirate heard this, their heart jumped. 10 times bigger than a marine ship, and 10 more. Wouldn't it be possible to traverse the entire sea? Garp said without losing his momentum. I will let Sengoku go and let you be the marine marshal. You can't come. Marine was silent for a moment, and Sengoku, who was standing on the platform, was even more pale. It was just the next moment that he saw Luffy, who was thrown flying by Jongshan. Garp fell directly onto the execution platform. Luffy didn't react for a second after seeing the execution platform that has been difficult to approach. Is it just thrown away now? P.S. I just saw someone throw 20 reminder tickets. You dare to send, I dare to receive. There will be a chapter in a while, and I will laugh at this reminder. Chapter 58 Ace Rescued. 8th more. The battle between Jongshan and Garp was more deliberate after all. Luffy went to the execution platform, and the two did it on purpose. Sengoku the Buddha looked at Luffy, who came to the stage, but he didn't care at all. But the executioner, who was knocked down at this time, suddenly woke up from the dizziness. Luffy was completely stunned when he saw what the executioner looked like. Mr. 3. Luffy, why are you here? Get me a key. Before Luffy could finish speaking, Jongshan took out a key and smashed it on Luffy's head. This key was secretly stuffed by the Empress when he and Empress Hancock passed by. It was Ace's key. As for the female Emperor Hancock, she stood there from the beginning to the end, looking like a nympho, cheering for Jongshan. Come on, Mr. Jongshan, teach that old man a good lesson. Lord Jongshan is the most powerful. You bastard, you dare to beat my Lord Jongshan so badly. It's unforgivable. An angry Hancock petrified everyone around him, whether it was marine or a pirate. Beside her, the Dentone people have been able to form an army. Jongshan and Garp, who were making a big shot, were also tired from the fight, standing beside them with blue noses and swollen faces, panting. Old man, you are not authentic. You actually hit my handsome face. You slapped the old man in the face. Garp's face was also quite swollen, but he seemed extremely happy. Maybe it was because the old bones that had been inactive for a long time were finally able to move well, or maybe it was because they met an interesting young man like Jongshan. Jongshan stared at Garp and finally sighed helplessly. I'm going to make a big move. Oh, do you still have any trick? Garp also looked serious. All the marines and the pirates were attracted by Jongshan and Garp again, and even forgot that Luffy was doing the most important thing at this time, saving Ace. Everyone is curious about what Jongshan's ultimate move is. With everyone's eager anticipation, Jongshan finally pointed at Garp and said very seriously, I have donuts that are better than senbei. There are also rice cake, roast duck, soup, dumpling, pancake, steak, hamburgers, pasta, grilled wing. Jongshan kept saying a lot of food that Garp had never heard of. Garp didn't know what the food was. His saliva was drooling. Boy, what you said is really that delicious. Of course, if you don't believe me, try it. Jongshan threw out a bowl of soup dumpling, but was swallowed by Garp. Delicious bun. Wow, my tongue is about to be swallowed. Boy, get me some more. Garp looked eager. Marine, who saw this scene, was about to become petrified. I thought it was such a powerful move, but it turned out to be a pile of food. As for their Vice Admiral, Garp Vice Admiral, you are Marine's hero. How can you let this pile of food be bought? The Marines were almost in tears. Meow, the battle has changed so far. Jongshan took out another basket of soup dumplings and said directly to Garp, how about it? As long as you become the leader of my caravan, the food I mentioned is enough. Garp had already rushed towards Jongshan and grabbed the bun directly from the cage. Marines can't bear to look at you anymore. Bloody torture. 2 cages of steamed buns will destroy the morale of Lord Vice Admiral. At this time, the angry Marine Marshal Sengoku finally couldn't help but take action. The human fruit ability showed. He transformed into a golden war Buddha and smashed down to the execution platform in a circle. Although Luffy used a rubber balloon as a buffer, the entire execution platform completely collapsed in the end. Whitebeard pirates and the others changed drastically. Ace's seastone handcuff haven't been untied yet, so he fell to his death. Just when everyone was worried, a pillar of fire rose into the sky. Ace pulled Luffy and slowly walked out of the rising flame. Luffy, daddy, guy, thank you. An angry Ace showed the terrifying power of the burning fruit to the fullest. Admiral Kuzan, who got up from the ground ground, wanted to stop him, but he wasn't Ace's opponent at all. This is the strength of our Whitebeard pirate second squad leader. The cheers of the pirates were deafening, but Zhang Shan suddenly frowned. He saw Ace and had already confronted Akainu. Thinking that Ace died at the hands of Akainu, Zhang Shan couldn't sit still anymore. He urged for more vote. Laugh at it. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 59 Remnants of the Old Time. Akainu's recovery ability is indeed very strong. Among the three admiral, his strength is also the strongest. At this time, the pirates who rescued Ace had already retreated together, and the large vortex fighter steward took the pirates under his banner and rushed to the land in an outer ship, roaring at everyone. I'll break up for you. You all go. The giant vortex fighter that killed Whitebeard because of his stupidity was ready to die here. But at this moment, Whitebeard's palm stopped the outer ship that was about to rush into the middle of Marine Squad. You don't know how painful it is for a white-haired person to send a black-haired person. In order to ease Squad guilt, Whitebeard slammed the broadsword in his hand to the ground. Don't be too flirtatious. Your blow won't kill me. Everyone has a time to die. After all the pirates heard Whitebeard's word, they fell silent. Dad, some pirates even choked up. Whitebeard is so old that he needs to hang water to maintain his health, and so old that he can't dodge some naive-looking attack. He can only let his incomparably strong body resist, so much so that after this battle, his body had too many wounds, and blood flowed along the road. Whitebeard took a deep breath and walked back to the battlefield alone. Now that our purpose has been achieved, our business is no longer here. Listen to me, Whitebeard pirate, and now begin to give the captain's final order. The pirate clenched their fist. Wait, Daddy, don't say such unlucky thing. We don't want to hear it at all. We're going back to the new world together. The pirates roared with all their might. Daddy, Whitebeard turned around with serious eye. I parted with you. Everyone must live. Safely return to the new world. Dad, are you going to die here? A pirate roared and asked. Whitebeard closed his eye. I am a remnant of the old era, and the new era has not carried my boat. Whitebeard reopened his eyes and threw a punch, completely separating Akainu and Ace, who were facing each other. Then, without looking back, he stepped into the battlefield with heavy steps. Zhang Shan closed her eyes in pain. Even though I'm not a pirate, why do I also feel a rush of blood? He was in Whitebeard's body, and suddenly saw Whitebeard's you. He sat alone on the edge of the boat, leaning on his chin and looking out to sea. The other pirates on the ship were surrounding the treasure, drooling constantly. A pirate looked at him and shouted, Hey, what are you doing there? There are a lot of treasures here. Another pirate said, Don't worry about him. Don't mind him. All these treasures are his credit. Everyone said don't care about him. He's not interested in treasure. The pirate turned his head to look at him. It's really strange that pirates are not interested in treasure. Hey, what do you want? Hey, Newgate. Zhang Shan bowed her head silently. Did Whitebeard want? Zhang Shan can answer for him. What he wants most is his family. Therefore, he traversed the sea and became the most powerful man in the sea, but he pursued nothing. All he cares about is his son. Whether it's his most optimistic, or the stupid big vortex fighter Skewer, or the giant little log, all the children are also his family. They kept calling him daddy and he called them son. Maybe he felt that dying here for his son was the greatest luck in this life. This is Whitebeard. This is the most powerful man in the world, Edward Newgate. However, there was a helpless, wry smile on the corner of Zhang Shan's mouth. Although you chose a good place to die, I don't want you to die like this. If you die, who will give me the money to save that 450 million Bailey? Without thinking about it, Zhang Shan abandoned Garp and ran directly to Whitebeard. Garp looked at Zhang Shan, who was leaving, and shouted, Hey, you! But after he knew that Zhang Shan would not come back, he suddenly screamed and flew backwards at extreme speed, smashing a big hole in the ground. What a pun! He got himself covered in blood, and lay in the pit and couldn't move again. Even now, the old man has not given up acting. But at this time, Akainu, who was separated, came to Ace again. P.S. Yesterday, I seemed to be SB, and there were many more urging tickets today, but I put them in yesterday. Crying blindly, I really want Jingjing. Don't ask me who Jingjing is. Chapter 60 Akainu's provocation. Zhang Shan originally wanted to rescue Whitebeard, but his heart sank suddenly when he saw that Akainu was chasing Ace. Whitebeard can hold on, but Ace can't beat Lava Akainu. At this time, Lava Akainu was standing there with a mocking expression, watching Ace, Luffy and the pirates who were fleeing. Do you really think you can escape? It's so beautiful. As soon as Ace is rescued, escape immediately. The Whitebeard pirates really gathered a group of cowards, but the captain is that virtuous, so there is no way. Akainu took off the look and didn't care. Whitebeard is, after all, an era loser. Ace stopped abruptly. The loser. Take back what I just said. An angry Ace never allowed Akainu to insult Whitebeard, and the ability to burn the fruit showed. The surrounding pirate hurriedly stopped Ace. Ace, don't be impulsive. This is an obvious aggressive method. Ace, but Akainu still didn't care. Take it back. I will never take it back. I was right. Your father, One Piece King of Pirates Roger, conquered the Great Waterway and used his own life to open the door to the era of the Great Pirates and a new era. It's a bit inappropriate for me as a Marine to say this, but he does deserve the title of One Piece King of Pirates. How does Whitebeard compare to him? After all, he didn't have the courage to fight Roger to the death. He could only hide in a safe place and take a group of people to be the king of the mountain, so he would be satisfied. Although there are still many idiots in the world who use the name of Whitebeard to protect the peace of many islands, in my opinion, they just subdued some insignificant pirates and came to be a hero, which is really a big laugh. Roger bowed down to his back while he was still alive, and he couldn't be a veritable king after his death, which means that he will never be better than Roger, which is a perpetual loser. This is Whitebeard. Ace has already walked towards him step by step. Akainu still did not stop. Thinking about it carefully, he is really a poor man, admired by a group of pirates shouting from daddy and daddy, doing this kind of farce on the boat. Shut up. Ace was completely angry, but Akainu still didn't stop. For decades, you can't be king, and you can't achieve anything. Before dying, you were stabbed by a stupid son who was deceived by rhetoric, but he died to protect them. It's really an empty life. Shut up. Whitebeard dying as a loser fits his status as a garbage manager. Ace roared. He is the great pirate who created this era. You are not allowed to insult my father. The two clashed in an instant, but the next moment, Ace flew back upside down and fell directly with burn. The person who claims to be the strongest Logia fruit is really ignorant. You are just ordinary fire, but I am magma that can burn even fire. The abilities of you and mine are not comparable at all. Luffy wanted to save Ace, but after the endless battle, his body was already exhausted, and at this time he fell directly to the ground. Akainu turned to look at Luffy. One Piece King of Pirates Roger, the revolutionary dragon, your bloodline has made you unforgivable. Whoever escaped, both of you will die here. Akainu punched Luffy. Seeing this scene, Zhongshan's eyes are split. Stop me. After all, he was too far away from that position to arrive at the first time, but even if he roared wildly, it had no effect. Ace still stood in front of Luffy. The lava burrowed through his back and melted his gut. Although Zhongshan came to aid, Ace had already fallen on Luffy's body. Hurry up and save Ace. Who of you can save Ace? At this time it was Luffy, roaring up to the sky, but still couldn't do anything except hug Ace. Neither the doctor of the Whitebeard pirates nor the Shemale king, Ivan, can do anything. When Zhongshan fell behind Ace, Luffy finally showed a hint of hope. Zhongshan, you must be able to save him. Right, I'll give you as much as you want. Please save him. Zhongshan looked at the hole in Ace's body, her face ang. Akainu, dare to sabotage my business. You are dead. Daddy's money. P.S. Whether Ace is dead or alive, and where he will go, please see the next chapter to find out. Chapter 61. Even if you die. Under the sad atmosphere of the pirate, Zhongshan was extremely angry. You idiot Ace. How well you ran. I don't have the ability to talk about heroes. And you, Luffy, come back and save me. You're holding me back. You know, pig teammate, since I promise you that Ace will come out alive, I will definitely do it. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard Zhongshan's roar. Ace is going to die. Don't you think it's superfluous to roar here? If it weren't for the fact that Zhongshan's strength just now was too strong, they would have taught Zhongshan a lesson long ago. At this time, the clown Buggy, who has been carrying out the great battle plan, finally woke up the phone bug. Haha, with this phone bug, I can show the world my great image as Lord Buggy. Just when Buggy was gloating, she heard Zhongshan growl. The phone bug's eyes also looked over, and recorded all the shadows of Zhongshan, Ace, Luffy and others. People around the world were very excited when they saw that the image was restored. Finally recovered. It just healing up. But soon this happiness turned into a scolding. Damn, why is it him again? Zhongshan, how do you feel that there is no one else in this battle except Zhongshan? It's better this time though. Swearing instead of advertising. But even if it is cursing, it is Zhongshan who is cursing. Wait, look, Ace is going to die. For a time, everyone saw the huge hole in Ace's body. This Zhongshan is so worthless. Everyone is about to die, yet he's still cursing here. Shameless, despicable, dirty. For a time, Zhongshan was attacked all over the world. They didn't know that Zhongshan killed 3 admirals in second, and they didn't have any fear of him. Just the words below Zhongshan made their scolding stop abruptly. You two idiot, do you know what you're doing? How much does it cost to let Lao Su go in? Even if you gave me 550 million yuan, I don't have enough capital. Fortunately, Tamiao injured 1. If 2 were injured, I would not do this business. Zhongshan roared, then directly lifted Ace by the clothes, and threw a pill into Ace's mouth. The third turned Dawan Dan, the origin of the world of Journey to the West. Tai Laojun refined the failed products of the 9th turn Dawan Dan, which can quickly restore all injury. It's just such a piece of ammunition, but it's a failure, and the 5,000 member points are gone. As for the rank 9 great rewarding pill, don't think about it. It's something that can make one immortal. Even if there is, Zhongshan can't afford it. Of course, such an elixir can only stabilize Ace's condition, but it cannot cure him completely. It's just that Ace didn't appreciate it, and he still looked rebellious. Bastard, shut up. Can't you make me quiet before dying? But the next moment, Zhongshan gave him a slap. Damn it, I spent so much money on you. How dare you yell at me? How do you want to die? Did anyone talk like that to your savior? savior. I'll teach you a lesson for your father today. The next moment Zhang Shan punched and kicked the pirates around so that people in the world in front of the screen are dumbfounded. This is too cruel. Ace is dying. He is so cruel. I can't watch this fight anymore. Zhang Shan is simply a beast. Luffy wanted to stand up to stop it, but when he saw Ace's piercing wound was healing, his eyes widened in shock. The surrounding pirates also saw this scene and couldn't believe it. How is this possible? S is obviously going to die. Ace himself didn't know what was wrong, but the pain from his body became more and more clear, and the wound didn't hurt much because now there is no part of the body that does not hurt. Zhang Shan fought for a full 2 or 3 minutes and finally felt that his anger had subsided, and just then completely threw Ace on the ground and said angrily, "Boy, next time you go crazy with me, I'll beat you to death." The people in the world in front of the screen were stunned after seeing this scene. Ace's wound. Well, how is this possible? Just being beaten up and Ace's wound will heal. P.S. Feel sorry for Ace for a minute. Chapter 62 Akainu's Nightmare. The world was shocked. They didn't see the medicine Zhang Shan had given to Ace. They only knew that Zhang Shan brutally beat Zhang Shan, and then Ace's wound healed miraculously. It won't be some kind of magical boxing technique. It can beat the dead to life. It's unbelievable. It's not acting. If Zhang Shan can really do this, doesn't it mean that we are going to die in the future, and then we can be beaten to life after being beaten by him? It's very possible. Should we go to his convenience store to try it out? Don't sell anything. Just ask for a dozen to see if it has any effect on physical fitness or something. The people around looked at the person who said this with strange eye. If you want to court death, we won't stop you. At this time, the clown Buggy was about to go crazy and jumped up in anger. I'm the greatest and greatest Buggy. The phone bug. Look at me. Look what that Zhang Shan is doing. Buggy yelled angrily, but the phone bug just ignored him. The great Lord Buggy's battle failed. The pirate standing around Ace were also stupid. They had never seen such an awesome boxing technique to beat the dead to life. Garp the fist in the distance only saw Ace fall, and in anger, he charged directly towards Akainu, but was pushed to the ground by Sengoku. Sengoku, don't let me go, otherwise, I will definitely kill that bastard Akainu. Whitebeard, who went deep into the battlefield, didn't understand the situation. He just thought that Ace would definitely die, and the ground began to tremble rapidly on the ground, but before he could take action on Akainu, Zhang Shan turned his face gloomily. Akainu, I'm so angry. You made me lose a lot of money. Zhang Shan is angry, not to mention that he had spent a lot to save Ace before, and then he helped the Whitebeard pirate. Now 200 or 300 million Bailey's membership points have been spent. Moreover, the third rank rewarding pill can only stabilize Ace's injury. Next, Ace will go to him for all-round treatment, which is another big expense. As for Zhang Shan, he only received 550 million Bailey's remuneration. Therefore, Zhang Shan is very angry that Akainu finally penetrated Ace. That's why he made such a gaffe just now, cursing Ace and Luffy as idiots. Just scolding. How can you be happy? Even if you hit Ace, you can't kill him. The Junjun fruit experience hard worked again, and the angry Zhang Shan bombarded Akainu's body with a punch. With Garp's fighting technique and Whitebeard's ability, this is not something Akainu can resist. In a circle, the magma around Akainu's body was instantly scattered, and his whole body flew into the air. His eyes bulged, and blood spurted out. The people of the world who had never seen Zhang Shan kill 3 admirals in seconds were instantly stunned. That's Marine Admiral. How? Why was Zhang Shan instantly killed? There's no way to fight back. The next moment, Zhang Shan used Marine's shave, and came to Akainu's side in the blink of an eye. Boom! With one punch, Akainu directly smashed the ground into a thick pit. Akainu struggled to wake himself up. His abilities manifested, and the ground turned into lava. Zhang Shan sat on the ground, frowning. The physique of the able is really strong, but that fun. He stepped on the ground, and the ability to shake the fruit exploded instantly. Crack bread on the ground, and the entire marine headquarters began to collapse violently. As for Akainu, it has been shaken into the air again. The next moment, Zhang Shan shaved again, flashed in front of Akainu, clasped his neck, and slammed his head down on the ground. The people of the world who saw this scene fell silent for a moment. I'm starting to sympathize with Akainu Admiral a little bit. It was so badly beaten. How can there be such cruel people in this world? I swear, from now on, I will never provoke this guy. But soon the person who said this was brave. With your little strength, Zhang Shan will crush you with one finger. Anyway, from now on, there will be no one in this world who doesn't know Zhang Shan's name. It's ridiculous that he's not a marine or a pirate, but a businessman. Is this world really going to change? On the screen, Zhang Shan is already bloody cruel to Akainu. Even though Akainu tried to resist countless times, he still couldn't face that demon-like man. But the next moment, Kizaru and Kuzan of the 3 Admiral caught Akainu. No one has ever been able to force Marine 3 Admiral to shoot together, but the corner of Zhang Shan's mouth evoked a wicked smile. Dangerous aura began to spread in this battlefield. Chapter 63 The Great Demon King of Zhang Shan. The 3 admirals come together to face an enemy. It was the first time anyone in the world saw, is Zhang Shan really that scary? It's not just scary. He's simply a devil. Standing up against 3 Admiral and still laughing. This man is really amazing. But what about this? Those are Marine S3 Admiral, the incarnation of justice. Even if he can beat a Kainu, how can he deal with these 3? Pay attention to the wording. It's not that you can beat a Kainu, it bloody a Kainu. In the discussion of the people of the world, Zhongshan still looked at the surrounding indifferently and even shouted to Big Ivan and the others, hurry up and tug this idiot to save me from losing money. Because of Zhongshan's appearance, the original pirate world has undergone a lot of changes. Zhongshan doesn't want any more accidents to happen to these 2 brothers. Yes, Lord Zhongshan. Now that Abe, who has a bruised nose and a swollen face, and Luffy, who is too exhausted, no longer have the ability to jump, and were dragged directly to the boat. Kizaru was very unhappy when he saw Zhongshan's calm appearance when he was surrounded. Hey, the 3 of us are standing here anyway. You should pay some attention, don't be too much. Zhongshan buckled her ears and said nothing. You have a bad temper and want to be beaten, but I can't help but it's alright. If you come for 1, you will be beaten, and if you come to 3, you will still be beaten. Zhongshan moved and came to a Kainu in the blink of an eye. A Kainu's face visibly trembled. He had already been abused by Zhongshan, and he instinctively stepped back, but he never thought that he was still faster than Zhongshan, and was directly kicked out. Kuzan had already condensed the ice spear and stabbed towards Zhongshan at a high speed, but Zhongshan easily dodged, then followed the Z. Ruden came directly in front of Kuzan. With a casual blow, Kuzan also flew backward. On the side, Kizaru's body had turned into golden light, and he came to Zhongshan in the blink of an eye. Light beat kick, but in the next moment, Zhongshan kicked back. Kizaru not only didn't kick Zhongshan, but his chin directly hit Zhongshan's foot. His entire face was twisted instantly, and he flew out backward. Everyone opened their mouths in surprise, unable to believe the scene in front of them. That was the alliance of the 3 Admiral. It was easily broken. Marine Marshal Sengoku gritted his teeth even more. Marine's reputation will be buried in the hands of one person. Zhongshan has become an existence that Sengoku cannot tolerate. However, even Sengoku's anger could not save the situation on the battlefield. The 3 admirals gathered together and were still beaten by Zhongshan. Zhongshan's movements were so fast that they almost turned into afterimages, and the 3 admirals couldn't react at all, so they were hit by a series of combos, unable to resist at all. Fighting with Zhongshan made them depressed to death. Even if they all have the power of devil fruit, they are completely suppressed at this moment, and there is no space for them to perform. They really have no way to do it. The people of the world can't believe this scene. What kind of moves did he use to move so fast? Look like Marine's shave. How is it possible that shave is so fast? Marine soldiers are using fake one. It's not only the soldiers who use fake one. I'm afraid the ones used by Vice Admiral are fake, but what Zhongshan uses is the real one. At this time, a child clenched his fist tightly and made a wish in his heart. From now on, I'm going to be a merchant. The merchant of Marine 3 Admiral. From now on, I'm going to rest Marine Rokushi. One day, I'll hang Marine San Admiral. Because of Zhongshan, a new era is coming. It's just that these children don't know that even if they practice shave to the extreme without the acceleration of the divine talisman in the convenience store, they can't do it at all. Divine rune from an unknown fairy world. It can double the speed, worth 500 member point. In less than a minute, the 3 Admiral's body had no idea how many punches, and their faces had been completely beaten into pigheads. Even they have given up resistance because they have no chance of resistance at all. This Zhongshan is simply a big devil. Akainu burst into tears. Since meeting Zhongshan, Kizaru, will definitely walk around. Kuzan is even more suspicious of his light. Why did first join Marine in the first place? But at this moment, an incomparably rampant laughter suddenly came. Dad, I'm here to say goodbye to you. Blackbeard brought Shiryu of the Rain and a few prisoners Zhongshan had never seen before, and joined the battlefield with wild laughter. Zhongshan frowned even harder. Blackbeard is here, but his membership points are almost exhausted.